You're goddamn right we're doing this. You know who Michael Jackson is. There's no point in wasting your time. You can go to Dash-Bobar, Mongolia, and they would know who Michael Jackson is. You can go to Mansaba, Guinea-Bissau, and they would know who Michael Jackson is. You can go to Kwamalasamudu, Suriname, and they would know who Michael Jackson is. He is arguably the most recognizable person in human history who didn't resurrect and or kill people. If aliens came down to Earth, the first person they would want to talk to is probably Michael Jackson. That's why it's a good thing that Michael Jackson is also a pretty damn good artist with a body of work that has well and truly stood the test of time. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying that instead of showing up to North Sentinel Island trying to spread the good word, if we airdropped a bunch of JBL speakers that played nothing but off the wall 24/7, we might make some progress. And with the highly anticipated Michael Jackson biopic that is most likely going to be incredibly mid being fresh off the presses, there is no better time to celebrate the legacy of the King of Pop. That's why today, and maybe also tomorrow, this video could be 36 hours for all I know, we are going to be reviewing every single song made by Michael Jackson. The good, the bad, the awful, the boring, the funky, the weird, the angry, the sappy, the scary, the one about abortion, the emotional, and the legendary. All of it in one video. If my computer doesn't blow up trying to render it. Here are the rulings on which songs qualify for this ranking. 1. Only songs that have been released under the Michael Jackson name will make this list. This means no Jackson 5 songs, or else the list will be double the length. If you're so interested, here are my top 5 favorite Jackson 5 songs. This also means no songs where Michael Jackson is listed as a feature artist. Duets, on the other hand, will be eligible for this list. For example, Scream by Janet and Michael Jackson will be on this list, but Why by 3T featuring Michael Jackson will not. That may sound facetious, but I can't necessarily compartmentalize these songs on a list about Michael Jackson. Should they be ranked based on the song as a whole, or just MJ's section? Where would I place Somebody's Watching Me if MJ is only involved in the chorus? So yeah, no songs where Michael Jackson is the featured artist. Except for one. 2. I will be judging these songs based on the definitive release, so no demos or remixes will be included. Except for one. As for the tracks on Escape, I will simply choose the version of the song that I personally prefer. 3. Each song must have been written by Michael or written with the intention of being sung by Michael, so no covers will feature on this list. Except for one. 4. Any reference tracks made by Michael before they are eventually recorded and released by another artist, such as the Jacksons, will not count for this list. Except for one. 5. Any unreleased song by Michael Jackson will be eligible for this ranking, as long as these tracks are of an acceptable length, have at least some lyrics, and are CD quality. I do not care for 15-second snippets recorded on a Samsung Galaxy 5. Except for one. 6. There were 3 songs on the Michael album that had their authenticity disputed and were thus recalled from the official track listing, those being Monster, Breaking News, and Keep Your Head Up. I gave my thoughts on these tracks, known as the Casio tapes, in my previous video, so they will not be featured on this list. I'm just kidding. All in all, the ranking comes out to 188 songs. This is going to be a long one. Before I officially start the list, I need to get a few prerequisites out of the way. This video will, of course, be based on my personal subjective opinion. And the thing about having a subjective opinion is that it changes quite a bit. I am, without a shadow of a doubt, going to look back on this video in 3 years and think to myself, what was I thinking? This song is way better than that other song. Oh, why did I put this so high? There is no conceivable way that a ranking of 188 songs would not have any variance, especially in the latter half of the list when I'm essentially splitting hairs to decide which song goes where. So what I am going to do is color code these songs into groups, which will act as a sort of hierarchy. For example, a song in yellow could be the best yellow song or the worst yellow song based on how I feel on a good or bad day. But I know for certain that it is not better than any blue songs or worse than any Orange songs. These songs will be in tiers, but this is not a tier list. Nothing does me rego quite like when you see an everything blank ranked video in your For You page, and when you click on it, it's just, alright, next up we have the Black Bandit. This was a good episode. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I'll put it in B tier. Alright, next up by the way, there will be jokes made in this video that come at the expense of Michael. Don't take these too seriously. This is a guy I greatly respect. Don't come and kill me. It's all just jokes at the end of the day. I'm serious. Please. I have a family. As for my criteria for how I am going to rank these songs, I will rank these songs based on how much I like them, without any further ado, let's start this list off with the worst Michael Jackson song of all time. I want to preface this entry by giving a little background into my history with Michael Jackson's music. When Michael died in 2009, I was still a fairly young child, so I didn't really have any memories of growing up with his music. I just knew him by proxy as the guy who made Thriller. My mum bought all the merch not because she was the biggest fan per se, but more so out of a sense of duty. That's just how it was at the time. It was the collective shock that what was on the shelves at the stores were all that was going to be left of him. So she got the #1 hits compilation, she got the pinstriped fedora for my massive box head, and she got the Michael Jackson experience for the Nintendo Wii. It was my hours spent in front of the TV, throwing my scrawny limbs around the room trying to 5-star Smooth Criminal that made me infatuated with Michael and his catalogue for the time being. He was just the coolest guy ever. I didn't question why he seemingly changed races midway through his life. I didn't have any clue about the allegations. I didn't even know what his real voice sounded like. All I knew was that he danced like he was floating and he dressed like an imaginary friend. When the first posthumous album, Michael, came out in 2010, my brother and I bought it for my mum as a Christmas present since we wanted to give her something that wasn't just flowers and candles for once. On Christmas Day, we put the disc into that Panasonic CD player everyone had and listened to the first song since his death, Hold My Hand. And I distinctively remember turning to my brother a minute into the song and saying to him, "This is not Michael Jackson." Now, is this Michael Jackson's worst sounding song? Maybe. Imagine hearing the first MJ album in 9 years and it opens with a rejected Jason Derulo beat. Any form of decorum the song wanted to present itself with is eviscerated the moment those blindingly bright synths storm their way in and Akon screams, "This sounds like a song that a youth pastor would put in an Instagram post about going skydiving." It was produced by Giorgio Twinfort, whose work consists almost entirely of Akon, David Guetta, and the Black Eyed Peas. That says a lot. But the real reason why I have this at dead last is for vindictive reasonings. Michael sounds awful here, so much so that I legitimately thought as a child that it was not him. When I found out years later that some of the songs on Michael may have been forgeries, I was flabbergasted when I found out that Hold My Hand wasn't one of them. Michael sounds like Akon has a gun pointed to his head, like he was abducted and placed as a political captive inside the confines of Akon City, Senegal. You can tell how eager MJ is to be on these songs by the sheer ferocity of these ad-libs. Akon is also here, sounding horrendous as usual. He's the vocal equivalent of when the sensitivity sensor on an electric piano is busted, so every note is played at max volume. It's as if his life's mission is to peak every microphone set in front of him. This leads to some truly dreadful harmonies from the two. The lyrics suck as well. The song is about Akon trying to sleep with Michael Jackson. If that isn't the case, then why would they have a duet with lyrics like, "We're better off together than being miserable alone," and "We'll hold each other till we see the sunlight"? Who else could they possibly be talking to? But don't worry, the lyrics have just the right amount of tediousness delivered with enough disinterest so that the music video can have a bunch of 10-year-olds breakdancing to make people think that the song means something more than it does. 16 years later, I still hate this song. There is no excuse to make this song unless you knew you were going to die in the next 3 years. Is it the worst song ever? No, not even close really. That distinction goes towards Bread and Butter by the New Tones. Is it the worst Michael Jackson song? Yeah, I could say that with relative confidence. If Hold My Hand is the worst Michael Jackson song, then In Our Own Small Way is by far and away the most boring. You could tell just by the spoken word intro that you are in for a chore to sit through. Michael just isn't a talented enough vocalist at this stage to carry a song like this, especially when the songwriting is about as bland as a medium rare chicken breast. The only reason why I have this above Hold My Hand is that the classic Motown production with the harpsichord and the wired out guitar has some charm. Not on this song where it's about as insufferable as Sweet Caroline on karaoke night, but it's more tolerable than JR. That song sucked. I sure hope this video doesn't become overtly political in any way, shape or form. Did you know that Michael Jackson made an anti-abortion song? How does that make you feel? Abortion Papers, otherwise known as Song Groove, was recorded for the Jacksons' album Victory, but was eventually scrapped. Michael worked vigorously on what approach the song should take since he did not want to, quote, offend girls who have gotten abortions or bring back guilt trips. This song is comprised entirely of guilt trips. The audience of this video is probably going to be a lot older than the viewers of my other videos, and they might mistake this section as me taking the piss out of Christians. Well, this isn't, but genuine question. Where does it say about abortions being immoral in the Bible? Michael says, "Sister, don't read, she'll never know." What verse does she have to read? Because I can't find it. All I see are vague assertions, which, yeah, that doesn't cut it for me. If you're gonna have this stance about abortion, don't bring God into this. He has no say on the matter. I know what Michael was going for here. He wanted to write a song where he served as the narrator, chronicling the events of a story. Think Smooth Criminal, Little Susie, Hollywood Tonight, etc. But the difference with those songs and this one is that he was the narrator. We didn't need to hear Michael's opinion on the matter because why would we? Any reaction that the song would attempt to elicit would be evoked by the story itself. But in Abortion Papers, Michael has to interrupt every second line to remind the audience, come on guys, what would Jesus do? She doesn't know any better. Her family is distraught and her brother is cursed for eternity because that is a thing apparently. Also, I'm the father and I want to keep my baby, please. Wait, what the fuck? I felt like that was an element of the song that should have been clarified immediately. There's a line in the second verse that goes, "You know the line, you came along, what about heart, that's all I've known." This may sound like a massive reach, but my interpretation of this line was that Michael wanted the girl to keep the child since his parents debated on whether to keep him when his mother was pregnant with him, and now he's expressing how fortunate they were to have him in their lives. I don't know, that's a far more appealing concept for a song than 4 minutes of you're going to hell, or you're going to hell, you're going to hell. You can argue that I have this too low, that I could just ignore the lyrics and focus on the music. Not that I'm really big on it anyhow. The groove is fine, but I don't rock with the drums at all. Then again, the song is titled Abortion Papers. The lyrics are the whole song's MO. I'm in no position to put a song where Michael Jackson blatantly disregards women's rights any higher than this. I'm not saying that MJ would have been a right-wing grifter if he was alive, but it was definitely the right move to scrap this track. Burn this. I am so fucking scared of World of Candy. This is not a joke. This song is demented. This song is cursed. The childlike nature this track aims for backfires horribly. The melody is backed up by an electric piano that sounds like it is chasing the children. The guitar and synths should alleviate the anxiety, but it just adds to it instead. The metronome is an obnoxiously loud click that gives me the impression that it is actually a ruler in MJ's hand that he's going to beat the children with if they mess up. This chorus is straight up Orwellian with the brainwashed echoes of "We're so happy, happy, happy," and "Candy." And these lyrics. Look, I'm not one of those people who are incapable of thinking that you can write a children's song without innuendos, but these lyrics are so delirious in nature that they have to be about some sort of substance. Or maybe this was supposed to be on the 2005 Willy Wonka remake. I'm going to keep telling myself that. This is a real-life Michael Jackson creepypasta. It felt like something I should not have listened to. This song needs to be eviscerated in a fire for the sake of the world. So yeah, it's like the 4th worst Michael Jackson song. Oh, Michael, buddy, this is not you. You are no Dapper Dan. You are not no little country boy with a harmonica in your hand. You are a dancer. You are not a get-down dancing man, shalalala boom boom. This is an attempt to bring swagger out of a man who has swag. This song is meant for the back roads of Louisiana, not the dance floors of Chicago. If you brought a harmonica and a 4-piece brass band into a disco in 1975, they would beat the shit out of you. The manifestations of being a musical sensation were sweet when he was a 12-year-old boy, but now that he's 16 with some bass in his voice, telling people you're gonna be the king of the discotheque with little to no conviction isn't going to cut it anymore. This is a song for a grown-ass man, and Michael simply isn't one yet. Also, what the fuck are these lyrics? Is Michael Jackson's Adore You better than Harry Styles' Adore You? Hell no, not even close. What's worse than listening to a barren proof of concept? Listening to a barren proof of concept of a bad song. This melodramatic, corny ass song. This sounds like some shit Tom MacDonald would rap about gender-neutral bathrooms over. For a song about loving God, it sure does sound like a hymn from the occult. This song has a megaphone in it. It was recorded in 2005. It has been all but confirmed that Michael Jackson has listened to Demon Days. It's a lame song that a 50-year-old history teacher at a Catholic school would make to seem hip with the kids. You're meaning to tell me that Michael Jackson recorded a cover of Sly and the Family Stone's Jane is a Groupie, but forgot all the lyrics, so he just sings Jane is a Groupie over and over again? Matt Stone, Trey Parker, come out here and fess up to this shit. That somehow makes it eligible for this list, and that's all I gotta say about that. It is as enjoyable as the premise sounds. Actually, I do have something to say. What the hell is going on at the end there? You trying to kickstart a DJ Screw collab or something? What a lovely way to go as not a song. What else can I say? The melody is completely scatterbrained, the lyrics are utter nonsense, and the instrumental is just a piano, beatboxing, and wild screams. Why the hell did this get an official release? Sony were really scraping at the bottom of the barrel, huh? I'm going to be real with you, DS is an awful song, and I have no idea why anyone didn't pull Michael aside and talked him out of releasing it. DS is an abbreviation of Dom Sheldon, which is a pseudonym for Tom Sneeden, a former district attorney who was in charge of the investigation on Michael Jackson in 1993. This is a fucking awful idea for a song. Making a diss track against a government official, releasing it on your album and going, oh no, I wasn't talking about him, I was talking about Dom S. Sheldon, is so hilariously childish. It starts with a baby crying, followed by a sample of Yes's Owner of a Lonely Heart. You started off your diss track to the Santa Barbara District Attorney with prog rock? It's so cringeworthy to hear Michael make these snide remarks that only go skin deep. Oh, you reckon he's in cahoots with the FBI? I bet he has no social life. You think he's part of the KKK? Mate, is he in the KKK or not? Why are you so unsure about the things you are saying? Have you ever heard a diss track before? Speaking of which, what the hell is this hook? Tom Sneeden is a cold man? No, Michael. You are a cold man. Tom Sneeden raided your house and proceeded to fondle your balls, Batty and Dick.
Like Wagwan for Batty, man.
There is no other Michael Jackson song that has given me even a quarter as much secondhand embarrassment as this one does. Arguably the worst aged diss track of all time, considering that he was brought to trial by the exact same guy a decade later. You know, for a song about Michael airing out dirty laundry regarding his brother having an affair with his other brother's girlfriend, you would expect Monkey Business to be more, I don't know, edgy, disorderly, destructive. It's really hard to take the contents of this track seriously when it's over this Jungle Book type beat. I don't want to hear your family gossip over the sounds of a Randy Newman organ and monkeys throwing shit at each other. You think this is fun and games, sunshine? Watch Michael Jackson completely ruin all of his future family gatherings. With Walton Goggins as Bubbles. This is probably the most immature that Michael Jackson has ever come across in one of his songs, which is saying something considering that he has been making music since he was 10. This becomes apparent in the bridge where Michael reveals that he is ready to share information that would effectively tear his family apart because, I kid you not, he is mad he hasn't gotten his tax return yet. Mate, Grow up! If You Don't Love Me is the funniest Michael Jackson song. How could you not facepalm at the sound of the simplest Fisher-Price 3-note melody being played over Motown drums? The verses have the exact same instrumentation as the Too Many Cooks theme. Why is Michael Jackson writing a love letter over a 90s sitcom intro? Or at least I think it's a love letter. I don't know, it gets really weird in that bridge. You changed your number and I couldn't call you. I couldn't tell you, so I had to write you just to tell you that I'm even kissing on your photograph. Oh, I guess that explains the manic crackhead energy of the vocals here. I am willing to admit that the reason why I have this song so low is incredibly superfluous, but is it just me or does Fall Again sound evil? The track is occupied with this low, sinister drone that never really goes anywhere or does anything. It just stays there. The chorus is terrifying. The progression starts scaling down in semitones, which is a fucking awful idea to put in a love song. It sounds like Michael Jackson is slowly approaching you, and that feeling is not helped with insidious lyrics such as "I haven't left you alone" and "I want to spend time until it ends." Robin Thicke being involved in the writing process is probably the source of all this. He might be the least romantic R&B singer to ever exist, so it's only fitting that a love song written by him would sound like getting chased down a dark alleyway. Also, the intro is eerily similar to Shape of My Heart by Sting. I will be the first to admit that I have quite the high tolerance for quote-unquote annoying sounds, but let me tell you, I could barely make it through Heartbreaker on first listen. This is the harshest thing I am going to say in this ranking. This beat sounds like AJR made it. I just find the genuine pony bass and the non-stop chopping of the guitar overstimulating as all hell. The first minute is arguably the hardest listen of his entire discography. The melody is awful, actually completely awful. I mean this with utmost certainty. This is catatonic used tier. This track should have been sung by a 38-year-old HR manager doing entire choreography pieces at state fairs in Eastern Oregon, not Michael Jackson. This had a chance to be dead last on the list if the chorus wasn't as catchy as it was. It is a song I want to like more than I do, but also one I want to hate more than I do. I commend Michael Jackson's commitment to his music and the lengths he is willing to go through to get the right sound. Take Privacy for instance, where Mike managed to get the perfect vocal sound by smoking an entire pack of cigarettes. Mixed out with an unappealing blues riff, distractingly loud camera flashes, and a piss-poor guitar solo from Slash, and you end up with a song that is completely unpleasant to listen to. Great job, Michael. You passed up on Rock Your Body in favor for this shit. This is the last song in the Michael Jackson vs. the Media trilogy, and I could say pretty comfortably that this is the weakest of the bunch. The tone of the song is quite muddy to me. MJ flip-flops between being inconvenienced by the media to being irate with them. In one verse, he calls out the paparazzi for contributing to Princess Diana's death, but in the chorus, he just goes like, "Come on guys, back up, I need some privacy." I don't know, maybe the lyrics would have connected with me more if he didn't deliver them with that constipated la dit dit da da do delivery. I don't think any amount of venom that Michael could spew in the song would make it any less of a chore to sit through. Up Again gives me the creeps. It feels like a song that has been scientifically engineered to get stuck in your head. I cannot trust a song that has both a glockenspiel and a bassoon. The time signature changes in the chorus are just as off-putting as the instrumentation. Michael's vocals are virtually unrecognizable with this mix. You're meaning to tell me this is the kid who sang I Want You Back? And that chorus just keeps repeating and repeating and repeating. The track is less than 3 minutes, but it feels like you're on the brink of going manic by the end. Some songs are bad. Some songs are annoying. Some songs are a waste of time. Superfly Sister is a waste of time. The bass line that the song built has no funk whatsoever. I cannot get jiggy with this shit. I was intrigued by the premise about a relationship that turned sour due to an overindulgence of sex, but Michael might as well be scatting during the verses because the lyrics lacked any weight and end up blending together. Well, he did record this in his bathroom, so he probably was scatting as he recorded this. But the biggest issue with this track is a problem that unfortunately arises all too often in Michael Jackson's discography. Why are all of his songs so fucking long? It's like Michael went over to Sony and forgot how to use a fade out. Did this have to be 6 minutes long? No bridge, no breakdown, no solo, no beat switch, nothing. Just 6.5 minutes of a lame bass line. Not a good time. Mind is the Magic was recorded by MJ in 1989 and was used as the theme song for Siegfried and Roy, a magician/animal cruelty Las Vegas act that I only just found out were actually real people and not just Simpsons characters. This track sticks out to me as the rare Rush job from Michael. It's odd because even with his unpolished songs, you could still sense some dedication to the production or songwriting, but with this, you can kind of tell that he made this on the fly using a bunch of scrap parts. This song may have the worst snare I have ever heard. The lyrics are nothing to write home about. There is magic, blah blah blah, your mind won't believe it, blah blah blah, they are your mystery gods, whatever that means. Siegfried and Roy times 24. I think one of the guys gets attacked by a lion in the background. That's scary foreshadowing. Oh great, this song is 6 minutes as well, just wonderful. I think I made a mistake with the rules of this list. Rule number 5 states that any unreleased MJ song would be eligible as long as it is long enough, was not recorded on a potato, and had some semblance of melody. That last part has really hit me for 6 because there are quite a few instances where Michael would lay down a chorus and mumble his way through the verses in hopes of punching them in later when he has the lyrics sorted out. They technically fit the criteria of the list, but it's a bit of a cop-out to have slots on the ranking being taken up by halfway complete tracks. Give an inch and they'll take a mile, I guess. In all fairness, a lot of them are good. Changes, on the other hand, not so much. Are you the type of person to enjoy 8 minutes of Michael Jackson trying to piece a song together in his head with nothing more than a piano and a rim shot? It sounds good on paper. It doesn't sound so good when you realize how much time 8 minutes is. The gospel twist with the Sunday choir is a tad interesting, I suppose. Other than that, incredibly skippable demo that didn't have that much room to grow, in all honesty. Men in Black was also recorded by MJ in 1989. And what is that bass line? This surprisingly has nothing to do with Men in Black 2, the film in which he cameoed in. Rather, this track is about how the CIA is out to get him. I can't get over this bass line. They try to throw in these licks to make it seem like the groove is slicker than it is, but nope. It only serves to reinforce how funny this shit is. They really had Toby Fox on the beat. I want to enjoy this song more than I do due to just how silly it is, but 6.5 minutes. Eek. The hardest part about having to write a review on every single Michael Jackson song is that you have to review every single Michael Jackson song. Sometimes there are tracks that you simply have no notes on. I'll Come Home to You is boring. Plain and simple. It sounds like something that plays over the intro credits of a 1960s Western romance film that plays on daytime TV. By the time you finish listening to the song, I can guarantee you will forget everything about it. To be fair, the final chorus is a fun listen since Michael reverts to his child voice for the final time in his career. This might come as the first big shock of the list, but Give In To Me has never stuck with me. This one has its fans, and I do understand why. Everybody and their grandmother could tell that this song was supposed to be the spiritual successor to Dirty Diana. Breathy vocals over a moody guitar riff and a retro drum machine, only instead of a groupie attempting to seduce Michael, we follow Michael demanding some breakup sex before he and his lover go on their separate ways. It's interesting to hear MJ in a role where he is the one acting irrational or manipulative. A part of me likes how the premise is basically Michael saying, "You don't love me, you fucking hate me. If you loved me, you would be bouncing on my shit crazy style right now." That's why it's such a shame that the song never bothers to get out of first gear. The mix refuses to have neither the vocals nor the guitar stand out, even though they should clearly be the backbone of the track. As a matter of fact, the whole mix is awful. The drums have no punch and the bass is a complete afterthought. This isn't the best vocal performance by MJ either. This might be his least diverse song in terms of vocal range. At least Slash utterly shreds here, he deserves credit for that. What I'm trying to say is that this track should have been taken in for further maintenance rather than released as a single. Nothing sucks more than listening to a song that you know the creator outright adored with all their heart and it just leaves you with a grimace on your face. You could tell that Michael loved morphine, really loved morphine. He thought he was making some high art with this one. Someone has to have the heart to tell him, "Michael, this synth sounds like shit. I thought I was supposed to be in the ER, not a dentist chair. This sounds like the Sonic Spinball Options music." You are not justice. You could not make this type of music work. I really think this is a tale of two songs, one of which is insufferable to sit through and the other being much more digestible. The piano and orchestral arrangement with the ambience of a hospital hidden in the mix is able to emanate the dark, somber atmosphere better than the root canal from before. The lyrics are more direct and upfront with the woes that Michael's drug addiction has caused him, which I prefer more than the riddles of the previous verses, such as a razor blade right up the leg, daddy. This section actually has a melody with rising and falling action rather than just a general flow, and he's back to the first section. Oh god, it sounds like that Chipotle is starting to hit his stomach. I should get out of here before I get sprayed. It's hard to write songs for a 12-year-old boy to sing. You can't have them sing about their interests because who wants to hear them sing about skimming stones or whatever kids did back in the 70s before whippets were invented. Writing love songs would be difficult as well. The lyrics would have to be filtered through a character voice since a prepubescent boy's depiction of love would be different from a grown man. Unfortunately, this is an issue that is permeated throughout Michael's early work, and especially with Wing of My Love. I'm sorry, little man, I can't take your promises of devotion seriously when you sound like you can't even tie your own shoes. 2000 Watts may be the consensus least favorite Michael Jackson song, but you cannot deny that it is a super fun listen. Is it dumb? Yeah. Is it a clear product of its time? Yeah. Does the melody get irritating after a little while? Yeah, but I can't hate it when it's so fascinating hearing Michael using his lower register. I have to set the record straight because this has always bothered me. Guys, this is not Michael Jackson's real talking voice. You can clearly hear that he is straining to reach some of these low notes. Of course he would talk in a lower register if you are harassing him in an airport or some shit, but he wouldn't be this low. This is the voice I use when I'm talking to the cute receptionist at my therapist's office. Yes, I do think it is believable that a guy who gets paid hundreds of millions of dollars a year to scream his lungs out on stage chooses to speak in a delicate voice that would be more soothing to his vocal cords. No, I don't think he does it because he's weird or just trolling the media. It's a glorified novelty song, but honestly, it's all the more better for it. I would look at this track a lot less fondly if it took itself too seriously. Also, these ad-libs are amazing. Morning Glow sounds like a song that would be sung by a 6-year-old on America's Got Talent before transforming into a human seahorse hybrid in one of those AI Instagram reels that you could hear your grandma playing from her phone at full volume. This track has no spice, no funk, no spunk, if you will. Every single instrument is designed to be as lactose as possible. That guitar tone is spicy in the same way my mum finds aioli spicy. It's wuss music made by wusses for wusses. Look at this album cover. You know his ass cannot play the guitar. Look at my man's drip here. Tartan pants with the zigzag. Oh Christ! Michael, that's too much. Michael, that's too much funk. Michael, listen to me. There's too much funk. Michael! Michael, listen to me for fuck's sake! There's too much funk! Fuck! Can't Get Out of the Rain feels like being stuck at a 5-year-old's birthday party. It has this completely unearned sense of unbridled optimism that makes you want to grab the song by the shoulders, shake it and scream, "Stop fucking screaming, you little cunt!" It is unrelenting in its gleefulness. It never slows down or lets anything breathe. Michael starts screaming out of pure lunacy and the song isn't even halfway done at that point. I can feel my head going numb and my ears starting to ring. This song makes my anxiety flare up. I strongly believe that it had the capacity to kill a coke addict if it played at an 80s Miami nightclub. Thank goodness it wasn't released to the public. This would have been classified as a stereo hazard otherwise. What More Can I Give is a song written in the shadow of 9/11, recorded in 2001 by Michael Jackson and the All-Stars, so it probably would have included Antonio Davis, Vlade Divac, Anthony Mason. Fuck, tough crowd, alright. The All-Stars actually consist of 3LW, Aaron Carter, Anastasia, Beyonce, Billy Gilman, Brian McKnight, Bryton James, Carlos Santana, Celine Dion, Gloria Estefan, Hanson, John Cicada, Justin Timberlake, Luther Vandross, Mariah Carey, Michael McCary, Maya Insigne, Nick Carter, Reba McEntire, Ricky Martin, Shakira, Sean Stockman, Thalia, Tom Petty, Usher, and Ziggy Marley. Yep, those sure are all-stars. Just one question, who the fuck is Billy Gilman? I don't want to be insensitive about the subject at hand, which is something nobody has ever said about 9/11 since 2011. This song was released in 2003, a time where major recording artists have figured out the post 9/11 infinite money glitch, where as long as you write vague lyrics about the boys going overseas and kicking ass, you are guaranteed an 8-digit salary. As if playing cheerleader for an act of war wasn't bad enough, MJ managed to take an even worse route and make a thoughts and prayers song. Michael, by the time this song got released, US forces were confirmed to be directly responsible for the deaths of around 3,500 civilians in Afghanistan. Do not send these people your prayers. Send them to jail. What's that you say? We're all one big family? Okay, I guess my cousin just flew a plane into 3,000 of my uncles and aunties. No big deal. I can bet my bottom dollar that the Taliban aren't going to deactivate their IEDs and make peace with the US military because Billy Gilman told them to. The writing makes more sense when you find out that it was initially a draft leftover from Invincible about the Kosovo War, so it would have been a lot easier to convince Americans that both sides were in the wrong since neither of them were brown. Turns out that if you made We Are the World but replaced famine and pestilence with war and death, it wouldn't sound so good. Who would have thunk it? This is one of the latest Michael Jackson songs to be leaked, an outtake from Bad titled Throwing Your Life Away. 9 minutes? Fuck that. I'm listening to the Nephew remix he did in 2010. Both versions are pretty poorly mixed for starters. In the 86 mix, you could barely hear Michael at all, while in the Nephew mix, the EQ on the vocals and that monotonous synth line are awful. It sounds like those AI programs that try to separate different parts of the same song by EQing the hell out of it. Pair these with a bunch of jumbled lyrics and it becomes a pretty meh listen. I don't dig the sound and I don't dig the vibe. Not everything needs to be brought to the public eye. Can you tell I didn't like Invincible all that much? Instead of bloating his albums with unnecessarily long song runtimes like on Dangerous or History, instead Michael opted to bloat this album with filler tracks like Whatever Happens. I gotta give props to Michael for experimenting with his sound. For all of 20 seconds before swiftly moving into the same sleepy R&B drum pattern that has been used for the last 10 songs on this album. It made the Latin rock influence appear more like a gimmick than an actual attempt to genre blend, which I found a bit upsetting. I will give them points for bringing on Carlos Santana and having him do what he does best. Be that as it may, the potential that was left on the table made it feel like a fairly underwhelming collab between the two, at least by my standards. Also, is it just me, or does MJ's vocals sound like he's about to yawn after each line? I Can't Make It Another Day is a mess of a song. 3 incompatible songs squished together in hopes of making a banana split, which in turn came out as gelatinous slop. In one section you have these ravenous drums laying down a steady groove while someone is working on their bike with a wrench in the background. Then in the next you have these startlingly soft MJ vocals that were clearly meant for a different track, along with those strings that don't quite gel with the beat at all. And just when you thought the song couldn't get any more jarring, here comes Lenny Kravitz with his signature weightless dad rock to put us all to sleep on the chorus. Despite it all, the song is still pretty humdrum somehow. It sounds like the lead single from a singing contest winner, like The X Factor or The Voice or some shit. This track is stodgy, overcomplex, and in all honesty, a waste of a slot in Michael Jackson's posthumous discography. You Can Cry on My Shoulder is the first instance you'll see on this list where Michael just utterly carries a song with his vocal performance. If this were done by any other artist, it would be stereotypical dime a dozen 1970s lip syncing in a colourful 2-piece suit schlock. But I'll give the kid this, he sure can sing his little heart out when he wants to. I can't put this song any higher given that it sounds like a Gary Puckett song and I don't ever want to be reminded of Gary Puckett ever again, but good on MJ for trying his best with what he was given. I hate using the term dated as an insult because it's not really an insult, isn't it? Majority of the time, the archaic production of a song simply adds to the track rather than deducts. But with that being said, you can really tell that Blue Gangster came out in 2014, huh? No amount of remixes or IG skits are ever going to convince me that Michael Jackson would sound good on a trap beat. We have tried twice now, and that is 2 times too many. MJ's vocal stylings don't gel well with these bombastic horns and drum lines. years. This song is nowhere near hype enough for this kind of instrumentation. Michael Jackson has been dead for 5 years. He isn't going to perform at the Super Bowl anytime soon. Besides that, this is just a stupid concept for a song anyhow. Michael's girlfriend had been cheating on him this whole time, and now that he has found out, he has become the blue gangster. Watch out everybody, he's gonna start distributing illegal substances to the community because he's sad. He's going to put a hit out on the guy she was cheating on him with and throw his body in a barrel of acid, and it's all your fault, bitch. He's gonna start shaking down clients for loan debts in the name of love. I swear, man, I'll have your money by next week. She said she was gonna be with me forever. This is going to be the start of a subset of Michael Jackson songs where he tries to convince the audience that he is actually some stone cold badass who would kick the crap out of you. Spoiler alert, these kind of songs don't wind up ranking that high. Take this as no exception. Remember rule 1? Yeah, this is the exception. We Are the World was technically released by the United Support of Artists for Africa organization, fronted by calypso musician turned activist Harry Belafonte, but a good bulk of the creation for the song was done by Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie, so I would say that this song counts for the list. Michael apparently took the task incredibly seriously, relentlessly working on the song for an entire week with Lionel. The song meant a lot to Michael, a noted humanitarian who was persistent on helping not only the children of the United States, but those affected by the nationwide famine that occurred in Ethiopia around the mid-80s. It was a who's who of the decade's biggest artists coming together for a good cause, which is a shame because the song kinda sucks. The story goes that Stevie Wonder told the 43 other vocalists that if they don't complete the song in one take, then him and Ray Charles would have to drive everybody home. If they listened back on the tape, then they probably would have gone ahead and handed them the keys. I hate how these kind of charity songs are formatted. You would expect each vocalist to get 4 bars apiece, so approximately 2 lines each. Think of any boy band song and you'll get the gist of it. Yet for these charity singles, they tried to cramp as many vocalists as possible into one song by giving them 1 line apiece, which sounds disorientating when you're forced to scramble from Tina Turner to Billy Joel in a 5-second span. The continual shifting between vocalists also serves to highlight how poor some of these performances are. I don't think this song plays into the strengths of Willie Nelson or Bob Dylan. God bless Michael, man, he sounds fantastic on this chorus, which is funny because it was one of the only parts of the song added in post. This chorus sounds significantly worse when sung by Bruce Springsteen. And when it goes for 4 minutes straight as the outro. Turns out if you made Do They Know It's Christmas but replace Christmas with famine and pestilence, it wouldn't sound so good. Who would have thunk it? Damn, the intro of this song sounds like Kokomo. Farewell My Summer Love is the title track of the album released by Motown in 1984. Keep in mind, Michael Jackson signed with Epic almost a decade prior, so this record was merely a compilation of B-sides that were recorded in 1973 when MJ was 14. A good portion of the tracks sound like this, a sweet little ditty about Michael saying goodbye to his girlfriend who came to town to see her grandma, and now that summer is over, she has to go back home for school. Aw, how sweet. Man, this is 1984. We ain't trying to hear this shit from Michael. 84. This motherfucker was on your TV set telling everybody why he shouldn't have to pay child support. Oh no, his girlfriend went home for school. Oh, crud. I just checked outside my window. He's on his limousine doing a money spread. There are 12 naked women climbing on the limo and he has to fend them off like the Doom cover. The songs on this album are, as a whole, completely inoffensive, but if I were to rank them, I would put this track as my least favorite, simply because of how hilariously clunky these lyrics are. They just tell you the entire story in the first verse. There are also some incredibly lazy rhymes in this one. They rhyme may with good and trip with forget. That pre-chorus is better than it had any right to be, if that means anything. She Got It is only a passable listen in the sense that it is fascinating to hear how Michael composes his music in real time. It is a demo, but it is still in the stage where the crew is still trying to determine what the song is rather than what it should be. Michael asks for some pickups, he's reacting to the instrumental in real time, his lines are mostly incoherent mumbles. I think he says something about spilling mustard on the back seat, I don't really know. Really, the only reason I have it this high is because of this funky little rhythm guitar that plays on the chorus, and also the synth line they play at the end. Hey man, it was a low bar to clear with these previous songs. So I only just found out about this, but the reason this song is called Too Bad is because it is a sequel to Bad, the song. This is Bad 2. Fuck you. Wow, this song sure is boring. There's so much empty space here. The bass line is non-existent and is instead used as a glorified drum fill. The drums are super basic and the guitar is one long drone for some reason. Michael is doing the stale call and response mirrored melodies that he leans on frequently for the final third of his career. Man, this shit might actually put me in this— holy fuck, is that Shaq? I think it is. I can't hear him. I can't hear him in the mix, but wow. Shower your wisdoms upon us, ye old Aristotle. Reality brings forth realism. It sure does, Shaq. It sure does. I'm the man of steel. Organism. Twism. What the fuck is twism? The world is mine. You can't just put an entire word inside of an acronym. That's not how it works. I think you got the man of steel organism tism. Grab my crotch, twist my knees, and I'm through. Well, you are 300 pounds, your knees are probably through whether you twist them or not. This Shaq verse is so bad that it makes Too Bad half as bad as it was. Not bad, Shaq. Just a Bit of You is the most stereotypical Motown song you will ever hear. Every single Motown cliche you can think of is jammed into this thing. Drums that never leave the pocket under any circumstances, wired out guitars, female backing vocals, an overly elaborate strings and brass arrangement, an amazing bass line that you can barely hear, lyrics that correlate love with some mundane job like being a plumber or something. It has the whole 9 yards. MJ does a fine enough job with the song, but by this point in his career, it is abundantly clear that this isn't Michael Jackson's calling. They know it, he knows it, everyone knows it. It's only a matter of time. You Are My Life is one of the more disappointing Michael Jackson tracks. A sweet ode to his children, the lyrics are heart-achingly sincere and the chorus gives me that nice fuzzy feeling inside. But the song is sadly bogged down by a subpar arrangement. The backing is almost certainly a demo track made in 30 minutes. The MIDI flute and the preset drums scream cheap to me. It would feel far more complete as a stripped back acoustic piece or even a more traditional waltz. This song really personifies the Invincible album in a nutshell. The good ideas get minimal production value, while the bad ideas get way too much. I don't get the hype for Nightline. It just sounds uncoordinated to me. I mean, listen to this intro. First off, they use an anacrusis on a clap for a song in common time. So you spend the first 10 seconds of the song trying to figure out if it's out of time or not, and then the ooey-oos come in, and you think to yourself, okay, the claps are on the 2 and the 4, so that should be the melody. And then a bar skips before the bass kicks in, and then you realize, wait, the claps are on the 1 and the 3, and if you know anything about music, you never clap on the 1 and the 3. Maybe it's because I didn't go to Berkeley and I'm simply not civilized enough to understand the complexities of this subversive ancient jazz technique previously used by French horn maestro Tungsten Fingers O'Doyle, but this sounds like a 2-pack of arse. It's not even in the same key as the rest of the song. Seriously, whose idea was this? The song wants to give off the impression that this is some lively summer jam, but it is filled with so many random minor chords that it takes you out of the whole ordeal. It never really goes anywhere, doesn't build towards anything, and you can't dance to it for long before being met with I don't know, I find this to be quite an unsavory song. The lyrics are whatever, but the music itself gives off malicious undertones. This is music fit for an advertisement for over-the-counter drugs that give you gonorrhea. I think We've Got Forever might have been given to the wrong person. A good chunk of the song requires Michael to use his full diaphragm, and Lil Mike Jack is a tad too reserved for that sound. Well, that's putting it lightly, he sounds borderline comatose at times here. Do you know who would have sounded really good on this song? Stevie Wonder. There are a bunch of harmonies here that Stevie would have killed, and you're meaning to tell me that this chorus isn't Stevie coded at all? This would have been right before Songs in the Key of Life, so I'm not sure if he would even entertain doing it, but it could have worked with him at the helm. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just think this song would have been a lot better if it had a different singer, and a different writer, and a different producer, and a different label. We Are Here to Change the World is a bit of an oddball entry on this list. This was one of 2 original songs written and recorded by Jackson for Captain EO, a 17-minute short film that aired exclusively at Disney theme parks, which was written by George Lucas and was directed by Francis Ford Coppola. As if that wasn't weird enough, the other original song for the film was Another Part of Me, and the set designer? You guessed it, Barack Obama. As for this song, it is completely adequate. In the same way that You Can Cry on My Shoulder is a perfect encapsulation of the 70s, this track really serves as a summary for major pop songs of the 80s. You know the exact bass sound they use, you know the exact synth sound they use, you know the exact drum sound they use. One thing that manages to make the song stick out is the breakdown after the first verse, which might be the worst ever. At times it feels like a parody of a song, like an overly elaborate Family Guy cutaway gag. I like how the kick drum completely copies every bass note though. It adds this high octane feel to the instrumental. Holy fuck, props to that slap bass solo in the middle though. That definitely knocks it up a few spots for me. This is music fit for a Pepsi commercial. This is music fit for a Coke commercial. Nope, I changed my mind. Shout is by far the funniest Michael Jackson song. The first 15 seconds legit sent my sides into orbit the first time I heard this. The "this is not your ordinary record" call as if he's about to drop the hottest shit in the world. The fact that they decided to remix it. The beat sounding like they kept fucking up a Guitar Hero. The cinnamon, synonym, feminine, venom, and melanin, anima, middlemen, all men are friends flow that keeps throughout the entire track, the loud ass Kanye-esque wah ad-lib that they keep spamming, the chorus being an interpretation of Shout by the Isley Brothers because of course it is, the Uncle Adams tier lyrics that use a bunch of words that have the same meaning just so the audience can go, Michael Jackson was better than 99.9% of rappers today. The way he plays it dead serious so you feel bad about laughing in his face. Everything about this is just delicious garbage. I love it. It is so delusional and psychotic. If Michael grew old and ended up becoming a right-wing grifter, his albums would have been 18 versions of this song. What the hell was wrong with this man? Who gave him creative freedom? Whoever you are, I thank you for it. More frenzied conjurations from the warped mind of Michael Jackson. History probably goes so hard if you're fucking stupid. Oh, he's naming dates and using sound bites from significant moments in history, and he's telling us to make history. Wow, this is awesome. I would usually chalk this up to lowest common denominator pandering, but this really is who Michael was. When you skip through a whole minute of the Great Gate of Kiev, you get these stupendously loud organs and that goddamn call and response flow that has shown up like 4 different times now in this ranking alone. This is the only song on the list that actively made me question if Michael Jackson was really a good artist, if he would wind up only making tracks like Shout and History if he was given too much creative freedom. Luckily the chorus came in and reassured me, okay, this guy has legitimate God-given talent. Boys to Men are here as well in what might be the biggest waste of money in a Michael Jackson song, considering that they add nothing to the track. This song may be the culmination of all of Michael's flaws as a songwriter, but that chorus is far too nice for me to turn a blind eye to it. Oh god, it's a show tune. I could just smell the stench of musical theatre wafting all around Greatest Show on Earth. The simplistic instrumentation, the perpetually shifting drum patterns, the sustained notes meant to be belted to an audience, that filler section before and after the chorus, which is only there so that the actor can move to the next spot on stage. Listen to it and tell me this wouldn't pass as a Team Star Kid production. Do I hate musicals? No, I just hate 90% of the songs. Each song has to follow big academic words like momentum and catharsis, so they all blend into one homogeneous gloop to me. You can like musicals, I don't care. Most of y'all are bad bitches anyway, I'll like whatever you like, little mama. That wasn't in the script. Why did they say that? What I am trying to say is that this song sounds like the opening number to your local theatre company's autumn production, and it all seems to be below Michael's pay grade. Wow, this song sure is annoying. She's Trouble sounds comically cheap, a sharp contrast from the glitz and gold of the Thriller era it originated from. The bass is laid with this ugly synth tone that makes it sound like it has been huffing cigarettes for 48 years. But man, the real bane of this song is the chorus, which might be Michael's worst. It's that goddamn call of that makes me squirm in my seat. I tried to recall what band this chorus reminded me of, but there are too many examples that it all blended into this grey sludge in my head. Just turn on your local classic rock radio station for 30 minutes and I guarantee you will find at least one song that sounds like this. It was everywhere and it sounds so unpleasant. My brain cannot compute how Michael, in the middle of one of the greatest runs in music history, nearly put out a song this bargain binny. A big reason as to why I decided to include Michael's unreleased works on this ranking is because MJ possesses a more holistic approach to songwriting. Whenever he or his collaborators have a vision for a song, they manage to capture that vision to near completion. This is different from an artist like, say, Kanye West, where he has to be dragged by the ear in order to finish off the songs he works on. Michael Jackson's unreleased discography is comprised of tracks that are either 20% complete or 80% complete, with little in between. It just so happens to turn out that Cheetah is one of those in between. There was some legit promise with this song. I love this piano riff, for instance. It's so fun. This shit sounds like the music they play in a visual novel when the characters are trying to solve a mystery. When paired with the rhythm guitar and the sturdy, ever-trustworthy cowbell, you get this wacky groove that is somewhat enjoyable for about 80 seconds until you realize that this is going to be the whole song, and then it gets pretty tedious. The vocals telling an effectively incoherent story also hinders its value quite a bit, and it caps itself off with a key change that manages to make the song sound worse. What a shame. If only it got one or two more visits during the bad studio sessions. Cool, another unreleased Michael Jackson song from his Motown days. This one is called Who's Looking for a Lover. Whimsical times are ahead for this bubbly... I like the marimba. I like how it goes with the guitar. Man, what the fuck are these lyrics? Somebody near me who doesn't fear me knows things I ain't been taught. Somebody older, somebody bolder wants to get a hold of me. Somebody smart wants my young heart. In retrospect, this song might be about Diana Ross. Shorty was weird around my homeboy Michael. Maybe y'all were rocking with this in 1973 when the age of consent was like 6, but you should know enough about Michael Jackson by now to recognize why this track is such a cringe-worthy listen. Trust me, I wanted to like Speechless so much more than I do. Hell, I wanted to love it. The introduction is fantastic. It does everything right. Michael's a cappella draws you in better than any instrument could have. The premise of a love so strong that you are physically incapable of speaking it to the one you love is an excellent concept that ties into his past works regarding his insecurities about romance. The strings come in, the chorus keeps building, and then nothing. It just gets boring. Invincible cost $30 million to make. Where the hell did the money go? It sounds so cheap. What doesn't help is the constant key changes in the latter half of the track, which is a crutch that Michael tends to lean on quite a bit in the latter half of his career. This song might be about his wife or God, I don't know, and quite frankly, I couldn't bring myself to care. This is a repeat of You Are My Life in terms of my criticisms. Take out the drums, take out the guitars, and just have it be Michael singing with an orchestra. Then this would have been a much more effective love song. If you couldn't tell by the implementation of the tears, I tend to change my mind quite a bit. Revisiting every Michael Jackson song has resulted in a lot of tracks I previously disliked or was indifferent to suddenly clicking with me, and I expect that to happen in the future when I look back on this list. However, there are a few constants. For instance, I have always hated Who Is It? It was the first Michael Jackson song that I actively disliked. It was one of the only MJ songs that Young Bud Myth skipped. If I were to put this song into words, it would be dour, sullen, morose. Not sad per se, just the feeling of being upset without knowing why you're upset. Which is weird because this song is about getting cheated on. He has every right in the world to lash out, but he instead just acts moody for 6 minutes. Oh, I'm damned. Oh, I'm the dead. If I got cheated on, I would either be distraught or vindictive, not brooding and mopey. Michael sounds like he's fake crying. At least it suits the atmosphere with this miserable bass line. Not miserable because it's sad, but miserable because it sucks. The saving grace of a flute section in the instrumental aside, there was nothing to make me care about Michael's rigorous self-pity. This track is still as bad as I remember. I don't like how it sounds, I don't like how it stays longer than it's welcome, and I don't like how it just goes round in circles. It's like seeing that one friend go through a breakup and you feel sorry for them, and then 6 months pass and they are still wallowing in their misery and they haven't made any attempts to better themselves, and it starts to piss you off. Do you know what sucks about listening to some of these songs? Sometimes you only like one part of the entire song. So now I have to sit here knowing I cannot make a sweeping generalization of my critiques because I feel obliged to say with a straight face, yeah, I really disliked Dangerous, but actually I liked the part from 3 minutes and 29 seconds to 3 minutes and 36 seconds. But then again, what else can I say about this song? It's 7 minutes. 7 minutes! Fuck off! What, did Quincy Jones leave and take the option to fade out with him? If you have nothing to say nothing. I'm not one of those people who think that Michael Jackson fell off when he split from Quincy and Rod Templeton. You'll see later on in the list that I find some of his best tracks to come from that Dangerous History Invincible era, but I can't help but sense that Michael's albums began to fall more into excess in the final trimester of his career. We already discussed the bloated runtimes, but something else I noted was that rhythm took precipice on his works over melodies, harmonies, or lyricism. Not to say these albums lacked those, of course not, but you can tell that some songs were made when MJ was beatboxing on the toilet and was like, hold on, I gotta take this to the studio, and decides to work up from there. They have big "we let the drummer write our songs" energy. Then again, not saying this is the wrong way to write music, but it is a far cry from how his previous music was pieced together. Sometimes you get absolute gold, other times you get heartbreaker, but on too many occasions you get stuff like the title track off Dangerous, which serves as a time waster for the audience that only offers a glimpse of, dare I say it, the old MJ. Did you know the song was supposed to have a music video directed by David Lynch? So you're telling me that the song is called A Place With No Name, even though MJ clearly says in the song that he is being taken to the place without no name. Where the hell is he going? Prison, hopefully. This track occupies a strange position in Michael's catalogue, as it is the only song in his entire discography where he takes the instrumental off another song and sings over it with a new melody and lyrics. Unless you count Stranger in Moscow, where he sings over the Sonic 3 credits theme, which he wrote. Come to think of it, isn't there another song where Michael Jackson sings over the sample of an entire song? Can't think of it right now. Anyway, why does Michael pronounce flat so funny here? Flat. There are some riveting displays of lyricism on hand here, such as, I walked out, parked the car, like, sideways. On the highway? Are you trying to get hit or something? I think I prefer the Escape version of the track, since it's just so weird to hear a horse with no name without Dewey Bunnell. Speaking of that, Mike, you know the song is most likely about heroin, right? It kind of breaks the immersion of finding this utopia knowing that Michael is probably ODing in the desert somewhere. As for the song itself, it's really just Michael Jackson on autopilot. Nothing worth revisiting here. P.S. His sister did a better interpolation of an America song anyway. Don't let the cave-in get you down, Michael. I've made it through almost 50 songs by now, and I think I need to preface this to everyone just in case anyone thinks I'm being needlessly harsh on these songs. I like Michael Jackson. I do, in fact, really like his music. If I dislike or am personally indifferent to 30% of his songs, then that still means that I, at the very least, like 70% of his discography. Don't Let It Get You Down is another track from Farewell My Summer Love, and this entire record is really starting to fascinate me. The archived songs were remixed by Motown's in-house producers to give it more of a contemporary sound, but there are some songs that are so dated in the way they are orchestrated that you can tell almost instantly that it is a song out of time, and this is one of those songs. It has old school Motown pumping through its veins through and through. It's more of a refreshing experience listening to the original 1970 mix, where the teenage Michael seems more in his natural habitat. It doesn't stop the song from being a bit of a bore, however. The glamour of the classic sound quickly peels off to reveal a song of not much substance otherwise. Get Your Weight Off of Me accomplishes something I find to be quite odd. It manages to sound the exact same all the way through. Yeah, it follows the typical pop songwriting structure of verse, chorus, but each creative decision made was the obvious one. You could predict each part of the song a good 10 seconds before it actually happens. That isn't a good thing or a bad thing. There was nothing in here that made me go, ooh, I like that, or oof, didn't like that. I was completely neutral all the way through. Actually, there was a dog bark and I liked that quite a bit. That popped me. It sounds like an original song made for those 2D, 3D hybrid animation films in the early 2000s that would always tank at the box office. You know, like Titan AE, Osmosis Jones. Hey, what was up with that one song in Osmosis Jones where Kid Rock? The song never manages to get itself out of second gear, but I suppose it has a fine enough cruising speed. Did I mention this in the rules? I think I didn't. When I said that I will be including unreleased material by Michael, that includes any songs that he has performed live only once. Don't fret, there are only 2 performances that fit this criteria, with this one we'll be covering here being MJ's performance of his original song Elizabeth I Love You at Elizabeth Taylor's 65th birthday. If this isn't further evidence of Michael Jackson being a theater kid, then I don't know what is. He's as happy as a kid in a candy store up there, doing bits and shit with the little Elizabeth and the wind machine blowing in his hair. Michael and Elizabeth were the best of friends in real life, but it doesn't really come across that well in this track. Maybe it's the mediocre prose or the melodramatic orchestra, but it didn't quite click for me. It is essentially Baby's first Andrew Lloyd Webber song, but Michael just has the most insane stage presence with insane pipes to match. I'll probably never listen to it again, but it's certainly a fun watch. My favourite part of Scream is the intro. In the music video they act like this is some loud, obnoxious noise, but that's only because they weren't around to listen to Sophie yet. Past that, everything about this song is weird. I don't think it's good weird, but weird. This beat sure is something, isn't it? Like, what is it meant to be, actually? You got this baseball stadium organ lying around there somewhere. There's this really gross bass that sounds 10 times worse than the one in the intro. Someone is shattering sets of glasses in the background. Just a whole bunch of chicanery going on that I'm not sure works together all that well. At least the guitar solo is neat. I don't connect with these lyrics either. With such confusion, don't it make you want to scream? Michael, it makes me want to die. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is the first time Michael Jackson has ever said fuck in his entire life. That's weird. Speaking of weird, what is this music video and why did it cost $7 million? MJ and JJ are 2 siblings on a spacecraft doing God knows what, going God knows where. They do ballet together, Michael has a Zen garden, Janet starts pissing the long way, Michael is observing it. You know what? I didn't like the song already, but it gets knocked down a few spots just for that alone. Johnny Raven might be the perfect kind of song for a young Michael to sing. The I must leave you because I am a free man and no one could tie me down angle comes across more pleasantly when done by a child rather than a fully grown adult. When little MJ says he has to leave because his restless heart says fly, you're inclined to believe him. Poor kid wants to experience the world, he has no time for romance, he's got to do business with some Brazilian mob bosses. It's far more good-natured than some grown-ass man leaving his girlfriend out to dry and not giving a reason. The mixing is pretty swampy like most of the songs off Music and Me, but there isn't anything that takes you out of the song, well except for that massive click going through the final chorus. Also, is it just me or does the hook on this give off some Van Morrison vibes? Okay, just me, right on. It could have been executed a little better, but Michael's strongest qualities shine here and that's the most important thing. Anyways, hold on to your seats folks, because this next ranking is going to be a bit controversial. Yeah, I didn't really like Jam all that much. The drums just aren't as hard as most people say they are. Maybe in 1991 this was the hottest beat on the scene, but I can't imagine busting it down to these sleigh bells. Paul's Boutique just came out, go put that in the Ghetto Blaster instead. Luckily it is bolstered somewhat by that droning synth and a killer hook. Now on to the verses. Michael, I can't hear you. Whatever. There's this lyric that goes, I asked my neighbor for a favor, she said later, what has come of all the people? Hey, fuck you, Michael. Can't you see I'm cleaning my gutter out right now? I know he doesn't mean it in a literal sense, but it represents how the writing on this song ends up floundering on this track. Sure, the world is coming apart at the seams and people are searching for anything to make them feel some hope, but fortunately for you, I'm above all that because I'm at peace and jamming. Also, stop asking me for money. I'm not gonna give you any money. For a song that is essentially about dancing your problems away, it sure does come off as needlessly condescending. Who cares about your electricity bill and your impending divorce? Be more like me, Michael Jackson. I love to sing and dance and nothing could ever get me Hey! Don't you fucking touch me again, I'll beat your ass, punk. Funnily enough, Heavy D sounds much better than Michael does on the beat that he made himself. His bars were a whole bunch of nothing and they were still the most enjoyable part of the song. That's tough. I love this part in the music video where Michael Jackson dances while guarding Michael Jordan. They play it off as a joke, but this was legitimately how motherfuckers would guard MJ in the 90s. You could just call an empty side triple threat each possession, and as long as you had burst and a midi, you could just hit everything over them. Man, every ring before the illegal defense rule got axed should be just rescinded. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, Jam. It's mid. We've Had Enough has a strong foundation, even if it is essentially Earthsong 2.0. Families torn asunder, innocent lives lost, futures decimated, and for what? Because those with authority feel like it is a task assigned to them by God? Don't they know that only He has that power? It's a powerful message, but man, listening through Michael Jackson's entire discography, you just get so sick of this sound. I don't think the story of a child openly weeping over the death of his mother needs to be accompanied by a 12-string and a slide guitar. It gets to the point where when the chorus finally arrives, it doesn't feel climactic or gratifying at all, since you could see the stomp claps and the electric guitar coming a mile away. And it's also 6 damn minutes just for extra salt in the wound. Another potentially great song ruined by Invincible era lethargy. I feel like Will You Be There always manages to get the short end of the stick. It frequently gets dismissed as a cash grab money tie-in, but I don't know, I think there is some value to be found here. Not enough to justify the 8-minute runtime with the Beethoven prelude, but that's what the radio edit is for, I guess. The thesis of this song is simple but effective. Michael recognizes God's plan for him as a musical megastar, but he is deeply concerned about this path. He is only human, so what if he makes a mistake or somehow betrays the trust of the people he adores? So he humbly asks the audience if they will be there for him throughout the trials and tribulations of his life. I especially like how the first verse alludes to the baptism of Jesus in the River Jordan. He essentially asks, "You were there for me when I was purified. Will you be there for me when I am crucified?" With all that being said, I can't get behind this melody. It's simply too elementary. It sounds like something I would have made on GarageBand when I was 11. Overall, I think I have to put this in the corny but I respect it section. Michael Jackson was one of the few artists who could make something so cheesy be so earnest. I don't think Family Thing should even qualify as a song, really. Michael had nothing written for the verses, so he just whispers and murmurs throughout the entire track like an O'Malley freestyle. It's the only Michael Jackson song where the metronome is the drum track, for crying out loud. MJ and his team probably recorded this in 20 minutes, hoping to come back to it on a day that never came. So why the hell do I have it higher than the likes of Give In To Me, Who Is It, Scream, Jam, and Will You Be There? I just like the hook. Yeah, that's it, really. I think it's really good. The fact is, I just enjoyed the specific part of the song more than any other point in time listening to the tracks preceding it on this ranking. One of the hardest parts about sorting this list is determining whether I should have my judgment cater towards song quality or song enjoyment, and as much as I want to seem like a reputable musical analyst, I'm gonna have to lean towards overall song enjoyment. I hear a song like this and think, oh yeah, that's the one with the good hook I like. While with a song like Dangerous, my thoughts go, oh yeah, it has that one good part, but you gotta sift through 6 minutes of music to listen to those specific 5 seconds. I'm sorry if me believing that a demo where Michael Jackson goes ha ba 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 for 4 minutes has some replay value completely shatters your suspension of disbelief regarding this video. With Euphoria being taken off the board, we are now down our first album as Music and Me has no songs left to rank. Oh man, can you believe it? No more Music and Me. Yeah, anyway, on to Euphoria. What the fuck is this? For a song that has a line about not taking drugs, this song really sounds like it wants people to take drugs. What else could he be meaning other than ecstasy? Say Euphoria and you'll feel fine from the start. Oh yeah, I see, so Euphoria is what the kids are calling it now. Why would I trust a song telling people to be euphoric when all they say in terms of achieving it is, I don't know, just be yourself or something, man? Looking at some of these lyrics, I think everybody involved in the creative process of this song song was zooted as all hell. I thought the tripped out guitar was just for show, but I genuinely think Berry Gordy let little MJ spark up a doobie in the booth. Bro is so high he forgets the concept of sorrow. Come on Michael, did you ever stop to notice this crying earth? This weeping shore? Yeah, the jury is still out on whether the Michael Jackson stoner rock song will ever get another listen from me. It has a good intro though. A lot of MJ's early work couldn't captivate with musical prowess alone, so what it lacked in technique, it tried to make up for in charm. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes you have tracks like Touch the One You Love that manage to just squeak over the line. These lyrics are so juvenile that I can't help but love them. If I had a penny for every time I didn't hold your hand, if I had a nickel for every time I didn't understand, I would be the world's poorest millionaire. World's poorest millionaire? Bro, how far in debt are you? No wonder you ended up becoming $500 million in the red. I love how the entire song seemed to stem from a time where he and his girlfriend were watching a movie together and she started crying and he was like, "Fuck you crying for?" The message of making sure to touch the one you love if you want the one you love to touch you is very sweet and very mature and cannot be construed as an innuendo under any circumstances because I am a very mature grown man. It's a song about being young and dumb by a kid who is young and dumb. It gets a pass in my book. Cry was the second and final single released from Invincible, and thus it is one of the last singles Michael Jackson released in his lifetime. The song was produced by Michael himself and written by just ignore him. Don't make eye contact with him. I don't know how long he's gonna stand there, but just don't interact with him. Yeah, I think Michael did the best he could with a song like this. The lyrics are laughably generic and he doesn't try to wow anyone in terms of chord progression or harmonics. In truth, I admired the refinement MJ did on production here. He's surprisingly modest with his instrumentation, keeping the drums light and constrained while tucking away little tidbits in the mix like the flourishes of the keys on the second verse and the guitar arpeggios in the bridge. After that, it kinda gets out of hand with the flash mob and the claps and whatnot. I like Michael's soft wallows of on the chorus and even the backing vocals by Mr. Kelly sound, "What are you doing? Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Just ignore him. He'll go away on his own. Just don't look at him." It's about as inoffensive of a song as you could possibly ask for from MJ, and if anything, shows how well he can make a song like this without it sounding like a complete farce. Whew, there he goes. Someone in the Dark is a promotional single released in 1982 for E.T., the audiobook. Michael was offered the role of narrator for the storybook in addition to writing a song exclusively for the album. Michael accepted under the conditions that 1. They must release the storybook in 1983 to not coincide with the launch of Thriller, and 2. The original song must not be released as a single. So anyway, Someone in the Dark premiered on radio stations on November 1982. Michael was pissed, but hey, at least the world got to see this amazing single cover. What a masterpiece of a picture this is. E.T. is somehow bigger than Michael, even though in the film he is the size of a toddler. They're holding hands. Michael Jackson and the alien from E.T. fucked, and MJ was the bottom. This song sounds super pretty. Man, I love a good Rhodes. It sounds magical alongside this bass and faint guitar. I suppose the thing holding me back from definitively liking it is the fact that it's just so sappy. The lyrics were written by Alan and Marilyn Bergman, two well-respected songwriters from the film industry whose songs, respectfully speaking, I have never heard of, but they didn't leave that much of a first impression on me. It's as if they went, "Hey, have you heard Beauty and the Beast?" And Michael was like, "What? No, this is 1982. And they were like, "Oh, well, we're just gonna do that, but without the romance." AKA, give me a song with nothing. The lyrics and melody are so whatever to me, which is a shame because I know that Michael can make something extraordinary with the soundscape and not make it sound like an Olivia Newton-John song. I'm not disappointed. The lawsuit that ensued was the first step to Michael owning all of his masters, so get that bag, I guess. What the fuck? There's a second one? This is the same song, just slightly better because the bass has more licks. And there is one less verse. Man, screw you, damn you and your masters. I hope E.T. gave you space aids. Ben. It's Ben. It's really, really Ben. Does anyone remember an ominous bass note being played at the beginning of this track? Am I the only one? It did come from a horror film with the same name after all, so take from that what you will. What can I say about Ben? It is Ben. It is probably the most normal Michael Jackson song he has ever recorded. There is not a single indication that the kid who sang this song would go on to make Billie Jean or Smooth Criminal. On the other hand, that's why it's been covered like a bajillion times. There is nothing to distinguish it from any of the other slow milquetoast ballads of the early 70s, so why did we hold this to such high regard? Is the story of Ben that charming? Is it nostalgia? Or is it just because Michael Jackson actually became a megastar after this? I think it's a bit of all three, really. Personally, I appreciate that this was the first touchstone of Michael Jackson's career, and the whole world has to answer right now, so I'll tell you once again, who's Ben? You Are Not Alone is the black sheep in terms of Michael Jackson's hits catalogue. It was Michael's final song to hit #1. It was the first song in Billboard history to ever debut at the top of the chart, yet it isn't remembered as fondly as his other chart toppers, even those from the same era. I believe that this is primarily because the track is less associated with MJ and more so with its writer. If you ask someone on the street about the song, there's a likely chance they'll respond, "Oh, that's the R. Kelly one, right?" Ah, crap, here he is again, just ignore him. This song is similar to Ben in the manner that they aren't really elevated by having Michael Jackson on vocals. It has an everyman feel that you can't attribute to the king of pop. You are primed for him to unleash these ludicrous vocal runs, but he plays it fairly straight here, and honestly, I'm not sure if it makes me like the track more or less. I do love these key changes in the final chorus, especially when they climb up to that E-flat major. It sounds exquisite. I have my concerns about the lyrical material, however. Namely, who is the voice that is calling Michael in the chorus? If you never thought about it in your entire life like I did, you would have assumed that it was his lover calling from afar, but he says that she left him without saying goodbye. He is having delusions about her. So who is it? Was it God? A guardian angel? Is his inner conscious telling him that he will never be alone like a fucking crazy person? Does Genius have any answers? Figures. Who cares anyway? R. Kelly's a bad songwriter, big whoop. Maybe his inner conscious should have told him to not marry a 15-year-old. I mean, great song, really great song. Is he still looking? Okay, I have to get serious with this one. Scared of the Moon is a 1984 demo that recounts the life story of a girl who is, well, scared of the moon. He chronicles her growing up being terrorized by the visions of twilight moonbeams entering her room before joining a support group that looks to overcome their collective fear. This track is a clear allegory for a significant form of childhood trauma, but then again, Michael Jackson is the kind of guy who would write a song about a girl who literally has selenophobia after meeting her on tour or something. The most obvious reading would be that this girl was a victim of assault, being terrified of the nighttime as she signified the moon with her abuse. She was told to suppress and deny her anguish as a child, but now that she has grown up, she is able to recognize the severity of her abuse, and it causes her great torment and distress to realize what was done to her. In the end, she reaches out to a support group who offer her companionship as they make efforts to process their trauma. There is an alternative perspective where the little girl could have been seen as Michael himself. Maybe he is recollecting the abuse he has faced in his childhood now that he is an adult. The song was written around the same time Michael was working on the Victory album for the Jacksons, so maybe his brothers are the others who sit in a room, banding together so they can enrich each other with a shared sense of what the hell was that? Oh man, I was gonna give this one a nice high score and everything, but I can't go revisit this song knowing that thing is going to show up. Congratulations, Michael. I'm now scared of the moon. Just want to clarify something real quick. Price of Fame is on this list while Al Capone is not. They are both cut from the same cloth, as in demos that eventually evolved into another better song. The difference is that it takes 3 seconds into Al Capone for you to realize, wait, this is just Smooth Criminal, while it takes 20 seconds into Price of Fame for you to realize, wait, this is just Billie Jean. Furthermore, the subject of the song is completely separate from what it would become. While BJ... yeah, I'm not abbreviating that shit. While Billie Jean has a narrative that is, for the most part, detached from the persona of Michael Jackson, this song goes full character bleed, with MJ dwelling over how his newfound stardom has put a strain on his relationship with his friends, family, and lovers. The drum work emphasizes that impending dread of someone watching your every move quite well. It makes me feel like somebody's watching me, and I get no privacy. But at the end of the day, it's no Billie Jean. It misses that je ne sais quoi that its spiritual successor had. Some may find For All Time to be pretty boring, and in all fairness, I actually agree. There isn't much more to this song outside of a first listen. Its high ranking is more so commemorative of how it serves as a relic of its time. I love this early 90s contemporary sound with the GS1 and the reverbed Stratocaster. Michael's voice complements this sort of simplistic instrumental so well with his higher register. I don't think this song would have worked as well for me if it had, say, Johnny Gill or He Who Shall Not Be Named doing the vocals. I view this song as more of a proof of concept for a good song rather than a definitive one, but I relish it nonetheless. The Lost Children is another song that is generally disliked by the fandom, and I can definitely see why it garnered that reputation. The track is really subdued, perhaps too subdued for the average MJ fan. The chorus sounds more like an Irish drinking song than an ode to the unfortunate, and a child choir is scientifically proven to be one of the worst things you can include in a song. But this song possesses something that a lot of tracks off Invincible lack, and that's sincerity. This doesn't come across as sappy or preachy. He doesn't try to tug on your heartstrings by telling sob stories about some poor little girl who gets her legs blown off. It isn't trying to be anything grandiose or monumental, and that's something I can appreciate. This is simply a prayer. Each day we pray for the safety of those we cherish. We pray for our friends and family and lovers and future, but we neglect those who do not have who and what we are thankful for. So Michael decides to dedicate this song to them. There is something so heartfelt in the way the chorus bellows for all the lost children, wishing them well and following... For all the lost children, wishing them well and wishing them home. It felt like something a lost child out there needed to hear. I'll also go on record to say that I adore this outro. The sounds of children playing with that flute in the back fading into a quiet ambient night is so pure that it set off my paternal instincts, which is weird because I don't have children. Well, there was that one girl who showed me a picture of a baby crying and his eyes were like mine. It's great to hear something off of Invincible that actually sounds like it had production value. Ending with the line, "It's getting dark, we better go home now," is just... it's good. The thing is, I'm reading this off a script, and I know for sure that this song is definitely one that sounds a lot better on paper. So I'm just going to leave it here before I change my mind and put it next to history. The process of discovering this song has to have been the same for everyone, right? Like, you're scrolling through your YouTube recommended page one day and you see this video by a channel named Michael Jackson and you go, wait, I don't recall any MJ song by that name. And then you click on it and it sounds like this and you think to yourself, I cannot fucking believe this song exists. The story behind this song's existence is that it was intended to be a remix of Ice Cube's We Be Clubbin', meant for a compilation album commissioned by the NBA, but it was never released due to the lockout in 1998. Once the shock of it all dissipates, it becomes apparent that this is a completely play-it-straight sports song. It's essentially, basketball is my favorite sport, I like it when they dribble up and down the court, but over a parappa-the-rapper beat. None of the lines stand out in any humorous way like you would expect they would be, especially with Shaq on the track. The closest we get is Ice Cube mentioning Allen Iverson in one line, which is ironic considering that AI and Shaq would face off in the finals a few years after this song was made. Michael Jackson's hook is really good though, because of course it is, he's Michael Jackson. There is an argument to be made that this is an Ice Cube song rather than a Michael Jackson song, and therefore it shouldn't qualify for this list. Counterpoint, the man who uploaded it is named Michael Jackson. I rest my case. Work That Body is the first song to appear on this list that I actually love. I cannot in good conscience place this any higher, but man, this is a silly song. The beat sounds like a Toe Jam and Earl level. Michael sounds like he's drunk. The story of the song is just Michael walking up to a girl and saying, "Hey girl, what's with the long face? Come dance with me. You got nothing better to do than to grind on Michael Jackson." I love it. Every time those backup vocals shout, "Work that body," in that monotone voice, it puts the biggest, dumbest smile on my face. A testament of a good artist is when even their stupid songs sound good, and MJ passed that test with flying colors. Maybe I've grown to be too much of a softie, but We've Got a Good Thing Going managed to warm this frozen heart of mine. But only a tiny bit. These aren't the most motivated vocals Michael has laid down, but they suit the feel-good nature of the track just fine. The real star of the show here is this instrumental that really homes in on that bright spring morning to an acute degree. The glockenspiel has nestled itself perfectly in the mix, and those background vocals do a fair share of the heavy lifting in the vocal department, especially on the chorus. It has a ukulele in it, for crying out loud. That was a good 40 years before Joji ruined the instrument forever, so it still works for the song. It really brings the upbeat whimsical sound together into a tight, pleasant little number. Boy, let me tell you, this intro has major sampling potential. I could definitely imagine someone like Justin Bieber. You Were There, the second of the 2 live recordings to feature on this list, was performed in 1990 for Sammy Davis's 16th anniversary special, and right off the bat, I found this to be far more sincere than the dedication to Elizabeth Taylor. Maybe because Sammy Davis appeared visibly touched by the performance. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was probably thinking, I can't believe they charged $40 for a Negroni. The instrumentation is more organic in comparison to the electric piano and the perfectly synced choir of Elizabeth I Love You. The woodwind section does a great job conjuring the sound of mid-20th century show tunes. Furthermore, the lyrics detail how Sammy's legacy and the discrimination he faced helped contribute to shattering racial barriers in the entertainment industry, a theme that resonates with far more people than if MJ got up on stage and said, Sammy, I love you, you're so cool, and you bought me this guitar for Christmas a few years back. It feels larger than Michael, it suits the regal vibe more. It's short, it's simple, but it is incredibly sweet. Each time I listen to Cinderella Stay a While, my opinion on the track fluctuates entirely. At first I disliked it, those backing vocals got on my nerves rather quickly. I thought it was another pseudo-musical number that MJ did a ton of in his Motown days. On revisit, I started to warm up to it. There are a plethora of little flourishes hidden in the track that made me nod in approval. I enjoy the end of the verses where the horns really start to shine. On another revisit, I thought the songwriting was too standard for me to consider it decent. On my final listen as I'm writing this, I figured that the production has elevated it to hovering around that decent tier. This is one of the rare times where the vocal mixing really stood out to me in a good way. Not sure why. Maybe I'm just thinking about things to like about it. Oh well, too late to change my mind now. Take Me Back seems like one of those songs where it took 20 seconds to write the killer chorus that everybody in the studio loves, and then they realize that they have to write verses, and they spend a solid 3 hours just umming and ahhing until they eventually fart out a finished song. The track revolves entirely around its chorus, and I don't blame them one bit. It's pure Motown goodness, and it's not as if the rest of the song lets it down. As a matter of fact, it sounds quite lavish. Those bongos sound magnificent. The issue lies in the fact that the chorus takes up 60% of the song. If all you are going to do is stay in that pocket, then you kind of put a cap on how good your song can be, unless the chorus melody is an all-timer, which this is not. For what it's worth, it's still a fairly intriguing listen. You can copy and paste what I said about Take Me Back and it would apply for Girl You're So Together. The only difference is that I prefer how the latter sounds more. The melody is more lively, the songwriting is more driven, the structure is more attentive. It has an all ages appeal as opposed to Take Me Back, which is more grandpa oriented music. I love that Brian May-esque guitar tone on the back end of the track as well. I will say, I do believe that MJ gives a fairly lackadaisical vocal performance on this one, and it does clash with the outlandish 80s style coat of paint that was applied for Farewell My Summer Love. Songs like these go to show that sometimes all you really need is a standout chorus in order for a track to work. Let me tell you, that chorus sure is great. It has some real sampling the wiggles! Little Susie is the song that I had the hardest time ranking. My thoughts on it have been flickering back and forth like a metronome. It's not in the fashion of Cinderella Stay a While where my opinion would change depending on which mood I'm in. I'm entirely uncertain as to whether this track is a good song that underwhelms or a bad song that overachieves. It is not an enjoyable listen, but that's the thing. It isn't meant to be. It starts with a rendition of Pie Jesu, a Latin hymn that was typically performed at Requiem Masses, a fitting backdrop considering the subject matter. This is followed by the main melody of the song being performed by a little girl in a music box. Needless to say, this is a pretty ambitious sound for MJ and quite the departure from the more conventional song structures found on History. An ample amount of courtesy went into the arrangement of the piece, with the orchestra shrilling with a lush yet startling tone and the music box somberly echoes through the underbelly. The introduction may sour some listeners due to the almost 3-minute length, but they established the atmosphere of the track so thoroughly that I kind of consider the first half of the song as essential listening. The second half, however, this is where Michael begins to narrate the story of little Susie, a girl found dead alongside her music box, which she would play each day at noon. The only one of the townsfolk who knew Susie was the man next door, who noted how the young girl lived in despair, desperately pleading for anyone to help. The last verse reveals that Susie had lost both of her parents along with her grandfather and has since lived in serious neglect, with the track heavily implying that little Susie had taken her own life by falling down the stairs. If I were to summarize summarize my thoughts on Little Susie, it would be with this clip.
And the way this book came about is because my dad passed away about a year ago, and I had a box of what nigga, you laughing?
Man, I do not care about Susie. Call me heartless, but you can't just say, this child is dead, and expect me to start weeping immediately. The fact that we only know Susie posthumously really lessens the impact of her passing. It would have been infinitely more heartbreaking if the song was set in reverse, chronicling the neglect from her family, the suffering she feels as a result, her crying for help as the villagers ignore her pleas, and the final verse being the town discovering her lifeless body and becoming overcome with regret. Otherwise, this shit just reads like a Facebook post. This is little Susie. She was found dead 3 years ago to this day. When her parents left her and everyone ignored her, she took her own life. She has since haunted the town and killed those who had wronged her, scooping out their eyes and cutting off their tongues. Share this to 10 friends or else little Susie will come to your room in the middle of the night and end you. I have no idea why he sets this up as a murder mystery. And don't give me any of that, oh, you could tell it was a suicide all along shit, because this is deliberately written to seem like Susie was killed. She was screaming for help, but nobody came. Her dress was torn, and there is special emphasis put on the blood in her hair. He literally opens the song saying somebody killed little Susie. Somebody, not everybody, and he circumvents that narrative for what? So he can tell the audience, make sure to help anyone who comes to the town square at noon and winds up a music box. So I've played enough FNAF to know that you should never help anybody who owns a music box. Also, I know Mr. The Kid Is Not My Son is not giving me a lecture on not neglecting my children. Michael's writing comes across as quite amateurish here, which is why I am at such a strange impasse with this song. Michael Jackson is what makes the song great, but I think it would be better without him, in a way. I guess it just goes to show the ebb and flow of Michael Jackson as a songwriter. I have no choice but to admit that it was a well-made song and move on. Well, this is grim. I wasn't expecting the most jubilant listening experience coming from a track named To Make My Father Proud, sung by a child with an infamously awful father, but luckily they don't go down that route. As a matter of fact, I admire the theme of the song quite a bit. It's essentially Michael saying, even if I don't become the biggest pop star of all time, all that matters is that I tried my best and made my parents proud of me. The rest is in God's hands. I don't know, I find that really sweet and noble. Thank you, Larry Weiss, writer of Rhinestone Cowboy. It's kind of eerie in a way hearing Michael being so optimistic yet pragmatic about his future. It's like the tale of Orpheus, you just know something bad is about to happen. You know, hubris and all that. On the musical front, it could be a smidge better. The song is written a bit out of Michael's range here. You can really tell how uncomfortable Michael was getting his voice so low on these songs. Fortunately, the song picks up whenever Michael is in his natural state of belting everything, especially in that final chorus. Good grief. The bridge with the child choir is hilarious though. Blood really thinks he's like Pink Floyd or some shit. Outside of that, the track is nice, albeit foreboding. Good, but foreboding. Can I just take a second to say that we are almost at the 100 mark of this video. That is pretty crazy if I do say so myself. Thanks for sticking around, by the way. I still got some way to go, so go get some refills or preferably take a break and go for a walk. If anyone is listening to this in the background while they're at work or doing shit around the house, cheers for listening in. If you're enjoying yourself so far, why not like and subscribe and hit the— yeah, you're right, I'm stalling. Am I the only one who doesn't really like Bad all that much? It's fine. It's a fine song. I'm not sure why it's so big. Well, I do know why it's so big. It's a big sounding song. The late 80s European house keys, the breathy bass they play underneath it, those clicks that act as the zealous pulse of the song, the organ solo, that's all well and good. But this isn't a completely define an entire generation of music type of big song. My biggest gripe with this song is probably my biggest issue with MJ's discography. I am not scared of Michael Jackson. Why does he keep making songs where he threatens to beat people up or eat their souls or some shit? I can beat Michael Jackson in a fight. I guarantee that I can beat Michael Jackson in a fight. Look at him. He is skin and bone, and he has been his entire life. You're telling me that, oh baby, give me one more chance, kid got hands? This is why I don't believe all that stuff about him touching kids, because if he ever tried any weird shit, they would have just beaten the snot out of him. You are from Gary. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. Just go get the gun. This is the quintessential I'm Back Bitch single. A song about nothing other than informing the audience that Michael Jackson is back on his bullshit. The sound is right on the money, but I can't get past these lyrics. Man, Prince was right. Who the fuck does start a song like that? Especially when he follows it up with "just show your face in broad daylight." Wait, maybe we knew why this song was meant to be a duet after all. I love the line where he says, "We can change the world tomorrow, this could be a better place. If you don't like what I'm saying, then won't you slap my face?" No, I agree with you, Mike. This is so funny. He has no enemies at this stage of his career, so the only time he can get mad is thinking about the Illuminati. All you oil tycoons better listen up. I got tutus, I got nines, I got banana clips. Let a venture capitalist try me. Your butt is mine. I'm gonna make you shamoan when I slip it. Another major issue that I have with Bad is that they just try to do everything at once. The rhythm guitar they plop on top of the second verse is way too much and only serves to begrime the mix with how present it is. There is so much going on in the home stretch of this track that the allure starts to wear off. If you listen to the drums, they fit Michael's Leather Daddy sound like a glove, but when you get to the end, they might as well not even be there. It may sound like I'm being too negative on this track, but let's be honest, all you ever hear from this track is good things, and I understand why, but I think it's ridiculous that it's held in such high regard that some consider it as the Michael Jackson song. Bad is a track that is meant to be an album opener, and not much more. Maria is gross, but I mean that in a music way, so it's a compliment. This shit left me with a stank face at some parts. Each instrument has plenty of room to work with this lumbering rhythm. The guitar and bass especially stick out with their blue-collar timbre, while the harpsichord and the cries of prevent it from tilting too far into the glum side of things. Even little MJ understood the assignment and went to town on the vocal department. Michael is at a strange crossroads in his career where the songs he is given have been capped at a certain threshold so that any track with a notable jump in quality is met with the question, wait, why was this given to the prepubescent boy and not a more established artist? But he gives such a good performance here that you forget that you're listening to a 12-year-old. Sadly, it doesn't stay in that groovy haven forever as the drums kick in and it turns into a more standard young MJ affair. But when shit was poppin', it was poppin'. Man, I would have loved to see MJ experiment with more blues tracks later in his career. I think he could have pulled some off. I have a fondness towards MJ's unreleased recordings that is a bit difficult for me to express. They have this idyllic ambience running throughout the sound waves that make it seem like bedroom pop. The manufactured gloss on some of his official releases kind of draw me away from the experience. Less is more, as they say. It's like how some people prefer acoustic versions or Tiny Desk renditions of songs, or maybe a cover that completely upends the original. Free is an exemplary case of this issue for me. I'll explain why later, but I think I would have liked this song a lot less if it actually got finished and was placed on Bad. Stripped of any unnecessary clutter, this sounds wonderful, especially this back half. Listen to that damn MIDI flute go. Unfortunately, you receive the other end of the double-edged sword, which is that the song is unfinished. Little of the lyrics are actually intelligible. It's a bit sad, but I'm glad we were able to get the official release of the demo when it most likely would have been the superior sound. Is it scary? No, but the song is pretty good. It serves as an inversion of Ghosts where instead of Michael being constantly haunted by the outside world, the general public are haunted by the prospect of Michael Jackson being a pedophile. Mike, I don't know where you're trying to go with this. This isn't the epic rebuttal you're making it out to be. You're a monster for what you did to those children. You're damn right I'm a monster. I'll even hide under your bed and watch you while you sleep. What? It reminds me of that 20-minute song by R. Kelly he made right before going to prison where he basically says, "That's right, I admit it, I am, in fact, the greatest R&B singer of all time. You are right. I am awesome." This track is carried predominantly by its pre-chorus. It's warm and inviting, yet vicious and hostile. It's quite lavish, so much so that it sounds like it belongs on History rather than its deluxe edition at times. The clarinet and the spacious choir dispersed throughout crafts the bridge between the two works quite nicely. If you excuse whatever sort of message Mike is trying to convey in this, you can find some much needed moments of respite from the draining experience that is History in the mix. Okay, I could kind of see the vision with Melody. It's a testament to the strength of the songwriting that the song managed to sound so good in both the original 1973 mix and the updated 1984 mix for Farewell My Summer Love. That chorus is a real earworm as well. If this got remixed by a French house producer in the 2000s a la Valerie by Steve Winwood, I could definitely imagine it being a big radio smash. It teeters on the edge of old school and new school, and I respect that. Good track. I think an important component of cooking up a good song by a young Michael Jackson is being able to suspend my disbelief. Like, I know that Michael didn't write any of this stuff, but it has to make me think for even a moment that he possibly could have. Out of all the Motown Michael Jackson tracks, I think that When I Come of Age maintains the suspension of disbelief the best. Hal Davis manages to construct a fairly strong character voice for Michael here. When it comes to what he wants to be when he grows up, he's tenaciously inspired yet completely undecided. He wants to be a movie star. Wait, no, I'll be an astronaut. Oh, wait, I'll be a captain of a ship. That'll be awesome. The one thing he is certain of is that he wants to spend that future with his girlfriend. Aw, how sweet. Too bad, buddy, that Norwood scale is coming to kick your ass. And when I say Norwood scale, I mean Rogue Firework from a Pepsi commercial. If there is one gripe I have with this song, it's that they kind of baby Michael a little bit here. They treat him like he's still 10 years old, which is a recurring problem with most of his Motown solo records, but it's more noticeable here considering the nature of the track. No 14-year-old boy wants to become an astronaut anymore. They want to become a stockbroker or a septic tank cleaner. No in between. Other than that, it is endearing enough to place a good tier above a bulk of the work made in his adolescence. Remember Rule 2? Yeah, this is the exception. The demo for PYT has received notoriety for sounding absolutely nothing like the track that wound up on Thriller. This is supposedly Michael's vision for the song, with the PYT we came to know and love being written by James Ingram. While the official release establishes itself as a good-ass time from the get-go, this version feels more intimate with its slower tempo and that sweet, sweet Rhodes. It's not a sex jam though, the bass is doing far too much for that to be the case. James Ingram's PYT depicts Michael seducing a pretty young thing, while MJ's PYT is about a pretty young thing seducing him. Maybe I'm reading way too deep into things, but that seems like some inadvertent insight on MJ's psyche to me. How his perception of a pretty young thing is a caring, loyal partner who accepts and cherishes his timidity, while Quincy and his fellow songwriters view the phrase as something Michael would say while humping the pavement and shattering windshields trying to pick up chicks. Do I like what PYT ended up becoming? Of course. But did I find myself enjoying the demo more? No. What? Of course not. Why would... I haven't even covered PYT yet. What, you think I just skipped it? Yeah, the demo's still pretty good though. I will go on record to say that Off the Wall is my favorite Michael Jackson album. I will also go on the record to say that Burn This Disco Out is my least favorite song from Off the Wall. It feels like a bit of a regression to the Gamble and Huff days where MJ and his family moved over to Epic and started exhibiting more creative control, but were still limited to a fairly orthodox vision of what disco is. There are Jackson 5 songs that Michael recorded before and after this one that managed to maximize this sound to a fuller extent. I'm still placing it a fair bit higher than most other songs because it is from Off the Wall, so therefore it sounds absolutely fantastic. It's a pretty disappointing way to end the album, but I'm only saying that because of how high of a standard it sets. He gave us Do You Know Where Your Children Are? You say he touched those kids? No, seriously, this track is pretty fucked up. The fact that children running away from home, moving to Hollywood, and getting groomed is a recurring theme in Michael's music is dreadfully bleak. It has gotten to the point where it becomes apparent that this is how he views himself, a child who was seemingly saved from abuse by fame and fortune only to be abused further. It makes me forgive all the mawkish Save the Children songs that I would have considered inexcusable if it were made by someone like... him. On the bright side of things, this song is the final hee-hee of Michael Jackson's career, an unpopular opinion here, but this is his best one. It is so clean, so crisp. This is the hee-hee I hear in my mind when I imagine hee-hee. Those synth stabs are so wacky and obtuse that you would think that they would completely clash with the contents of the lyrics, but they surprisingly don't. The mix does get fairly skew-with at times, especially in the chorus, but I still prefer this to the original version, which sounds like it was apparently recorded in the Tidal Tempest level from Sonic CD. It is an austere song made with such bold creative decisions that it teeters on the edge of insanity, but thankfully doesn't lose its balance. Solid track overall. Hot Street was dangerously close to being on Thriller. Michael himself vouched for the song to be on the album on multiple occasions, but both Quincy Jones and Rod Templeton felt as if the track was not good enough and vetoed it in favor of Baby Be Mine. In retrospect, it was the right choice. If it did manage to make it on the track list, then it would instantly stick as the worst song on the record. Keep in mind, being the worst song on Thriller means that you are only a good song, God forbid. I love that guitar. Now that I think about it, that guitar is 80% of the reason why I like this song. I don't really have any other notes on it, I just like the guitar a lot. I know that people like to look at these types of tracks and go, oh, Michael Jackson was so good, even his unreleased songs would have been hits, but no. Not this one. I don't buy it. In an alternate universe, would people be in the streets singing Hot Street as Bernie Sanders becomes president and the Mariners win the pennant? I don't think so. I guess what I'm trying to say is that it needs more cowbell. This time around is another diss track off of History, but it immediately laps its counterpart due to the fact that it never really delves into specifics. Michael pretty much says, you know what happened, I know what happened, they know what happened, there's no real need to name names here. It gives Mike more freedom to construct a nice beat and a solid melody since he doesn't have to search for petty jabs to throw in. It doesn't really try to deviate or mix things up around the middle, so the hook starts to grow a little stagnant after a while, but I'll be damned if this doesn't get stuck in your head after a couple of listens. Biggie Smalls has a verse here and he is just so good at this rapping shit, man. He is one of the guys in the industry that I never get bored of. The way the beat switches to make his rhymes seem more harrowing is a superb touch as well. This is what DS should have been. Sharp, assertive, and with just enough piss and vinegar without spoiling the broth. Invincible is a poor man's Unbreakable. That is a good thing. If there is one thing that later stage MJ needed in his albums, it was consistency. It doesn't matter if the song was good or bad, just as long as it sounds like something else on the project. They typically fall apart around the midway point of the album. The cohesion is usually broken by a docile, dickless ballad before the tone of the album goes to hell in a handbasket. The exception to this is History, but only due to the thematic through line of that album being, y'all seriously thought I was guilty? What the fuck? This song is everything you want from Invincible. Good beat, catchy hook, dainty harmonies, rap verse from a no-name who does the bare minimum and lets the beat carry him, the occasional vocal run to remind people you're Michael Jackson. It's filler, but good filler. It's a nice cut from a good album, but something that would have hit the cutting room floor on a great album. Why You Wanna Trip On Me is another song that confused me with its timing. After the shredding on the intro that comes across as quite tacky in my opinion, we get this great beat involving a guitar that comes in on the third beat. I like it. It reminds me of Like I Love You, Justin Timberlake. Only for Michael to come in and the guitar moves to the first beat, which doesn't sound anywhere near as good. This has to be a deliberate choice, right? Well, they should have stuck with it throughout the whole song. I love the premise of this song, Michael confronting the general public for being affronted by the fact he has a pet monkey when they should be putting that much effort into getting angry at actual ongoing problems in the world. I feel like this message is going to stay relevant forever. Don't be in the comments talking about, oh my god, I love this song, knowing damn well that like a month ago you were talking about Jim Carrey being cloned when the IDF bombed that school. The track doesn't dig any deeper than what appears in the first minute or so, however, although there is that funny little synth they play near the end. I like that part. In terms of establishing the attitude of the album, it performed a serviceable job. You could say it did what it had to do. Tabloid Junkie is the second in the Michael Jackson vs. the Media trilogy, where MJ ferociously calls out media outlets for perpetrating malicious lies about his name. I think. To be honest, I don't know the lyrics to half of this song. Can you make out anything that Michael says on these verses? Because I can't. Oh well, at least the pre-chorus gives an excellent summary. The song has the best writing of the trilogy, mainly because it articulates Michael's vendetta with the media more comprehensively than repeating "get that camera out of my face" for 4 minutes. I love how poignant MJ's language is here, calling tabloids parasites in black and white and reminding them, hey, if rumors are harmless, then what the heck killed Jesus? I really admire this line where Michael says, you don't have to read it and you don't have to eat it. To buy it is to feed it, so why do we keep fooling ourselves? He's clarifying that you don't have to believe or consume any of the sensationalist headlines or stories, but by giving money to those who circulate lies for a living, you are providing a platform for them to continue doing so. The only way to upend this behavior is to ignore them or discourage others from buying into them. This is a message that has grown more prevalent with time, and hearing it from the biggest pop star in the world at the time is quite revolutionary stuff for the popular music scene. The chorus is really catchy as well. MJ's harmonies are always on an elite level. The most questionable part of the song, however, comes at the end of each chorus. I get what he was trying to do, but I'm hearing this 30 years later where someone being queer just isn't as astounding and headline worthy anymore. No, you have to do something really scandalous to make it to the front page now. Like, they say he impregnated a 13-year-old and disposed of the baby's body in Lake Michigan. It admittedly took a while to get past the wonky verses, but this track really stuck with me. History is Michael's most emotionally driven album, but I commend how he is able to attentively dictate who he is mad at and why he feels the way he feels rather than just going into a blind rage like in Privacy or DS. A sprinkle of MJ-isms is just enough for me to bump it up from a fine tune to a quality tune. Oh, by the way, it isn't slander, Michael. Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel. You probably already know about Lisa, It's Your Birthday, the original song Michael wrote for the famous Simpsons episode Stark Raving Dad. You already know that Sony wouldn't allow Michael to use his singing voice in the episode, so the song instead had Kip Lennon on vocals. But I don't think that many have heard the demo that Michael recorded for the song. Okay, there is one video with 2 million views, but the quality is so bad that it barely even counts as listening. In truth, I like this song more than a fair amount of other songs you will find later on the list, because, oh man, this song just makes me so happy. The lyrics are so stupendously sincere that it would probably make me cry if I heard it on the wrong day. I just think The Simpsons did it better. This isn't meant to be a Michael Jackson song. It's not supposed to have complex drum patterns or rich harmonies. It's a song a 10-year-old boy made for his little sister on her special day. Alas, that version doesn't have Michael, so it isn't eligible for the list, while this one is. It isn't awful, but hearing Bart's overwhelming gratitude coming from a man in his 30s more racially ambiguous than the Simpsons themselves does lessen the impact a little. Michael lists himself as Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart on the writing credits. That's funny. Dear Michael is on the silly end of Michael Jackson songs, but it doesn't have anything to do with the production, which is all in all outstanding. The song is about a girl who has fallen so hard for Michael Jackson that she writes him 100 letters professing her love to him, knowing that he most likely will never receive them. Judging by the fact that she is infatuated enough to cry over a man whom she has never interacted with in any capacity outside of playing his records, you would be right to assume that this bitch is delusional. But Michael gets this letter and replies back, "Damn, you're not bad though. I think I love you too. Let me see if I could bless your Cash App real quick." You're telling me this shit actually worked? This was before John Hinckley stepped in the name of Jodie Foster, so I suppose parasocial relationships didn't exist yet. The real standout for me was the guest verses from JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown, who flow effortlessly on this buttery beat. There are so many quotables just from this one song alone. They are really able to save this song for me. Slow, sensual, and incessantly passionate, Heaven Can Wait is a generation-defining baby-making anthem. For about 50 seconds. And then it gets weird. This is the most R. Kelly non-R. Kelly song, so much so that I am surprised that he hasn't shown up by now. Anyway, the verses are incredibly lacking in comparison to the absolute banger that is the chorus, but that's the bad part. It isn't the weird part. You see, at exactly the halfway point of the song, Michael just starts shouting at the top of his lungs, and he doesn't stop. He just stays in that tone of voice for the rest of the song, and it is, to put it bluntly, really fucking annoying. Is this supposed to be cute? Like, oh, he wants to be with her so badly. You are with her now. She ain't going anywhere, Michael. The only reason you should be screaming like this is if your dick went through the mattress and it got stuck in one of the springs. The premise is another aspect about this song that is just super weird as well. It is essentially Michael having a panic attack over the thought of him dying in his sleep and having to watch in heaven as his girlfriend moves on with another man. Like, okay. You can just call her pretty, Michael. I can relate to the crippling anxiety of dying in your sleep, but was taking a seat in the holy cuck chair necessary? It would be funny if this wasn't exactly what happened to him in real life. Yeah, I killed the mood with that one, didn't I? I should just move on to the next one. Heaven Can Wait, shockingly mid. I can't help but feel a bit disappointed by Just Good Friends. You would expect the duet of Michael Jackson and Stevie Wonder to churn out something amazing, but what we got instead was merely satisfactory. I couldn't put my finger on what limits this song's full potential until I found out that neither Stevie nor MJ had writing credits for the track. That explains why it sounds so contemporary in comparison to the rest of Bad. Even when the song really starts to kick it up a notch in the chorus, I still can't help but think about how similar it sounds to other songs like Sussudio or 1999. It's far more suited to Stevie Wonder than it is to Michael. Sometimes you forget that Michael Jackson is even on the song. I'm making it sound like I dislike the track, which I don't. It is a perfectly adequate song, but I only really enjoy it whenever I'm listening to it, not 5 seconds after where I forget all about it. Call on Me might have the third quickest neutral to stank face time in the entirety of MJ's discography. If anyone has any idea what kind of whacked out synths are used on this song, please make sure to inform me in the comments because I'm sure there are a ton of artists who would have a ton of fun with it. Unfortunately, that intro is the peak of the song, but it still has more than enough to make it stand out from the average Motown track. The remaster for Farewell My Summer Love attempts to go for a lounge jazz approach with the faint piano, and I kinda dig it, even if it does get drowned out a bit by the droning synth and the broad drum fills that don't really fit the vibe at all. I do think this is the only song off the release that manages to shed the Motown air about it and not sound like something that was made for your 87-year-old grandma to listen to. The slick intro is enough to move it up a few slots on its own, but there is enough to keep the listener engaged throughout. Remember when Chicago was real big on TikTok? Yeah, I have no idea how that happened. My general rule of thumb with TikTok is take a song you like, find your least favorite section of it, and that is the part that will go viral. Not to say that the chorus of this song is the worst part, that distinction goes to the duck quacks at the very beginning of the song. And also the 5th time they repeat the chorus. What I'm trying to say is that this track is carried heavily by its production. Shout out Timbaland for his work on this one. Just kidding, fuck you Timbaland. You hear Michael coming alongside that saw bass and the drums start swinging and you're like, fuck yes, this is going to rock. And it kinda just stays there. The song doesn't escalate or de-escalate, it's just stuck meandering until it's done. I still prefer this over the original version of Chicago, which is far too inconsistent and indirect. It has this beautiful astral drone in the center of it all, but it doesn't really suit a track about finding out your girlfriend has been hiding a family from you, so it is squashed by these overbearing drums in the process. Contrast this with Timbaland's version. Quicker, more concise, and sets the tone instantly. Of all the deep cuts in MJ's discography, I'm not sure why this had to be the one to go viral, but I'm not complaining, it could have been worse. Do I like Threatened? I don't know, I'm still in shock. If I'm being honest, I completely forgot about this song the first time around. I was so burnt out from Invincible that I simply overlooked adding this song to the list. Maybe it's because I listened to it with a fresh pair of ears, but I ended up enjoying this. The beat had a tad more edge than the traditional 2001 pop song with this organ that is programmed to sound like a telephone. I really dig that. DJ Sisyphus on the beat, shout out to him pushing up that boulder in the studio. The lyrics are delightfully absurd, however. I'm not stupid, I get what the song is about. Michael Jackson is a monster that the music industry fears, the one the industry tells themselves isn't real, and just when they think he's gone, he comes out of the shadows and reminds everyone why he's the true king of these grounds. But it has the exact same problem as Is It Scary? Stop calling yourself a monster when you know damn well why people are calling you a monster. That is not a reputation you should strive to have. Let's be real, the star of the show here is Rod Serling, the creator of The Twilight Zone, who was chopped into laying down a rap verse. Whoever's decision it was to go full frontier psychiatrist on the track, kudos to them because it definitely brought a lot more flair and replayability. It details the theme of the song far more elaborately than Michael does in terms of both prose and subtext. Rod talks about Michael like an urban legend rather than a monster, making it more, y'all should be threatened by me dropping this new album because your spot is mine, rather than I'm in your walls. There are other fun little Easter eggs in the verse too, like Rod shouting out Neverland and the jab at the 1993 lawsuit where he is accused of meeting with a teenage boy at the Grand Canyon even though he was in Australia at the time. It's petty, but Michael had every damn right to be petty. I'm still in a state of shock. This is the exact kind of Michael Jackson song I thought I would despise, but try as I may, I couldn't help but bop my head along. Nice job, Invincible. You went out on a high note at least. Of all of MJ's unfinished tracks, Innocent Man might be the one I wish he would have completed the most. Well, the second most, but we'll get to that later. History, the album this track was intended for, felt like MJ aiming for a more broad international appeal as opposed to the brazen American eccentricities of Dangerous or even Bad, and this song, if completed, would have slotted in nicely alongside Earth's song Come Together and They Don't Care About Us. The track does take a while to get into, about a minute or so. The verses sound like they come from a late night weather update. Now that I think about it, they sound an awful lot like More Than a Feeling by Boston. Oh well, well, who cares? This hook is extraordinary. The way the MIDI flute glides around the track immaculately conjures the exact imagery they were gesturing towards. A sprawl of exotic sounds and senses, but only for a fleeting moment. A sense of spontaneity that Michael must now grow accustomed to. Michael does not feel compelled to express his thoughts or let out his frustrations, instead choosing to scan his surroundings and come to terms with the matter at hand. He is on the run for a crime he did not commit. This is all figurative, of course, but this hook alone paints a picture of Michael's mental state remarkably well, even when somewhere he is nowhere. I'm reading way too in depth into the only 4 lines in the whole song, but this is an amazing premise for a song that sadly never came to fruition. Hollywood Tonight is an MJ track that has a fair bit of controversy surrounding it. The track was a leftover from the Invincible days that was subsequently reworked into the posthumous Michael album. The song is about a girl who moves across the country to Hollywood where she performs shady acts in hopes of becoming a movie star. However, the producers removed a line in the song that mentioned the age of the girl was 19. My thoughts on this? I don't really care all that much. I think it was weird to remove a line where a man who had been cleared of numerous sexual misconduct claims scrutinizes powerful executives who sleep with underage girls. Really fucking weird indeed, but I wouldn't go as far to say that leaving the line out ruins the song for me. I don't think the change romanticizes Hollywood as some have said. They kept the line about her sleeping with producers to get roles. Oh, what, you thought the Catholic choir at the start was meant to be uplifting? Moving that to the side, I just prefer the production on the updated version by Nephew and Teddy Riley over the demo by Brad Buxer. I suppose Buxer's version better suits the tone of the song, but you start to feel the sizable vacuum that the official release manages to fill with some horns and light symphony work. It's not as bassy as the original, but I think it sounds better in my headphones. I will say that I don't care all that much about the open word section spoken by Terrell Jackson. I respect the idea, but the execution leaves more to be desired. This might be the song where I get some nasty grams and the likes of "I can't believe you put X over Y, but who gives a shit, it sounds good to me." I love the part where he says "westbound, greyhound, dugga dugga down." Whatever the official lyric is, he did not say that shit. He definitely said some gibberish. You could just tell that Michael had a lot of fun with Don't Be Messing Around. It's more of a jam session that MJ keeps coming around to rather than a song, something that he would lay down as a warm-up piece in order to get the creative juices flowing. It persisted throughout his entire career, as there are multiple versions of this track recorded during his different album cycles, but I'll be focusing on the bad version since that is the one with an official release. I believe this one ends up becoming Streetwalker. You can kind of tell with how the drums are patterned out here. As I sift through more of these bad outtakes, I am surprised as to how many of these songs sound tonally dissonant from the finished product. They don't even feel like they belong in the same era. For all of its strengths, Bad is very much a product of its time, and maybe it's the law of diminishing returns, but these unfinished songs don't have that archaic feel to me. A simple piano progression and a sleek slap bass riff is more subversive to me than whatever wacky new drum machine Quincy Jones was able to find. It's as if the lack of polish made the unreleased tracks sound less dated. I sometimes catch myself going about my day singing under my breath, "Don't be messing around. Really fun track, despite its fragmentary. I talked about how some of the songs on Bad have diminishing returns previously, and I'll articulate on that a bit more here. I feel like out of all the album releases on Epic, Bad was the least revolutionary. It doesn't attempt to push the envelope as much as records like Off the Wall, Thriller, History, or even Invincible for that matter. At least when MJ went New Jack Swing, he took to it like a fish to water and tried to make it as cutting edge as possible. Bad was the album where it felt like Michael was chasing trends and wanted to make songs that sounded like other songs. It makes it so that even when the songs are great, they never feel timeless outside of 3 or so tracks. Bad was merely meant to be a victory lap, no not you, where Michael would invite all of his mates over to record a bunch of songs together. That never quite materialized the way Michael wanted, however, with Stevie Wonder being the only big name to feature on the album. I Just Can't Stop Loving You, for instance, was initially meant to be a duet between Michael and Whitney Houston, but after Houston was forced to pull out by her label, she was replaced at the last minute by Cedar Garrett, an artist on Quincy Jones's Quest Records. I commend her for being thrust into such a high-profile project and managing to tread water with it, but Boy, this sure is a Whitney Houston song, huh? I can't fault her for trying, but each time I hear her whispery vocals, I can't help but think to myself, man, I wish I was listening to Whitney right now. If there is one thing I will laud, it's that these chord progressions are top of the line stuff. I like this part in the verse where they are on the 4th, they shift down to the minor chord and then build back up to that A minor. And I especially love in the chorus where they pull this wacky combo out. Unfortunately, the technical wizardry gets drowned out by a wave of synths and stabs and saws and sparkles as they throw everything at the wall hoping it would stick. Yeah, I'm a sucker for the 80s aesthetic, but this is far too much. Did you know there was a guitar on this song? I didn't. I don't think the engineer did either. I don't like to give high placings over the potential a track had, but there is an incredible ballad underneath, and by dousing it with as many 80s cliches as possible in an attempt to make it seem more mainstream, it loses that special spark. To me, at least, it still went number 1 and sold a bajillion singles in spite of my convictions. Also, that transition from I Just Can't Stop Loving You to She's Out of My Life on the Dangerous tour is awesome. It makes me smile every time. Is What Goes Around Comes Around by Michael Jackson better than What Goes Around Comes Around by Justin Timberlake? Yes. Yes, it is. This is an exceptionally good song. The writing isn't the best, no shit, what did you expect? This is a 13-year-old boy mad that his girlfriend left him for the fastest kid in year 7. I don't expect this to be Fiona Apple and I don't want it to be. What this song instead does so well for me is serve as a compilation of the unique sounds of MJ's Motown days that I thoroughly enjoyed. Bassline going ham, dusty strings that sound rich and cheap at the same time, a clarinet solo which is unexpectedly perfect for this joyful composition, 1/4 chord progressions. What can I say, they're a cheat code when it comes to songwriting. Put it together and you get a wonderful little tune reminiscent of MJ's finest early work with his brothers. Speed Demon is not for me. It is far too cartoonish for my tastes. Those silly ad-libs take me out of the song before it could get a chance to draw me in. It sounds like the theme song for a Power Rangers villain. The guitar solo might as well not even be there. The lack of drums is really unsettling. It's just kick and a bad snare. There's no hi-hat, no ride, just MJ's beatboxing, which is an even worse choice to have. It's all meant to shine a spotlight on a bass line that is admittedly rad, but I only know so because I looked at the tab for it. The complexity doesn't stand out when it's played on a MIDI where the volume and texture of each note is the same. It sounds especially awkward in the chorus where they start playing these quadruplets which don't translate as well off the page. It's meant to be crazy and high octane, but really it sounds like the bassist is slipping on a sheet of ice as he's playing. Couldn't it have killed them to use a real bass? Go find any bass cover of the song on YouTube and it always sounds way better than the original. I know the song is stupendously hard to play, but I don't care, go get Les Claypool to do it or whatever. This is the part of the ranking that I feared the most, having to sift through songs that aren't insultingly bad or disturbingly boring, but use up all their creative energy to create a sound that just pisses you off, and now you just kinda have to treat them like they are bad. I can't even give them the luxury of saying, oh, I see why someone would like this, because I don't. I genuinely don't. I would have quite a hard time believing that your favorite Michael Jackson song was fucking Speed Demon. Okay, I'm just kidding. I do know why people like this song, and that's because it has one of Michael's best bridges ever. The sax solo is a remarkably nice touch as well, even if it is let down by the lackluster groove of the backing track. In conclusion, Speed Demon is the best of times and it is the blurst of times. I don't think I'll quite get the cult status that it has, but I suppose that under any other artist, this would have been a plain old skip for me, so it has that going for it. At heart, Michael Jackson is a very simple songwriter. He really just does the first thing that comes to mind for him. Okay, how about for monkey business? We have a bunch of monkeys playing in the background. Privacy? Oh, I got an idea. How about we have really loud camera flashes to make it as obnoxious as the paparazzi is to me? Which track is this? She Drives Me Wild? Oh, I got it. How about we add a bunch of car horns since she drives me wild? I am a master of subtlety. In all seriousness, however, She Drives Me Wild far surpasses those other tracks due to the fact that it has some sense of modesty. The samples don't feel arbitrarily tacked on here and actually amplify the rowdy atmosphere of the track. Over time, you forget that the car noises are even there. You also kind of forget Michael is there too since he's so low in the mix, but that's alright, he wasn't saying much anyway. There's a feature verse from Aquil Davidson from Rex and Effect, Tay Riley's old hip hop posse. No, the other one. the Rum Shaker guys. His 16 puts into perspective how well this beat is pieced together. Oh, the hook is legitimately an all-timer too, by the way. Expect to hear that quite a lot over the course of these next 80 or so songs. Great song regardless. Gee, Michael Jackson sure did write a lot of songs for movies and TV soundtracks, didn't he? Well, this isn't one of them. On the Line was the original song Michael wrote for Spike Lee's Get on the Bus in 1996, but was never featured on the soundtrack despite playing in the opening credits. The song starts and it is painfully vanilla. The backing sounds like a Christmas album from an American Idol winner that you would find in a Walmart bargain bin. Michael is spouting the typical aspirational junk he had a fondness for. For a moment it sounds like something Jason Malachi would have made, but then something strange happens. The chorus plays and it is good. Like, really bloody good, as in why didn't he release this as a single good? And then the bridge plays and that is good as well, and then the key change happens and that is actually brilliant. Somehow, someway, Michael has figured out a way to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat in song form. What should have been an absolute nothing burger of a track gets flipped on its axis through nothing more than sheer willpower. Michael is completely deranged, man. I don't know what else to say. You Are There is a gem of a song in an unconventional way. It doesn't attempt to be futuristic or present Michael Jackson as some wunderkind. Rather, it plays the standard Motown ballad completely straight and relishes in its sheer camp. The primary factor that separates this track from similar ones on Forever Michael is that this is leaps and bounds more dynamic, both structurally and sonically. Oh, 1/4 chord progressions, my beloved, how I adore thee. Combine that with a clarinet, chuck in some harp and a Fender, and you have musical bliss. Michael doesn't do much, not out of disinterest, but because he doesn't really need to. The focus is on the sound, and MJ understood that. Forever Michael is a frustrating album due to tracks like this, where you catch glimpses of Michael Jackson's limitless potential as an artist rather than just a gimmick, and then the next track is a fucking Wilson Pickett song. Got to Be There is another song from Michael that unexpectedly kicks things up several notches midway through, but rather than go from 0 to 100 like in On the Line, this track is able to shift into gear more smoothly. It starts off awfully ordinary for the most part, just inoffensive ditties you would come to expect from Little Michael in his 5th song ever. But then we get this 2-4-1 progression with the B flat and E flat minors coming into an A flat major, and you think, ooh, that's nice. And then the rest of the bridge amps up with the 5th kicking into a G major and then a B flat with Michael hitting the high note, and you think, oh, that's sick. And then you get to the outro where little MJ absolutely belts his way through this wonderful instrumentation, and you think, yeah, this kid has the sauce. Excellent showcase for a young Michael, and funnily enough, one of the better title tracks of his entire career. Serious Effect has the unfortunate distinction of being one of the only songs that Michael Jackson flat out said no to. The production crew wanted it on Dangerous and MJ refused. I suspect that he simply could not think of any lyrics for the life of him and gave up on it entirely. It is such a shame too, because this beat is fire. Seriously, the sample work on this is marvelous, and I'm shocked that Michael didn't bother capitalizing off this. Like, all he did was lay down a hook, which was awesome, because of course it was, and make some oohs and whoas. LL Cool J gets in on this beat, but only not really, because they changed the beat on him to something far less memorable. This demo was wasted potential, but potential to be great rather than potential to be adequate. It's another instance of a track that is majorly incomplete, but has a strong enough foundation to rank quite highly for me. Bias is something I had to navigate my way through when ranking these tracks. Not in the sense that I had to meticulously rationalize my love for my favorite songs in preposterous detail, that's just stupid, but more so determining whether I actively dislike a song or if I'm just sick of it. One of the biggest issues with Michael Jackson's music is that it is everywhere. You can grow tired of some of these songs really quickly if you didn't gravitate towards it on the first listen. I don't even have to think the songs are bad, I just let out a grunt of annoy whenever it is lined up on a playlist. And to me, Beat It is the poster child of overplayed MJ songs. For a pop star attempting a rock track, it isn't the worst attempt in the world. It takes a while to get used to the sound of the guitar over that menacing drum pattern. As in, a long while, because I'm not even sure if that sound has rubbed off on me yet. I cannot take the sound of these grown men grunting in my ear while they do it. Could you imagine someone grunting in your ear, thrusting into you to the beat of Beat It? I know it has happened to at least one of you. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'll stop. The lyrics are written quite strangely. I believe that this is supposed to be Michael sending a sincere warning to someone telling them to turn away from the streets while they can, but due to the harsh delivery and the weirdly descriptive accounts of what they will do, I always thought that it sounded more like MJ was a member of the gang. It's like he's saying, get out of here before I beat the shit out of you, rather than get out of here before they beat the shit out of you. In hindsight, Michael had the right idea to make this 150% chorus because it is the biggest thing the song has going for it. The clav intro and Eddie Van Halen solo gets some shine, but the main attraction here is the killer hook, and it delivers here and then some. No wonder MJ entered God mode in the music video, it just makes you want to boogie. I know this is outside the scope of the list, but the video for this song is really odd once you look past all the iconic moments. The first shot of MJ is him face down on a mattress, hugging a pillow with the lights on. What the hell were you doing in that room, Michael? I love how historic the red leather jacket with the rolled up sleeves ended up becoming, because the first that we saw him in is in his jammies. Look, his shirt has a treble clef, that's adorable. The gang leader enters his fight to the death on a forklift. Would the forklift also carry his body out if he dies? Michael Jackson is dancing his ass off, and then they cut to this geeker. This guy completely forgot his choreo. Honestly, what the hell is going on here? And why is this gang leader dance mogging MJ? What can I say about Beat It? It is Beat It. Fuck, I used that joke twice. It sounds marvelous. It feels momental. Yet, I could never click with it the way I wanted to. Maybe it's the patchy pivot to a new genre, maybe it's the lyrics, maybe it's the fact that I hear it all the bloody time, but I don't think it is up to par with where a lot of people expected it to go. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, hey, wait a minute. Does he seriously have The Girl Is Mine over Beat It? Yes. Yes, I do. The Girl Is Mine has been historically regarded as the quote-unquote bad Michael Jackson song for a plethora of reasons. It felt out of place on the cultural cyclone that was Thriller, and it especially felt out of place as the lead single. It is a duet between two men, which by the laws of songwriting must mean they are singing to each other, and therefore rampant gay tension persists throughout. It doesn't feel like what a Michael Jackson song should feel like, is what they would say. Well, I just went through 188 of them bitches, and I can comfortably say that there are numerous Michael Jackson songs that feel exactly like this. Stylistically speaking, this is no different from Girlfriend or It's the Falling in Love. Michael has never been afraid to trade in his glittery tuxedo and stop being a megastar for a little while. No, I think the real reason why people should be mad at this song is because it is the reheated nachos of Blues Away, the first song that Michael Jackson wrote all the way back in 1976. It uses the same chord structure and everything. Clearly MJ was scamping out on good old Paul McCartney. Or should I say, for McCartney. Yeah, you're not fooling me. Why the hell is a 24-year-old Michael competing for the affection of a girl with a 42-year-old Paul McCartney? What the hell are you even doing here on this record? Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude. In all seriousness, I think Paul's baritone brings a lot more to this track than Michael would have on his own. A highlight of mine is that part where they go back and forth and Paul gets real low with his voice, and I like to believe that it genuinely startled Michael for a bit there.
She's mine.
There are a whole lot of little flourishes and delicacies to nibble on sprinkled throughout as well, whether it be gentle orchestral sweeps or just the way the Roland brings itself into the track. I like how during Michael's verses, they play a synth for that rising action on the Girl Is Mine part, but in Paul's verses, they replace it with a guitar because Paul McCartney is a real musician who plays real music. It is an extremely competently made song with a mastery of its sound that gives it the edge over Beat It for me. It is a disservice to the talent behind this production to simply brush it off as the weak link of the album. But holy fuck, have you heard the demo of this song? It completely blows the finished track out of the water. And this was only a home demo. I know it was going for a different approach before Paul tagged along, but man, it was a mistake to scrap those strings and that Rhodes. They sound sublime together. Heal the World is where I start to get really pedantic with how I review these songs, because realistically, this track should be a lot higher than it actually is. Like, This song sounds so much better than you remember. The intro is beautiful, even with the admittedly bromide child monologue. Take what I said about For All Time and double it with this instrumental. The guitar is a tad brighter and the fretless bass pops in a way no other instrument really can. Yeah, it sounds like a James Taylor song, but I like James Taylor, okay? He was like one of the only good parts on The Big Day. In addition, this song has some of the best writing of Michael's whole career. It doesn't feel like you're listening to an aggrandizing sermon where Michael tells the audience that the love in their hearts was instilled by God to build a world without fear or sorrow. Like, I don't remember the bridge being this good. The dream we were conceived in will reveal a joyful face, and the world we once believed in will shine again in grace. I have no words, that's just a fucking bar. Despite all I just said, I can't get behind this chorus. It just lays the messaging on way too thick for me. The track is delicate to the point that any sort of extra weight would cause it to crumble in on itself, and that's exactly what it does with the key change at the end. A line that has always stuck out to me as strange was, "There are people dying if you care enough for living." It makes it sound like he's a bitter charity worker that goes door to door. Yeah, we can make a better place for us and our children, but clearly you don't want to. What a shame. Poor Billy will be so disappointed when he hears this. Don't get me wrong, I do find this to be a great song. This is just me being punctilious. But when Michael has this many great songs, I have to be punctilious. Beautiful Girl is such a dumb song and I love it. It lacks reason and borders on excess, just like Falling in Love. It is the puppiest of puppy dog love, where you cannot even articulate the way you feel with any sort of meaningful prose. You just show her off like a second grader in show and tell and go, "This is my girlfriend, she is very beautiful and I love her times infinity." This is a song that relies on the audience feeling like they are in love, and it does a pretty damn good job at simulating it. The progression in the chorus especially is a perfect example of this. I love how it climbs, conditioning the listener to expect the dominant, but instead it kicks it up to the E flat, which is a curveball to say the least, but it illustrates newfound love so well that you have to respect it. So when the chorus comes around for the final time, you're expecting the E flat, and that is when they finally play the D major, and it sounds so silly that it makes you laugh, but not in a bad way. The track is only able to get away with it because the instrumentation is so endearing with its floaty low clav, paper thin drums, and plucky acoustic guitar. It reminds me quite a bit of Savage Garden. I could definitely imagine Darren Hayes trying his hand at this song. To some, the constant key changes may seem like a mere gimmick, but to me, it elevates the song to something worth multiple revisits. Rapid use of key changes. You know, Michael should make another song where he uses that. This is gonna be a rough listen. Remember What I Told You was supposedly recorded at the Staples Center where Michael was rehearsing for the This Is It series of concerts approximately a week before he passed. This means that if the rumors are true, this is the final recorded song that Michael Jackson had made in his lifetime. The rumors of this being his last song, not the rumor that he is dead, because he is. Unless, as a song, there isn't really much to go into. The recording is barely 90 seconds and all it really consists of is Michael messing about with the melody and playing it back with some harmonies on top. But I feel a tremendous amount of significance in this song due to the fact that this is the only time, the only song out of the 188 here where Michael Jackson addresses his mortality. It's a cruel twist of fate for Michael to die so young. He was only 50. His eldest child was only 12. There was no Black Star, no indication that MJ was aware of his end because he never felt compelled to do this till the day he died. The primary reason why Michael chose to do those O2 concerts was because he was in a copious amount of debt, but a close second was that he wanted his children to see who their father was. To him, this was it. He would hold the shows, remind everyone who the fuck he was, retire gracefully, and raise his children with pride in the fact that he was both Michael Jackson the superstar and Michael Jackson the devoted father. But that never happened. The facet of this song that stood out to me the most is how mature Michael sounded. It doesn't even sound like Michael in a way. It sounds more like a grandfather singing a bedtime story to his grandchildren. I think that's why I made the preemptive decision that this song must have been dedicated towards his children, because I couldn't imagine this level of intimacy being imparted to any ambiguous lover he would otherwise sing about. The closing line is 4 simple words. Please let me go. I don't want this to come across as me speculating the thoughts of a man I have never met who died more than 15 years ago, but I'd like to believe this was Michael admitting peace with his life. Because if my dad died when I was 12 and years later I found a recording from him where he told me with absolute conviction that it was time to let him go, I would only hope that's what he meant. There was a time where Ghost was my favourite Michael Jackson song. It is now my 71st favourite Michael Jackson song. Looking back, I had no idea why I chose this one as my favourite. I do have some idea why I liked it, because I still like it to this day. For one, this is by a clear margin the best sample work of his entire career. A minute and 5 seconds into Damn Right I'm Somebody by Fred Wesley and the JBs, pitched up, chopped up and filtered through a high pass, gets you this vicious cutting edge sound. No, seriously, cutting edge as in it sounds like 10 blades being swung at you at once. It's bolstered by some fiery drums that might be the best out of his entire catalogue. Teddy Riley was out of his mind when producing this track. He really is one of the unsung heroes of Michael's discography. This song really highlights how frenetic Michael has become with his paranoia. He literally narrates over his own death in this song. People know where he lives. They follow him and his family around every waking second of the day. What is stopping these ghosts from breaking into his home and putting a knife in his back while he's asleep? The entirety of Blood on the Dance Floor feels like Michael's acknowledgement that the walls are closing in on him, both in terms of his professional career wailing due to the abuse allegations and his growing dependency on drugs to help him cope. It's just a shame that most of the songs on here suck, but this one manages to do a majority of the heavy lifting. Even the chorus with the Gothic choir is worth the price of admission for this EP deluxe edition thing alone. It doesn't have all-time great status like I for some reason thought it had when I was a kid, but it is still mighty fine by my standards today. Maybe I just like the choreography of the music video. I love a song that gets right into things. Enough with the 30-second intros. You've come for Michael Jackson and Michael Jackson is what you are going to get. Carousel is another track meant for Thriller but was rescinded in favour of Human Nature. It has grown to become a bit of a cult classic over the years. If you said that one of your favourite MJ songs was Carousel, it would be most likely that someone said that you know ball. The premise is the allure of the track. Michael falls for a girl who works at the local carnival and is scorned when she leaves all too soon, and all he is left with are painful memories and what ifs. It is overflowing with charm, tied together with references to sideshow attractions and delivered with a youthful vigour that would have made it a huge hit to all the 16-year-old girls with whatever AO3 ship is popular nowadays. But if I'm willing to give my interpretation of the track, I don't think this is a love song at all. I think this is a song about burnout. The circus girl is MJ, the world-renowned pop star who sings and dances and kisses babies not like that and attempts to make the world a better place. The singer is Michael Jackson, the overly anxious skinny kid from Gary who doesn't know how to talk to girls and is apparently going to carnivals by himself at the age of 24. He is the clown and she is the dancer. He thought that if he could be the dancer, or in this case be with her, he would find happiness, but as soon as that goal is achieved, the circus girl gets lost in the crowd and Michael loses his heart on the carousel. Now he is left passing through memories, wondering whether the circus will ever come to town again. As a matter of fact, did it ever come to town? Did I ever fall in love? Did I ever want to be with the circus girl? What I can't recall is if there was a girl at all, or was it my imagination? You know what? Maybe this is just a love song. Maybe the prospect of Michael Jackson going through burnout before dropping the biggest album of all time is simply too far-fetched. But I cannot deny that this track was most certainly worthy of being featured on said album. I Wanna Be Where You Are, the first ever song by Michael Jackson as a solo artist. That is in the cover. The main goal of this song is to answer the most common question that the listener would have about this album, that being, what separates this from an average Jackson 5 record? And I think they managed to do an incredibly solid job of distinguishing itself from Michael's previous work with his brothers. They put this over mostly by a change in instrumentation, which is, as a whole, really nice. The slight shift towards the more mellow Motown sound is just enough to differentiate it from the verdant appeal of the Jacksons. You could tell they splurged a little cash with the inclusion of those strings and flutes. Instruments that sound that good don't come cheap. There's more of an emphasis on Michael's vocal performance as well, and I gotta say, he does a pretty damn good job. He sounds like he's only 6 inches tall. You just want to pick him up and put him in your pocket, the little guy. Overall, I think this song over-delivers tremendously when they could have just easily taken the high road and make some more early 70s cover slop. Nice attempt to establish a distinct sound for Michael this early into his career. Escape took far more creative liberties than the other posthumous album Michael ever did, partially due to the fact that it was released 5 years after Michael's death. The music landscape had shifted exponentially over that time, and whether Michael's music would have been able to make that leap into a more modern hip sound was a question that was left up for debate, but something Sony tried to answer nonetheless. Did it work? I wouldn't say so. The bad songs felt stilted with the new backing, and the good songs were overshadowed by the fact that the original versions were simply better. Did it show that Michael Jackson could have still made good music in the 2010s? That it did do. Whoever decided to make Slave to the Rhythm a New Orleans bounce track should have gotten a raise. Like, seriously, why didn't they think of that the first time? I don't care if it was written in 1991, that's no excuse. Of course a song about being forced to dance should have had the most ruckus sound you could achieve without completely clashing with Michael's vocals. Timbaland, you genius! Just kidding, fuck you Timbaland. Having such a great beat really pays dividends when the lyrics are as depressing as this. It chronicles the story of a woman who is completely stuck in life. Stuck in a marriage that has lost all passion and respect, stuck at a job that treats her like garbage, and stuck in a life she feels miserable living. Even when she attempts to escape, she is hunted down and forced to return home in fear of what may happen to the children. This song was written as a clear double entendre for Michael's life at the time, feeling as though he was being bossed around by record labels and media outlets to dance for their every need. Michael was clearly going through extreme burnout, yet he felt he couldn't walk away due to his responsibilities as a humanitarian. If the track was just another New Jack Swing joint as originally intended, it would have felt like a huge venting session. But with this wild ass beat behind it, it sounds like Michael is being forced to dance, being forced to twist and shout, even if he just wants to scream. He is a slave to the music. Overall, a splendid interpolation that maximizes this track to the fullest of its potential. I've seen enough, put MJ on a juke beat. Wait, this was supposed to be a Justin Bieber duet? It got leaked? I got to hear this. This is the worst song I've ever heard in my life. I mentioned Forever Michael being a frustrating album to listen to, and One Day in Your Life is by far the most frustrating song off the record, because this track is phenomenal. It could have and should have been a top 50 Michael Jackson song, but there is one glaring part of this song that I actually dread hearing, which is so disheartening because the rest of the song is legitimately spectacular. It is impressive how absolutely every single instrument in this composition sounds utterly perfect. The guitar is pristine yet wistful, especially that classical guitar that enters midway through the track. The drums couldn't have sounded better if they tried. The harmonica, oh my goodness, the harmonica. The harmonica might be the most volatile instrument there is, because when it's bad, it is bad, but when it's good, oh my is it good. I adore whatever reverb they placed on it. The progression tells a story within itself and coincides Michael's cordial vocals masterfully. Personally, I love the minor 6 that heads into the 5th and resolves at the root, always a favorite of mine. But then, all of a sudden, for the first and I'm pretty sure the only time, Michael sings a flat note. I'm not sure if I can actually play it without triggering copyright, but it is right when the key change happens in the middle of the song. Maybe he sings it perfectly, I don't know, but whatever it is, it sounds awful. It is so jarring that I actively have to skip over it whenever I listen to it. Yes, I don't skip the song. I have to skip over that part because the outro might be the best of any Michael Jackson song. And that's why I find this song so irritating, because it is literally one small change away from being amongst the all-time greats for me. I wish it didn't take away from my enjoyment that much, but I don't know, man. I'm a picky listener. You think Michael Jackson would rock with Persona? Like the game franchise? I think he would. Who do you think he would romance? Ken, yeah, I fell right into that one. Break of Dawn is an oddity of a track because I don't really consider it to be all that well written of a song. The melodies are quite rudimentary and sound like they are riffing off the top of their heads a majority of the time. Michael's penmanship isn't at the top of its game either, with some real head scratches such as "It's a day, a brand new day, let's both go outside and play," and "Let me groove, let me soothe, let me take you on a cruise." What the fuck? But songwriting was clearly the dumb stat because this song completely maxed out its production attribute. Holy smokes, does this song sound good. Just in the first 30 seconds, you got flutes, wood chimes, this hollowed out guitar, a string section, that thing that you wouldn't stop fucking with in music class and the teacher kept yelling at you for it. The whole kit and caboodle. It sounds like $1 million. Literally, this song probably cost $1 million to make by itself. I am kinda disappointed that this level of production didn't go to something more meaningful, but I'm just happy this level of production actually saw the light of day. It goes down so smooth that the 5.5-minute runtime feels like an absolute breeze, which is a rarity for MJ songs. It is a sublime sex jam. This is way better than Heaven Can Wait. If I can be transparent for a moment, I have managed to ruin It's the Falling in Love for myself completely by accident. When I was in high school, I loved this song. I put it through a YouTube to MP3 converter and I would jam out to this song to the point where the person sitting next to me in class would have to tell me that my music was too loud. But the thing is, that was the demo. I never actually listened to the finished version of the song until I listened to it for this video. And it turns out I don't like this version as much as I like the demo. So what I am going to do is this. Instead of naming the things I liked about this song, I'm going to list the changes to the demo that I disliked. Those Patty Austin vocals at the very beginning weren't there originally. They sound really out of place. They removed the synth in the interlude. Michael re-recorded his vocals to sound more confident, which dismisses the boyish charm that the demo had. There are backing vocals on the verses. They used a different drum set on the chorus. They removed the strings in the second interlude. They don't return to the rim shot in the second verse, and they fade out way too early and miss a good chunk of the final chorus. Other than that, great song. There are at least some fossils of the old version that are still present in the updated one. The melody is devilishly graceful, the bass sounds great, the arrangement on the guitar and horns are really sick. I've always loved that weird whirling synth in the chorus that turns into a siren. There is also this great feel that keeps popping up in the verses. I gotta show respect to veteran songwriter David Foster for penning such a well-constructed track for Carol Bayer Sager? Wait, this is a cover? Wait, what do you mean Michael McDonald's on it? Oh my god, now I gotta remove this off the list, and I've already recorded all the lines, and I have to change over to 188 to 187. That's a prime number. Hey, wait a minute. I only implemented that rule as an excuse to not listen through half of the Motown records that nobody cares about. I don't have to abide by these bogus, arbitrary rules. I could just say that I don't want to listen to MJ cover the Beatles or Charlie Chaplin. I create these frivolous conflicts in my head to distract myself from the fact that I am on the verge of homelessness. It truly is a great song, but without the spontaneous allure that the demo had, it comes across as the most normal track on a record filled with abnormal tracks. You want to hear a scorching hot take? Get on the Floor. The bass line. It's not that good. As a matter of fact, I think it might be my least favorite part of the song. The slapping is so overbearing that it clashes with the rest of the track. Like, shut the fuck up for a moment, I'm trying to listen to what MJ is saying. Fortunately, once you manage to tune the bass out, this song is really good. The production of Off the Wall really is like no other. Everything sounds so free and exuberant. It feels more like a live performance over a frenzied crowd rather than a studio session. This is evident on the bridge, which is a masterpiece in developing anticipation for the eventual release, or as one Dwayne Carter would say, that's how you let the beat build, bitch. Michael is having so much fun on this, you gotta love it. Despite my singular gripe, which the comment section is certainly going to adore, this is a strong addition to arguably the best breakout album in history. I'm glad he was able to revise this further on Triumph with Everybody. It's pretty much the same song as this, but with more of the good bits. I found Dirty Diana to be a shockingly difficult song to analyze. The lyrics are so blunt that trying to find any subtext is silly. It really just is what it says on the tin. There is this groupie named Diana, she wants to sleep with me, but I won't let her because she hasn't washed her ass. It's as simple as that, really. Furthermore, the production is interesting. I've talked at length about how outdated Bad can feel at times, but weirdly enough, I feel like this song as a whole is outdated, and it is the production that keeps it in my high graces. I realized this while listening to The Weeknd's cover of the track that on a structural level, I should not like this song, yet the original does not irritate me at all. As a matter of fact, I enjoy it quite a bit, way more than Give In To Me at least. The guitar work from Steve Stevens hard carries this entire song. The reverb they put on it has the perfect amount of grit that a song about a trash bag hose should have. The drums on the chorus are so cavernous and vast that they sound like they're being recorded live in front of thousands, tying a bow on the rockstar aesthetic that Michael was looking for here. That explains why, despite not liking the chorus, I am able to tolerate this version. Every other time someone covers it, it just comes across as a busker playing a bunch of disorganized noises that only sounds good in their heads. Michael is the only person I have ever heard sing the song correctly. Everyone else does it with this baffling level of confidence that makes him sound like old mates spinning a yarn at the local pub. Michael sounds not only worried about Diana, but for Diana. It isn't a flex about how many bitches he gets. He gets solicited into sex at the end. You're not supposed to sound cool. All that being said, the effect they put on the guitar in the outro does sound pretty fucking cool. Can you see why I had such a hard time ranking this song? It's a song that sounds good, but it has little to no room for growth. I would give props to Michael for maximizing the potential of this track, but there wasn't a lot of potential to begin with. When it is the only version of the song I enjoy in the slightest, it means that there is only one way to pull this song off, and that style has a hard cap in terms of quality. Do you understand anything I'm saying? Am I insane? Who am I kidding? You already hate me for putting this song so low. I am torn on Black or White, to say the least. If I were to dilute Michael Jackson down to a fine paste and put a dabble of it on my tongue, man, this is a fucking awful way to start this entry. Let me start again. Everything that has come to define Michael over the years is melted down into 4 minutes worth of music. His paranoia, his love life, his anger over the media and the world, his religious views, a rap verse from a guy no one has ever heard of, it has the whole shebang. Strangely enough, the only way Michael's essence doesn't come through in this song is the music itself. As a child, I loved this song. I thought it was the coolest shit ever. But now that I'm much older, I think I've realized that this song was made for kids to enjoy. There is no shame in that, and it takes a lot of talent to narrow down a target audience without having your music sound like complete dog shit. But man, I see through this charade so much clearly now. My loser stepdad wants me to turn off my mix of Slash and Blackstreet. He likes gay old people music like Paul McCartney. I'll show him what real rock sounds like. Little Jimmy, this song is about as metal as my daughter's nursery rhymes. This guitar is piss weak. What is this guitar anyway? A Kramer Pacer plugged into a Mesa Boogie with a biodynamic M160 mic? I have no idea what these words mean, but that tone is as bright as all hell. It's like getting hit with high beams, but with your ears. And they decide to pair it with this quirky ass drum machine and an equally radiant acoustic guitar that sounds pretty DreamWorks movie soundtrack-ish. Once again, not a bad thing, but I expected something heavier with that sick minute-long intro. You can't say eat this and then play a Hanson demo. I don't mean that as a joke, this sounds like a demo. The lyrics are quite wishy-washy, skipping from one train of thought to another and not tying into a coherent narrative. The mix on this track can become surprisingly poor at times, especially on the bridge when the rhythm changes. Sometimes the words sound muffled and hard to understand. I took my baby on a 7th day. Boy, as I go with you, yes, I believe the plot of this song is that Michael and his girlfriend are out on a date and people kept making snide remarks about them because they are a mixed race couple, and Michael gets fed up with it. He doesn't care about what the Hoteps or the KKK has to say about it. Anyone can be his baby or his brother. It doesn't matter if they're black or white. This is a great premise for a song, and I really like the line where Michael calls out the people who are going to bandwagon off him even though they enable this kind of behavior. I think I made it seem like I dislike this song, but sincerely, I like it a whole lot. It has too much of an infectious energy not to grow attached to it. The rap verse is no joke one of the biggest highlights of Michael's whole career. Legitimately a fantastic moment that stands the test of time. But the problem is that once I think about it for more than 5 seconds, I'm not entirely sure if I can say that I love it. Do I really love Black or White, or do I just love the music video? I have no idea where to put this song, so I just threw 3 darts at a dartboard and it wound it up here. Enjoy. The black sheep of the Thriller track list, The Lady in My Life has a reputation that precedes itself, albeit not in the conventional fashion. It is the only song on the record to not be released as a single, if you count B-sides as singles, and you can definitely see why. On an album filled to the brim with haymakers, it doesn't even attempt to end on a high and instead forces the audience to take the come down with honor and make the walk of shame through the profaned debris of the after party. It's like that Robbie Lawler-Rory McDonald fight where it technically ends with just a jab, but only because the other guy kept getting hit in the nose so many times that he turned into Michael Jackson. This track is evocative of how Michael can do so much with so little. This is an 80s Japanese city pop song. No, seriously, this is structured exactly like a Kingo Hamada song, down to the pacing, the melody, the composition, the instrumentation. All it needs is an overbearing saxophone and you could call it a day. This is a track meant for classically trained crooners. But Michael, in the prime of his life, graces this track with his presence and completely shits on anyone who dares to cover this. He makes it sound so effortless. If you told me this was recorded in one take, I would have damn well believed you. There is not a single moment where he feels like he's straining or doing more than what is necessary. There is a profusion of great vocal licks and runs that hit your ear with such poise and elegance, and man, I gotta move on to the next song or else I'll be stuck talking about MJ's vocals all day. I don't remember Keep the Faith being this good. It is the rare Michael Jackson song that actually constitutes the long runtime. Michael makes an effort to fill as much dead air as he can on this one, which definitely works in its favor. It's reminiscent of Joe Cocker in the way he is able to dictate the entire tonality of the song with just his voice. What is the black equivalent of Joe Cocker? I can't have my only frame of reference for this type of track be Joe Cocker. It's a simple song about having confidence in yourself through thick and thin, not being dissuaded by adversity, and being motivated to chase your dreams. Technically, it's no different from the content of On the Line, but the melody is far more digestible and inspiring, which I can attribute to Michael working alongside great songwriters such as Saida Garrett, hey there she goes again, and frequent Annalise Morissette collaborator Glenn Ballard on this one. Additionally, the lyrics pack way more of an oomph this time around. On the Line doesn't have any lyric half as good as when you think of trust, does it lead you home to a place that you only dream of when you're alone? Oh, did I mention that this song also sounds incredible, or is that just a given with most of the songs on Dangerous? In terms of his epic releases, this is unquestionably one of the more underrated deep cuts, even if it is at the end of the day just a poor man's man in the mirror. Poor man's in the mirror. Poor man If you are a Michael Jackson fan, I probably already know what you're thinking right now. Wait, why Best of Joy? But Myth, don't you know about the demo called The Toy that was on Thriller 40? That is the same song as this, but only way better. And I'm okay with you thinking that because I like The Toy. I really like The Toy. It has a nice Bee Gees sort of charm. But have you heard Best of Joy? Like the whole thing? The whole way through? You know, recently? I don't blame you if you haven't, because the song takes a while to really get going. This is one of the last songs MJ recorded before he passed away, so we aren't accustomed to how his voice has changed in the 4 years since One More Chance. It's clearly not Michael's best take either, and I'll admit that his squeaky falsetto paired with those plastic guitars turned me off when I first heard it all those years back. But coming back to it now, I missed out on some good shit. Say what you want about the Michael album and the bullshit Sony tried to pull off with it, but Nephew worked his ass off for the 3 songs he put together, and he makes this one in particular sound stunning. The track starts to kick things into high gear around 30 seconds in when they start to experiment a little bit more with the guitar, and Nephew picks up this flute MIDI and starts going ham with it. Be on the lookout for that MIDI, by the way, it comes up later in the list. From there are so many little intricacies sprinkled throughout, like this harp on the second verse or the strings that pop in and out at different points in the track. Once you get used to the voice, you start to appreciate how nice these melodies are. Like, this bridge is not easy to sing, and Michael does it with relative ease. I don't know, man, give this version a chance and you may end up liking it, because I ended up loving it and its sincere, fervent energy. Also, I'm not sure if this was intentional, but having Michael's final song end with such an outstanding outro where he fades into cries of I am forever is a wonderful touch. Okay, this is strange. I'm looking at the ranking in my notes and there's this track called In the Back which I ranked really high and I have no memory of how this song goes. I'm listening back on it now and there's nothing here to suggest why I liked it so much. Sure, I enjoyed the delay they have on the trumpet and the strings they add to the end of the groove is a cool feature, but there isn't anything that justifies the high ranking. Michael doesn't even have any lyrics on this track, he just mumbles his way through. This one must have been a mistake. I'm gonna have to go back in editing and move this to... Oh wow, wouldn't you know it, I just remembered why it was here. What the fuck was that? No, seriously, how the hell did they do that with his voice? Because I want to steal. It's insane how one small creative choice managed to tie the entire song together for me and make it so much more interesting than a good 2/3 of his entire discography. I'm completely fine with the fact that he never got around to completing it because the lyrics are not what matters in the slightest here. Besides, I know as a fact that he would have changed up this instrumental on the completed song and I just know it would have ruined the aura this song has. Some things are better left untouched. You know what? All this technical talk is making me tired. I don't have to elaborate the complexities of each and every track. Sometimes the charm of a Michael Jackson song is to hear him sing his heart out. Take Girl Don't Take Your Love From Me for instance. What's it about? Are there any recurring motifs? Does Biggie have a feature? Who knows and who cares? We came here to hear this little dude try to kill himself using his voice. Damn, that kid is good. It's songs like this that make me sad that things had to end the way they did. God damn it. Turns out I forgot a song. Silly me. I didn't include any of the songs from The Wiz on the list. I thought, well, the movie is just an adaptation of the musical, so all the songs would be considered covers. Well, it turns out that Michael's solo number, You Can't Win, was one of the new tracks written exclusively for the film, meaning it got a release as a single and it fits the criteria for this list. Now I gotta re-record all the lines where I say the number of the songs. It's funny how much I ragged on musicals earlier, only to place the one actual musical number Michael has done in his career so high on the list. The song harkens back to when Michael and the Jackson 5 were dipping their toes into disco around the tail end of their Motown contracts, where the groove was more loose and chaotic. Destiny was released a month after The Wiz released in theaters, and you can really tell the difference in the tight new age rhythm of tracks like Shake Your Body Down to the Ground in comparison to the retro Philly soul sway of this track here. If anything, Michael's uptown aesthetic was the perfect contrast to this unkept downtown boogie. He sounds so lost here, as if he's being prodded by pitchforks to sing and dance to a tune that overpowers him in every way. The hollering of the crows makes him feel more out of place on this song, and I love it. The best part has gotta be the bass sax they use. I love it when musicals actually attempt to experiment with weird and wacky instruments instead of using the same 5 or so for simplicity's sake. It's a proactive song in the grand scheme of things, its main goal being to introduce the audience to the Scarecrow, but a necessary one due to how his portrayal in the film diverges from others. Instead of the status quo of him looking for a brain only to find he had one all along, his self-confidence issues stem from an external source, namely the crows who force him to sing about his powerless nature while he is strung up to a pole. Any declaration of hope is a means of coping with their miserable lives as they whittle whatever little time they have away with vices and empty pleasures. Even if he is let down from his pole, he couldn't go anywhere due to his straw legs being made to fall apart the moment he sets foot on the ground. His life is a game he cannot win, one he cannot compete in, and one he cannot escape. He is only meant to serve his crow overlords. Considering that the character of the Scarecrow had been inspired by minstrel acts of the past, the racial overtones in this depiction are quite abundant and they don't make an attempt at hiding that. For that reason, there has been some contention over the inclusion of this number in renditions of The Wiz, some opting to pull it in favor of the previous Scarecrow number, I Was Born on the Day Before Yesterday, and personally, I disagree with that decision. You Can't Win gives a more profound revision of the Scarecrow story, with him gaining his confidence not by being oblivious to his circumstances, but in spite of them. Overall, it's a great song that I am glad I had to go back and revise the ranking for. I Am a Loser has one of my favorite stories of any Michael Jackson song. Him and Brad Buxer were at a hotel one night and Buxer was going through a breakup. He kept repeating to himself, "Oh man, I feel like such a loser," and Michael was like, Say that again. I know you're probably sick to death of me saying this, but the biggest asset of this song is how simple it is. But I don't just mean in the this was a fun jam sesh in the studio with the boys way, but more of a holy shit, this song is going to go #1 kind of way. I legitimately believe that this song would have been a hit if it got a proper release. It's the kind of song that you hear once and it stays in the back of your mind for a long time. That being said, it does get by on having an outstanding foundation because it isn't quite a finished product. Michael, I'm gonna need you to speak up a little bit, mate. The key change seems like an odd choice, but once the harmonies on the outro come in, it all makes perfect sense. This song just makes perfect sense. If you haven't, give it a spin and you'll see why. A hidden gem in the literal sense of the word. Hey Michael, what sound does a sea lion make? Good boy, here's a treat. It took a while for me to get what exactly the way you make me feel is. I couldn't help but think that I should be feeling something that isn't quite there. I think this song was meant to come across as raw and boundary pushing, judging by the fact that it comes after the opener on Bad. Like, oh my gosh, Michael Jackson is catcalling girls on the street? Are you not completely aghast? But with almost 40 years of distance from its release, the tone it intends to go for is flipped right on its head. In the mid-80s, this bass line with the industrial drum fills probably sounded like Maruja, but in 2026, this perky little synth line comes across as so jovial and bouncy. He's so infatuated with this girl, but he isn't thirsty. There's no reason for him to be going around humping potholes and shit. For the longest time, I couldn't quite figure out what this song was, but I think I have a somewhat reasonable grasp of it now. Have you ever noticed that this is an Elvis song? Take away all the tinsels and ornaments for a moment, and what really separates this from something that Elvis would have made in his heyday? The chords are simple, the lyrics are simple, the melody is simple, everything is simple really. The primary ingredient of the track is the level of confidence that the singer is able to generate, and it is fortunate that MJ gives what might be the best vocal performance of his entire career on this one. He is a tour de force, a fucking whirlwind that rattles the confines that is its instrumental till it damn near falls apart at the seams. I complain about MJ tracks running on for too long, and I directly blame this song for it because Michael was so on fire here that they let him play out for an entire minute, and 1/3 of all his songs afterwards tried to capture this same magic. If ad-libs could count as guitar solos, then the final minute of this song would be a top 25 guitar solo of all time, no joke. I wouldn't say the song was carried by Michael, more so that it offered her hand to Michael and he proceeded to run at 100 miles per hour and drag the bitch through concrete. I have no idea what propelled him to go into that booth and Jeffrey Dahmer that beat, but I thank him all the more for it because it produced an all-time classic. Also, wow, this video is so much worse than I remember. You know the story of Another Part of Me by now, right? How it was a toss-up between that and Streetwalker to make the album, and it was only chosen because MJ's manager danced to it. Yeah, I don't blame him in the slightest because this shit is a bop. It is delightfully cheesy. It doesn't even feel like it's from the 80s. It sounds like a modern song that tries to capture that 80s sound and succeeds in droves, if that makes any sense. No instrument manages to stand out because they all work so well together here. Piano, guitar, bass, drums, the harmonies that come in after the chorus, they all bounce off each other and synergize so well. The mix of this song that was on Captain EO is hilarious because the bass is so loud, you know that everybody in that cinema has tinnitus now. Oh, what the fuck is that thing? It's not perfect, of course. The lyrics are essentially MJ saying, "No, for real. Shout out my followers. I do think the track could have used a proper bridge, and this is the nittiest of nitpicks, but the way Mike pronounces the title rubs me the wrong way. You're just another part of me. Still, this track is an excellent addition to MJ's already stacked singles catalogue, and a testament to the Midas touch that Michael and Quincy seemingly had at the time. Have you ever wondered to yourself, what if Jam was good? Unless you actually liked Jam, then in that case, have you ever wondered to yourself, what if Scream was good? That's Escape. I love how campy this song is. The overly dramatic intro with Michael being chased by attack dogs and helicopters with the outstanding read of "He's gone!" The beat being made from a rickety prison cell door, that random faux sample at the end of the first chorus that somehow perfectly fits. They did not care at all about how this would sound on the radio or in the club. They didn't even try to make this palatable for the kids. This was a song that banked on you liking it because you are a fan of Michael Jackson. That was probably why it was left off of Invincible, since that record wanted to serve as a softer reboot for Michael and his music. I would have had a hard time believing that this song came out in 2001. It's a song that kind of falls apart if it was taken out of that particular time frame of 1997 to 1999. Look no further than the updated version from the album of the same name, because Darkchild butchers the shit out of this track. It didn't need a booming trap beat or an overblown orchestral section or a Lil Wayne guest verse in order to sound cool or cinematic. It only serves to drown out the absolutely spectacular chorus that the song has and make the whole thing sound like a poorly conceived remix that belongs on the second half of Blood on the Dance Floor that nobody listened to. This isn't movie trailer music. The only movie it is suited for is the one inside the song itself, and I, for one, really enjoy that movie.
You want me? Come and get me.
Love that part. Someone Put Your Hand Out achieves an emotion that I never expected a Michael Jackson track to veer towards, and that's melancholy. It's not sad or wistful in any sense, but there is this air of defeat and emptiness that persists around this instrumental that creates this interesting dynamic with Michael's high tenor. I attribute a fair bit of this to its key, D major. It's a fairly uncommon key for songwriters to choose. I assume it's because the thought process goes, this is a sad song, so I gotta move it down to a minor key. A solid majority of well-known songs that are in D major have a similar melancholic feel to this track. I'm talking about Sweet Disposition, Birds of a Feather, Hey There Delilah, Higher, you know, all the good songs. The lyrics aren't too complex, but the way MJ holds these uncomfortable notes gets the message across just as much as any fancy wordplay could. The progressions are excellent, the chorus is catchy as hell, and I adore the way the bridge settles into this trumpet that is halfway between a romantic setting and a memorial service. It's a long Michael Jackson song that does not feel long. That is a mark of high regard to me. I can't believe this got replaced on Dangerous by fucking Give In To Me. For shame, Michael. For shame. Gone Too Soon is technically a cover originally performed by Dionne Warwick on a TV special in memory of a recently deceased Karen Carpenter. Dionne's rendition was never recorded, so the song remains eligible. The writer, Buzz Cohen, got a call later that day from Michael Jackson in tears asking for permission to record it. MJ's version was dedicated in the memory of Ryan White, a boy who took his school to court after he was expelled for contracting AIDS. This was at a time where AIDS was perceived by the general public as this plague that was only meant to infect minorities, so Ryan's case was a real eye-opener for a lot of Americans, turning him into a celebrity of sorts. He became friends with well-known figures like Elton John, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Ronald Reagan, and Michael Jackson. When Ryan was first diagnosed, he was given 6 months to live. He managed to survive 5 more years before succumbing to complications with the disease a month before prom. Yeah, don't expect to hear this one at house parties. I really want to give props to the orchestration done by composer Marty Pike, because it elevates it far beyond being a vanilla ballad. Not to say it would have sounded awful without it, but Michael was meant for a Rhodes. Why not just use a Rhodes for this song? The orchestra gives it that extra bit of emotional weight, especially the flute that soars over the mountains and valleys of the Sierra soundscape. Michael is able to showcase his experience exceedingly well on this slow, deliberate melody. A hint of Shirley Horn can be heard in the way he allows his vocals to be enveloped by the music without ever feeling lost. Despite all my praises, it doesn't quite reach the astounding peaks of some of the other ballads that are still to come. It isn't a tearjerker, but it is touching nonetheless. Out of all the songs in MJ's catalogue, Liberian Girl took the longest for me to come around on. It's such a breaking ball in comparison to the rest of Bad, as the radiance of shimmering keys and drums is shelved in favour of something foreign. I don't just mean that in the sense that it is about a foreign place, but this really is a sound that we have never heard from Michael before or since. The marimba, the steel drums, the scattered percussion, the Swahili chanting, even though Liberians don't speak Swahili, it's like if Galway Girl was sung in Greek. The distant wails of exotic birds, it's also immersive. I used to think it was missing something, that it felt incomplete in some way I couldn't describe, but now I've come to see that in an album buffed and polished to a glossy polyester finish, this is natural, an opulent oasis for the wild ride ahead. The amount of restraint MJ shows as a songwriter not to hijack this reverie that the song creates and let it ride for as long as he could is insane. Then again, this is a Michael Jackson song, so he couldn't stop himself from chucking in an unnecessary bell at the end. It may have taken a full count, but this track really hit it out of the park for me. Why am I using so many baseball analogies? Wait, it's Got the Hots? Why did I think it was Gots the Hots? Got the Hots makes much more sense. Anyway, Got the Hots borders on ineligibility for this list. It was a demo that was later retooled and repurposed for Saida Garrett's Baby's Got It Bad. Since the lyrics and the production were greatly reworked for the official release, I will allow it for now, but if I'm being honest, the two tracks are so distant in terms of quality that I would have included this one regardless. Baby's Got It Bad is, for a lack of a better term, try hard. It wants to appeal to as many people as possible and clutters itself with as many stock 80s pop song sounds as possible as to muffle the quirkiness that the demo originally had. I don't want it to seem like I've done nothing but drag Saida Garrett throughout this video, but once again, her voice doesn't do anything for me at all. It sounds like a poor Tina Turner impersonation. Compare that to Michael's version and it's night and day. I've never enjoyed the intro all that much. It sounds like Michael was caught off guard by the song starting and he's struggling to jump onto it. But once the new time signature kicks in, it is smooth sailing from there. This song is weird. It doesn't fit in and it doesn't want to fit in. You hear that stupid 6/4 time signature? Why does this plucky synth work so well with these hard-nosed drums? The key solo is so clunky and it perfectly suits this eccentric rhythm. The layering on these vocals are next level. They make the chorus twice as good alone. This track has the sauce. It is impossible to listen to this song while sitting on your hands. You just have to get up and dance. Blood on the Dance Floor serves as an interesting benchmark for Michael's career at that point in time. The track was huge internationally. It hit #1 in the UK and was pretty much a ubiquitous top 10 smash across the whole of Europe, but in the US it only managed to peak at number 42. It goes to show that 1, nobody knows what the fuck that album was supposed to be, including me, and 2, Michael's reputation had plummeted to the point where he was getting ousted from the charts by respectable Samaritans like P. Diddy and R. Kelly. I only mentioned the chart status of this track in particular because I could not imagine this single not being huge. This is Ghosts on steroids. It takes the claustrophobic energy of Ghosts and converts it into this snug, galvanized sound that is still apprehensive yet effortlessly cool. The song is even about Michael getting stabbed by a random stranger, just like Ghosts. The bass line of this song is fantastic, which is why they totally nicked it from In Deep's Last Night, A DJ Saved My Life, but the slap bass they play on the intro and the pre-chorus is equally as fantastic. Speaking of, have you ever noticed those metallic cowbell sounds hidden in the intro? What a neat little detail. Oh yeah, the hook is a killer and one of MJ's finest, yada yada yada. We're in the top 50, this should be a given by now. This song rules and America stinks, and that's all I gotta say about that. I am in shock over the fact that I like Don't Walk Away as much as I do. So many people have already disregarded it as yet another filler track off Invincible, but I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it. It is stripped back in a way that is unusual for a Michael Jackson track, but it never feels cheap or low quality. The strings, both the acoustic and the orchestral, sound exquisite. There are no faults in the lyrics, the melody is enchanting, the chord progressions on this song are actually bonkers. Michael delivers one of the more unsung vocal performances of his career here. It sounds like his girlfriend broke up with him 6 hours before he went into the booth and enough time has passed for him to recollect his emotions, but you can tell he has been thinking about it for every waking second since it happened. The guitar solo, the bridge, and how it dissolves back into the chorus only to barrel into that final third of the song with that thunderous kick and those syrupy backing vocals, masterful work. Do you know what this song reminds me of? So Far Away by Carole King. I love that song. And I love this song too. I suppose that less was more when it came to this album. Yeah, it sounds like an Enrique Iglesias B-side, but fuck you, Escape is one of the best pop songs of all time. The first installment in the Michael Jackson vs. the Media saga, Leave Me Alone, has a special distinction that places it well above its contemporaries. This song is fun. I believe that Michael Jackson actually had fun making this song. Critics at the time viewed this as edgy and angst-ridden, and I find that preposterous because this is such a lively number. Every instrument here is synthetic in some sense, but they are arranged in a way that makes the completed sound so fresh and convivial. This isn't meant to be a vicious attack on the paparazzi. This is Michael moving on and being the better man in this toxic relationship. He is above being petty and manipulative like the media media are to him, so he might as well have a good time with it. I think portraying Michael's annoyance with the media through the lens of a scorned relationship was the right call. The other paparazzi call-out tracks are too on the nose for my tastes. It felt like MJ was stooping down to their level. Here, he allows himself to display more maturity regarding the subject. Yeah, there was a time where I wanted your approval and adoration, but now I see that you go out of your way to target and vilify me every chance you get, so I will kindly ask you to get the fuck out of my face. It might not have the highest of highs when it comes to hit MJ songs, but Leave Me Alone is a delightfully fun time from start to finish. Foiled again by choreography. Money is so fucking cool, man. It's rare that we get Michael portraying himself in a villainous light, not in a bogus, spooky, scary skeletons way, but in an actual ubiquitously evil fashion. I feel like a modern song where the artist is rapping from the perspective of money would come across as overly ham-fisted, since every depiction of evil nowadays is either the Joker or Hannibal Lecter. But on this, Michael sounds so above it all. Money is a benevolent being with no real motive or vendetta, so it doesn't feel the need to brag or gloat or take glee in what it does. This song is one of Michael's best instrumentals since he parted ways with Quincy Jones, which is even more impressive considering that Michael made this by himself. The drums, the bass line, the beat switch before the pre-chorus, everything sounds so clean. Too clean, in fact. It sounds corporate. It's soulful yet soulless, and that is perfect for the subject at hand. In a song filled with lyrical gems, my favorite line from this track has to be, "You want your pot of gold, you need the Midas touch, but you will sell your soul because your God is such." When someone worships money, they are willing to sell their soul because they are under the false pretense that a specific sum would solve all their problems. But really, all it leads to is a complete detachment of one's humanity. They believe that guilt and shame can be withheld with a direct deposit, and that compassion and fulfillment comes with a reserve price. After all, everybody has a price, right? At the end of the day, their sole desire is to become like money, their lives becoming claimed and then disregarded instantaneously. It ties back to the first verse about soldiers willing to slaughter innocent civilians hoping that they can get a benefits package when they come home, only to die and become a decimal on some rich cunt's invoice. They sell their souls to the devil because they are addicted to the high of the vice of value. Money isn't a belief in evil, it's a belief in nothing. Nothing but man's golden Ouroboros. Anyway, if you want to make money, become an ethical billionaire like Donald Trump. Jesus Christ. Outside of that glaring blunder, Money remains as an unsung classic with a killer hook being the cherry on top. There is this perception that Michael's Achilles heel was his songwriting, since he simply cannot be that talented at everything all at once. And while I do believe that would be his weakest department if I had to choose, he was most certainly no slouch when it came to the pen, and this track proves that in spades. Remember Rule 3? Yeah, this is the exception. This song is a cover of Girlfriend by the band Wings, but if you know anything worth a lick about Michael Jackson, you will know that Paul McCartney wrote this song for Michael and offered it to him at a house party, but Paul decided to put it on his album anyway for reasons unknown. What do you mean you didn't know that? Shame on you. Since the song was written with the intent of being sung by Michael, it solidifies itself with a placing on this list, and quite a high one at that. Besides, Michael bought the rights to Paul McCartney's music soon after, so it would have counted either way. I don't mean for this to come across as insulting because I love this song, but has Paul ever listened to a Michael Jackson song before this? The song was recorded in early 1977, which would mean that the last release from Michael at the time would have been the self-titled record from the Jacksons. What track on this album sounds like this? Show You the Way to Go, maybe, if you've had enough drinks? Seriously, what compelled McCartney to lay the demo down and think to himself, do you know who would sound really good on this? That young Michael fellow from Motown. Especially since the original sounds like this. If anything, hearing the original makes me respect the cover even further due to how much work they had to put in to shine something so shy and cozy into a boisterous pop jam which is more palatable to the audience. Quincy performs miracle work behind the mixer, flipping the out-of-place guitars dueling for your attention into insanely rich production that ranges from the magnificent sounding bass down to the guitars, drums, Rhodes, flute, horn. You know what? Everything about this track sounds amazing, especially Michael himself, since Quincy manages to turn Paul's Paul's shaky falsetto into some of the best harmonies on any Michael Jackson song. With that being said, I don't think the song liberates itself entirely from Paul McCartney enough in order to be creme de la creme of MJ tracks, but that isn't necessarily a bad thing since McCartney was still one of the best songwriters of his age, which he proudly puts on display with some of these chord progressions. Despite its weird origins, Girlfriend is a cover that Michael not only does justice but exceeds tenfold, which is something I cannot really say about the other time he covered a Paul McCartney song. This track has a solid amount of lore associated with it, so bear with me on this one. In the early 80s, Steven Spielberg went to work on his passion project, a live-action film adaptation of Peter Pan that would eventually become Hook. Early in development, Spielberg contacted Michael Jackson about starring in the lead role of this, at the time, musical feature. Michael was interested in the role, but talks fizzled out since a Peter Pan who decided to grow up and become a lawyer didn't seem up Michael's wheelhouse. Still, that didn't prevent him from teaming up with his friend and collaborator Buzz Cohen, yeah, he wrote this one too, to pump out 4 new tracks exclusive for the musical. Among the songs, 3 have yet to see the light of day, those being Peter Pan, Make a Wish, and Happy Song. However, one song has managed to sneak its way out of confinement this year, with that track being Neverland Landing. Oh, it's nothing, it's just... I thought I would have hated this song. Functionally, there isn't much that differentiates this from World of Candy, and wow do I hate World of Candy. But while that track makes me feel that Michael is about to get hit with a case that actually sticks, this one makes me beam with joy, I think? I don't know, I haven't experienced this feeling in quite a while. Why do I feel like this? I think it's the compound time lending itself well to the hastened tempo. It makes you feel like you're spinning around the ballroom with your significant other to a waltz that was embedded in your souls the moment you met. Oh, maybe it's how energetic and organic the piano sounds. It's as if the piano was hit with a spell that brought it to life and it played this out of sheer instinct since the thing it wants most out of life is to entertain. Wait, maybe it's how Michael sounds ethereal as he commands the most sensational, glistening starlight twinkling in rhythm to swirl around him. No, it's the lyrics. It has to be the lyrics. They aren't just purely descriptive, although they do a wonderful job of illuminating the atmosphere, but they seem like an affirmation of the joyful sensation that Neverland brings. Look at the lines, come get your own full share, not any less, feel like a millionaire, not penniless, and let your senses take control, life commences once it's in your soul. It seems like such a minor detail, but it implies a sense of experience, that tribulation was something that Peter Pan faced, and Neverland was created as a response to that anguish, and how it ties into Michael and
Oh, this song is so fucking good.
Who do you know rocks? This that easy listening shit, baby. Type of shit to make you total your Mazda CX-5 off a cliff. 7/6 chord progressions are yet another great basis for a song, and it is further augmented by a soothing French horn and simple yet strong guitar work. Is there an artist who works as well with a Rhodes other than Michael Jackson? Because I don't think so. The mellow mix might be the biggest thing the song has going for it, as it really brings out Michael's heavenly voice in little unique ways, such as the harmonics that continuously stack on the chorus with each go around. I think my favorite little detail in this track are the little whistles he does in the middle of the song to make it sound like the wind is blowing through the air. Yeah, we're in the thick of this list where every song onwards is just going to be absolutely phenomenal in pretty much every capacity, and this one in particular is no exception. Out of all the Michael Jackson tracks, I believe this one has the most notorious development cycle. In 1993, Michael was in Moscow for the Dangerous World Tour and invited Brad Buxer over to his hotel room to work on tracks for the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 soundtrack. The relationship between Sega and Michael fell through for obvious reasons, but a piece that Jackson and Buxer composed made its way into the game as the credits theme, albeit uncredited to them. Shortly after this, Michael would cancel the tour and check himself into rehab for a painkiller addiction. Once out, Michael got back to work on the track by chronicling his experiences in Russia, and thus Stranger in Moscow was born. Despite being a commercial success, this song might be the lowest point in Michael's career. This in turn provides the track with the strongest writing of Michael's career. This is Michael essentially giving up on ever trying to win back the good faith that he had amassed over the past decade and praying for the opportunity to disregard his fame. I always thought the title was counterintuitive, like what the hell? Michael isn't a stranger, everybody knows that guy. And what the hell is he doing in Moscow? Why Moscow? But finally getting the chance to hear this song from something that isn't a choppy retail store speaker, I really do believe that setting this track amongst the backdrop of a fallen Soviet Union was a masterful piece of writing. Being a stranger in Moscow isn't just about feeling lost, it's about being perceived by your contentious public persona, even when it is the last thing you want to be. This is illustrated by the KGB questioning MJ on the outro, with lyrics roughly translating to, "Why are you here, Westerner? To steal the achievements of our people? To bribe our country with your money?" In a beautifully cruel case of irony, Michael escapes his infamy and the judgment of his home country, only to arrive at unfamiliar territory where his infamy remains and the judgment persists. Michael is stuck being Michael Jackson, and it is killing him, literally. In addition, Michael's prose here has shown tremendous growth from his early career. I love how he refers to the Kremlin not just shadowing him, but belittling him, as if it too has taken part in the chanting and noise that Michael has drowned out in his depressive state. Even Stalin is calling him a nonce from beyond the grave. Another major element in this song's favor is that it sounds so unlike Michael. There is a shocking absence of music in this instrumental, which means that there are little to no distractions from Michael's downtrodden state. The hook on this track is the most tired I have ever heard him sound in his life. The piano section makes it sound like a Moby track. If it wasn't for the vocals and the signature beatboxing, is there any indication that this is a Michael Jackson song? Funnily enough, on a song about wanting to step outside your own skin, Stranger in Moscow is the one where I believe Michael manages to do so to the best of his ability. It is such a striking contrast in comparison to his work beforehand that it accurately paints Mike as a fully refined artist with an enhanced acumen over himself and the world around him. And to think this would have just been wasted on the credits of Sonic 3. Days in Gloucestershire is the most mature Michael Jackson song. Not in the sense that it challenges the audience or covers the most riveting subject matter. Rather, this is one of the select few MJ songs where Michael allows himself to show his age. Michael's 8-year hiatus before his eventual death meant that we never really got a glimpse into what Michael's life was like after the fame that he spent the better part of a decade trying to rebuke. A part of me believes that this is for the better. A man is entitled to his privacy after all. But I cannot deny that I would have been interested in hearing about the mindscape of a middle-aged Michael. He can only pop up and make a track on the caliber of Unbreakable or You Rock My World for so long. He's a father of 3 now, and his fans have grown up alongside with him. The king of pop would need a new approach to songwriting to match his new life, and if this song is any indication, Michael would have been heading in a whole new direction entirely, and I really like it. This track is an utter rejection of pretty much everything Michael has achieved thus far. The amateurish production and to an extent the low quality vocal recording bolsters this sentiment. There is no glamour, no showmanship, no song and dance. That was then. This is now. Michael's ego is non-existent here. He doesn't make the effort to sound like the higher-pitched crooning days of old, but he instead opts for these deeper vocal inflections that remind me a lot of Tracy Chapman. It helps ground him more to the reality of the track, at least to me. The only time Michael's voice soars to those heights is on this truly wonderful chorus where he starts to reflect on better times. It is backed up by this breathtaking instrumental that sounds so organic and homely. It makes it feel like Michael finally getting the opportunity to attune with nature after all those years separated from it. For his entire career, it felt like it was Michael's world and we were all living in it. But Days in Gloucestershire is Michael living in ours. It is Michael finally getting the chance to live the life he has fought so hard for, tethered to no man, beholding the world wherever and whenever he pleases, helping anyone he can. You catch a glimpse of the old man. He comes by the park around the same time every day. You see him on your morning walk, pushing the stroller along as you look out at the crystalline blue pond. He sits on the same park bench each time, unless there is someone already there. In that case, he stands by the litany of lily pads populating the water. He never looks at the water, however. He always looks to the sky, his head in the clouds. One morning he turns his head to you, smiles, waves, and he turns back to his own personal Neverland. The thought hits you. Is that Michael Jackson? Didn't he used to be black? I'm sure there are a good number of people who are disgusted by the mere prospect of this video. I'm sure they would have littered the comments with remarks such as, "How dare you glorify this man? Do you not feel any anger over the things he has done?" I am not one who preaches separating the art from the artist, because more often than not, the art ends up becoming infected by the artist. When it comes down to cases like these, the best you could do is judge these songs based on merit without them delving too deep into any personal affairs in which the negative connotations cannot be avoided. Luckily, I've managed to find a song that perfectly strikes that balance, as One More Chance is R. Kelly's best song. Yep, I knew you'd show up. No point in delaying the inevitable. Why, who do you think I was talking about? Maybe I underestimated the talents of Mr. Kelly, but I did not expect the amount of depth he put into this song. This chord progression is really nice, and it is coupled with, honestly, one of the best melodies that Michael has ever sung in his career. Hard to believe this was the same guy who wrote Sex Weed. The production is shockingly top-notch as well. There are some serious highlights in this mix that a lot of good producers would not have included, like the piano flourishes in the pre-chorus, and the way the vocals keep stacking in the chorus, the harmony becoming more layered as it goes along. It makes the track sound far more momentous than it actually is. I mean, it's really just Michael begging for one more chance at a mutually consensual relationship with his of-age lover who is of legal age. Or at least I think it is. Hey Mr. Kelly, is this song about Michael begging for one more chance at a mutually consensual relationship with his other— Oh god, oh Christ, you set him off. I told you not to look at him. No, I told you to— Hey, no, don't blame this on me. I fucking told you not to look. Despite all the circumstances surrounding it, this song makes me feel proud. This was the final song that Michael Jackson ever released, and he decided to go out doing what he does best and having the time of his life doing it. Even though it was cut short, I'm glad he was able to end his illustrious career on a round of applause. Chicago 1945 is a song so good that some dumb motherfucker had to resort to petty theft just so it could see the light of day. For legal purposes, I disown and condemn your actions. Shame on you. Anyway, oh my god, this song is so fucking good, you guys. You could really tell that it was at this point of time where Michael was really starting to grow into his own skin as an artist and a songwriter. Having worked with Steve Porcaro of Toto, I wonder if we will be hearing more from him later on this banger of a track only a week after Thriller was released. I'm not sure if it's the faulty mix or what, but I love how this song feels aged, as if it were recorded in the year 1945. This song manages to make it sound like a period-accurate, bustling city despite having synth horns and rhythm guitars. Speaking of which, the horns are spectacular on this song. They play off of Michael's unparalleled charisma so well. They even lowered the Rhodes down in the register so it would sound like Michael is a detective solving a crime. It warps my brain in the best way. Dude, this chorus? This has a case for being the best hook that Michael Jackson has ever done. I have had this song stuck in my head for the entire 6 months I've spent making this video. If you haven't yet, you gotta listen to this track. A good portion of this section of the video is just going to be me praising lesser known MJ songs and going, oh my god you guys, you gotta listen to this, but man, this shit is really good. This was an all-time classic just laying around gathering dust before it got leaked. To whoever leaked this, I say, fuck you. Legally. So I have a question with this song. What exactly is going on in this intro? Is he opening the doors to his secret lair or some shit? Oh, never mind, it's awesome now. Unbreakable is one of MJ's favorite songs, and I can see why, especially since it has, dare I say, the best pre-chorus of Michael's career. It's practically impossible to not at least bop your head along to this heavy beat from Darkchild. Does anyone else hear the bird noise in this song? Before the first verse right behind the snare. It can't be going crazy, right? The internet tells me that this beat has a sample of Unbelievable by Biggie Smalls and I don't see it. Yeah, the riff has the same rhythm, but they sound completely different. If anything, the Unbelievable beat sounds like a sample of this song. Speaking of Biggie, his verse here really takes the cake for me. It is incredible. His flow is so snug with this beat that you forget that the verse originally came from a Shaq song. But then again, Biggie could float on any beat, so my point is redundant. Michael could have become another nostalgia act at the turn of the century, but he instead decided to embrace the sound of the new millennium with open arms and proceeded to pump out an absolute banger. It is extraordinary how well this track manages to set the tone for the rest of Invincible, or at least the first half of it. See, Bad, this is how you do an I'm Back Bitch single. I think there is an unconscious assumption that the tippity top of this list will be reserved for songs that are maximalist in approach and flawless in execution. While most of the songs up there do fit that description, there is still room for more of the unpolished mellow tunes as well. Take I'm So Blue for instance. When compared to the tracks that actually made Bad, it feels terribly empty and simple, but it doesn't feel out of place. If anything, I think the song works perfectly as a mirror for the way you make me feel. It's on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to an old-fashioned throwback track. It is structured like an early 60s pop song with this ultra-uniform chord progression and this disgustingly catchy hook. That isn't a detriment to the song because that simplicity helps bring out the best part of the song, that being the outstanding harmonica work. See, I told you that harmonicas are one of the best instruments. Amongst a sea of heavy hitters on this tier, this is a quick, effective jab of easy listening with an absolute earworm of a chorus and tons of replay value. Going through the third trimester of Michael's career has made me grow more of an appreciation for Teddy Riley. By appreciation, I mean I looked him up on Wikipedia and found out he's actually the godfather of New Jack Swing and has had multiple number ones before and after working with Michael, but still, that doesn't negate the difficulty of making this whole thing work, no? Michael taking a sharp turn like this could have gone really badly. New Jack Swing, at its essence, is about being cooler than the other side of the pillow, having the hip and leaving the hop, more rhythm, less blues, while Michael was still cool, I guess, but he has definitely cooled off. The last album, Bad, wasn't all that concerned with building upon the sound of the other two albums before, but instead served as Michael kicking in the door and stamping himself as the sole claimant of the throne. But the thing about being the king of pop is that nobody wants to root for the king. Nobody wants to root for the Dodgers or the Thunder or the Penrith Panthers. But there is a catch. We are talking about Michael Jackson here. If Adele came back and started making tracks with Jim Legacy and Femi Guerrero, it would require a lengthy transition period for it not to come across as clunky and disjointed. Michael Jackson does not abide by such laws. Can't Let Her Get Away is a career-defining smash hit if anyone except Michael Jackson released it. For him, it is simply known just as another fantastic deep cut hidden between his other record-breaking singles. I can't believe it took me this long to hear this. It is almost sickening how well Michael manages to integrate his style into the new genre without so much as breaking a sweat. The endearingly dated early 90s piano and strings combination melds perfectly with the infectious drum beat laid out by Ted Riley with the KRS-One sample chops. I especially love this entire midsection. The track samples itself to build to this weird Michael rap verse thing that sounds like an actual freestyle, only to feed into this beautiful harmony that only Michael could pull off. Man, that motherfucker was so good. This track blows a majority of other New Jack Swing songs out of the water. Bell Biv DeVoe? More like Bell Biv to blow my booty hole, bitch. Michael just left y'all in the dust. If Dangerous was Michael's bid to become cool again, then yeah, safe to say he's cool again. The irony of Michael's first song released since his death being called This Is It is hilarious. I know it was the name of the tour Michael was about to embark on before he passed, but come on. Surely someone had to have realized this was in poor taste. They know what they did. At least they made up for it by having the song be good. The backstory of this track is actually kind of nuts. So this track was initially written as a duet called I Never Heard by Michael Jackson and Paul Anka. As in, put your head on my shoulder, Paul Anka. My way, Paul Anka. I still can't wrap my head around that. That's such a strange overlap of errors. Speaking of strange overlap of errors, I Never Heard was later given to an artist by the name of Sapphire.
I have no idea who this is.
Before that could happen, Michael took the tape the song was on, and Anka was so pissed that he threatened to take Michael to court. Mike gave Anka back the tape, but not before recording a solo version of I Never Heard, which would later be known as This Is It. I think I prefer the orchestra version overall. The symphony doesn't exactly elevate the track like you would expect they would, but I just find the intro with the orchestra warming up to be a really cool sound. After listening to the MJ version, the Paul Anka version, and the Sapphire version, I can comfortably say that MJ's is the best. Both Paul and Sapphire's renditions are quite cheery and up-tempo, which I find to be a weird choice. I suppose the lyrics are romantic, but they are romantic in an idyllic sort of way. You know the dead wife trope where all the flashbacks flashbacks have her enshrouded in white light while she's running across a paddock, or lying in white bed sheets with a full head of makeup getting foundation all over the pristine white bed sheets, the nasty bitch. This song is the audio equivalent of that. It needs to be overly sentimental and melodramatic so it can make a bunch of people cry when it gets played at his funeral, and I'm glad that Michael was able to take it in that direction. I gotta give respect to John McClane, yes that's his real name, who only worked on 4 songs with Michael, all of them after his death. I'm just gonna ignore you, but still chose to give these tracks his absolute best. The amount of stuff he manages to pack into this track without it feeling bloated is impressive, considering that this song is comprised of just 4 chords. The Jacksons reunite to provide backing vocals, and they have not missed a beat in the slightest. There isn't much to do on a song with so little chord variety, so they substitute it with some nice vocal fills. Although there are times where they attempt to change some of the song lyrics using the backing vocals, and all it does is make it sound incredibly distracting. The final chorus to this track is phenomenal. They build upon everything the song had invoked and allows it to keep soaring and soaring with these high notes and that stunning MIDI they throw in there. I will admit that on the right day, it would make me emotional. This is it, despite having all the makings of a malicious cash grab, turned out to be a worthy addition to Michael's legacy. It is an example of why I lean towards some of these posthumous tracks as much as I do, because they consist of guys working their ass off for no other reason but for the love of Michael Jackson. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm pretty sure you know this by now, but I Can't Help It was co-written by Michael's third cousin Stevie Wonder and is by far Michael's most technically proficient track. Oh my god, if this isn't one of the best sounding songs I have ever heard in my fucking life. Every single instrument is on the exact same wavelength. The drums and the mini Moog synth are so delicate and silky smooth that it feels like the song is being recorded on a billow of clouds. Michael gives a dazzling historic performance, which is like the 8th dazzling historic performance in a row he has given on this album. I don't know how you can hear that opening rolled Rhodes chord followed by Louis Johnson's impeccable bass work and not immediately get swept off your feet. Speaking of chords, do you want to know the chord progression of I Can't Help It? So how about we start off with something simple like an A13 sharp 11. You know, the kind of chord that would only make sense if you were born blind. Then you follow that up with an A flat major 9, just to clarify to everyone that this song is in A flat major and it doesn't need to follow conventional tonic bullshit to sound amazing. We then go to an F minor, we follow that up with a B flat major. At this point you have no idea where this song is going at all, but here's the good bit. You get a D flat minor 9, and then you get the elevated E flat major, and you think to yourself, okay, those are the subdominant and the dominant chords of the scale, this is going to resolve on a root A flat major chord. And it does, eventually. However, what happens instead is that Stevland over here says to himself, bitch, I'm Stevie Wonder, I'll just change the key to E major real quick and make my way up the scale. The only thing, and I mean the only thing preventing this from being in the top 10 is that I don't think the chorus is up to par with the masterpieces that are the verses. As a matter of fact, I straight up do not like how Michael goes up an octave for the final chorus of the track. He sounds really uncomfortable in that range and he staggers off key quite a bit. But other than that, what a track. I Can't Help It was made at a time where Stevie was just in a whole nother stratosphere as an artist, releasing classic after classic after classic, and this track felt like an appropriate passing of the torch, giving Michael the green light to go on his own legendary run of albums. It's crazy to think that 2 of the most talented human beings of all time ended up being related, huh? Out of the 188 tracks listed here, Streetwalker is the one that has grown on me the most. When I heard it for the first time, I thought, man, this shit is too goofy for its own good, and I put it in the hundreds somewhere. And then I came back to it. Again. And again. And I thought, alright, I suppose it's better than this song, and also that song, and this song too, and that song, until it somehow managed to almost land in the top 30. This song at its core is a collection of ridiculously bold creative choices that all work so much better than intended. Why did they add that weird reverse clap at the end of every second bar? Why did they decide to structure the pre-chorus like that with the random time signature changes? Why doesn't a single line in this song rhyme? unless you count Like You and Love You as a rhyme. Why does it sound so good together? Why is it so addictive to listen to? To be fair, there are sections that aren't weird, which are just as pleasing, like the intro and the chorus, but still, what an odd song. Frank DeLeo chose another part of me over this track, and to give him the benefit of the doubt, the version meant for bad at the time lacked the horns and the bluesy harmonica, which would have definitely hampered the experience of the track. But I would not have been upset in the slightest if it managed to squeak its way onto bad. Streetwalker was the shot in the arse that the album desperately needed, and honestly would have suited the sound of the album far better than certain other tracks. But alas, this song would eventually evolve to become the track Dangerous. What the fuck happened there? Apparently the two songs have the same bass line? Streetwalker's bass line was sick. How did they manage to make it so forgettable? Much Too Soon is Michael Jackson's most underrated song. There is virtually no discussion on this track, and I have absolutely no idea why. Maybe the controversy regarding the album it's from overshadowed it. Maybe people expected something more grandiose from what they thought would be the last ever Michael Jackson song. Whatever it may be, I urge you to go and give this song another listen, because wow, the arrangement of this song is masterful. It is one giant smorgasbord of all the little things I adored in previous MJ tracks. Somber guitar, timeless harpsichord, tender yet tasteful strings, decayed backing vocals that sound like angels revolving around Michael. It even has a prominent contribution from my favorite instrument of all time, the accordion. It's like this track was made specifically for me to enjoy. Once again, I gotta give props to John McClane, who has such a great ear for detail in these tracks. Not only is the production immaculate, but the composition work holds itself to that standard exponentially. I especially love this bridge that revolves around this B minor, only to end with this G and A combo before beautifully transitioning into a harmonica solo. Oh my god. I told you that the harmonica can be an amazing instrument if used accordingly. Maybe you'll go listen to this song and find it boring. Good for you. But I cherish this song. This was a perfect end to Michael's career and Michael's legacy. It is one of my personal favorites, a track that scratches the itch in my brain at the right places, and quite frankly, I'm glad I could have that feeling of a song being made just for me. Out of all the pieces of trivia that I have discovered along my research for this video, the one that shocked me the most was that Wannabe Starting Something was intended to be on Off the Wall. That doesn't sound like the most shocking revelation to a lot of you, but this is such an abrupt shift from the closed-in, provincial nature of the preceding album. Off the Wall feels like you're at a disco where Michael is performing. You don't need to do anything else other than dance and appreciate how good the music is. Meanwhile, the opener, The Thriller, doesn't just invite the audience to participate, it damn near requires them to. There are so many instances where the track preoccupies the backing vocals with something meant to be chanted along to. It's trying to show that Michael Jackson is no longer meant to be playing at jazz clubs or music halls. He's meant to perform in front of thousands of screaming fans. This song is known to have some fairly off-kilter lyrics that get quite a few heads tilting, but if I'm being honest, I love the approach Michael takes to his songwriting here. The sheer bluntness and candor that Michael displays is oddly evocative of David Byrne, where words are often used as aggregates for other themes or ideas. They hate you. They're gonna eat you alive. You're a vegetable. Why a vegetable? Nobody knows, nobody cares, it's provocative, it gets the people going. The final minute consists of a random phrase that Michael heard in a Cameroonian funk song. It has absolutely nothing to do with what the song is about, and it ended up becoming so iconic that this outro alone managed to become a #1 hit single. It is a song that throws everything at the wall, and with all the accuracy of Randy Johnson decimating a seagull with a four-seamer, everything manages to stick. The beat is fresh, Michael's smug, unruly energy is addictive, the way it builds to the outro is terrific. It is the best step in the right direction that an artist could ask for. Yeehaw. Remember Rule 4? Yeah, this is the exception. Fly Away was recorded by Jackson during the Bad sessions and was put aside until a full decade later when Mike gave the track to his sister Rebby for her upcoming album. Rebby's version is bad. It's really slow and meticulous. It's out of place with the melody if you ask me. Michael provides backing vocals on the chorus, but Rebby herself doesn't sound all that enthralled or, good. It's not like Rebby is the worst singer in the world. I love her cover of A Fork in the Road, but it is clear she has no idea how she's supposed to sing this song. It doesn't help that the track would randomly try to cram the original demo into the song, which sounds hilariously stupid. So that track is a bit of a dud. And then you get to Michael's version and oh my god, what happened here? No, seriously, how did this turn into this? Michael's harmonies make way more sense in the context of this soothing, laid-back synth and drum machine power couple. The melody on both the verse and the chorus are more palatable with the quickened tempo that doesn't ruin the romantic feel of the song. This version is way more romantic than Rebby's. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel when listening to that version, and I don't think Rebby does either. Meanwhile, Michael understood the assignment the instant that orchestra picked up. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, oh my god, this intro is so fucking good, it's giving me goosebumps. You are telling me that MJ sat on this song, which is better than most of the tracks on Bad, for 11 long years before giving it away and allowing it to be utterly defiled like it was? What a kind person. The neat thing about Michael Jackson is that sometimes he is the instrument that ties everything together. Take Working Day and Night for instance. The song starts off with Michael breathing rhythmically over some first-class percussion work. I cannot name a song with a better use of a triangle off the top of my head. Next, they bring the drums in along with that killer piano riff. They give the rhythm guitar a quick little ba-da-da for good measure at the end of the 4 bars. It's a good groove, like a really good groove. Yet still, it is missing one crucial component to put the bow on it all. And then Quincy says, "Deploy the Michael." There we go, the song has legendary status now. Michael takes this song from 4th to 5th gear and the velocity does not let up one bit. I talked about how Off the Wall can feel like a live album at times purely off of the unmitigated energy it pumps out through the speakers, and this track is prime suspect number 1 when it comes to that. These horns sound so crisp and brimming with vigor that they match the sheer mania of a peak James Brown track. The quirky vocal feels like and bo 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 bring the personality out of Michael that he, in all honesty, kind of lacked over the past few years at that point. Michael completely sheds the skin of the timid old soul boy next door on this track alone, and God bless him for that. This track is sonic pandemonium, and when it comes to pure unadulterated disco, it might be his very best. Remember Rule 5? Yeah, this is the exception. Dream Away is a Michael Jackson track that has, at this time of recording, never been released nor leaked to the public. The only evidence of its existence is a phone recording someone took while attending a seminar by Steve Picano, who wrote the song alongside Michael in the same session that created Chicago 1945. If I were to describe Dream Away with one word, it would be spellbinding. I don't think there is a song in MJ's discography that pulls you in as deeply as this track does. Even through shitty laptop speakers, you are unequivocally transported into this fantastical world where shooting stars cascade down the twilight sky, illuminating the brisk azure fields and candlelit towns that they encompass. I am completely enamored with this music box sounding synth they use. The acoustics on Michael bring out a different side to him, one that is more warm and affectionate. This might be the most human we ever hear Michael's sound. It sounds more like a loving boyfriend than it does a global megastar, if that doesn't sound weird. I love how the chorus is contrasted between the swelling romantic melody at the beginning and the latter half, which sounds like a run-on sentence. It feels spontaneous, like it's a musical number where the emotion of this magnitude could only be described through song. If you're watching this and you haven't heard this track, I beg you to stop this video, look up this song, and listen to it in its entirety. It has become one of my go-to songs whenever I need creative inspiration, and it needs to be shared with the world. I don't know how, and I don't know when, but Dream Away needs to have an official release. Steve Picano, I will do anything that doesn't involve one or more of my orifices. Want to hear my unpopular opinion that's going to trigger the snowflakes? Here it goes. Michael Jackson did not need to say that. He did not need to use racial slurs on this song in order to get his point across. I'm not going to lecture you about how the line was misinterpreted or how it is actually a masterful piece of social commentary, because it isn't. It was a filler line. It isn't smart and it doesn't prove a point. All it did was enable racists into portraying Jewish people as irrational and sensitive for being offended by the biggest musician on earth openly using slurs at their expense in his worldwide hit single. It's just controversy for controversy's sake. I'm just saying, he couldn't find anything else to rhyme with black or white me? Seriously? Anyway, They Don't Care About Us is an absurdly good song. I think of this as being Michael's only true political song. I don't count the instances where Michael calls out district attorneys or puts his hands out and screams, "Stop fighting!" to be political anthems, but on this track, Michael does not mince words or pacify himself in the slightest. Michael says at the start of one of the music videos that this is meant to pictorialize the injustices of all mankind, but with the recounts of Michael's experiences in custody and the shadow of the LA riots still looming over the socio-political climate of the United States, the epidemic of police brutality perpetrated towards black Americans is the clear driver of Michael's vitriol. The choice of drums for this track might be the best creative decision Michael has ever made. The wild blend of Afro-Caribbean reggae rhythms and Brazilian carnival samba that is Olodun, popularized in the West by Paul Simon's The Obvious Child, I might add, was the perfect choice to create a legendary drumline that feels like the march of a million footsteps confined into 4 beats of a bar. I like the scatterbrained delivery of the verses, which pairs well alongside the powerful drums. There's rarely a coherent sentence being uttered, just vague descriptors flashing on screen without any further elaboration. Everything is just headlines meant to be absorbed and forgotten about the moment some other distraction pops up, never allowing the listener to process everything in one sitting. The only respite from the onslaught of information is this bridge where Michael starts to get in depth with his feelings of being taken into custody. A large focus of this section is how degrading the entire process was and how he felt as if he was being stripped of his humanity. In a justice system that predicates itself with preserving the principles of divine punishment, the role of law enforcement becomes oversimplified into prioritizing the prohibition of dangerous individuals rather than dangerous environments. This results all too often in the defilement and abuse of detainees, a process meant to denounce the rights of a citizen and the notion of rehabilitation under the guise of a lifelong criminal receiving their just deserts. This in turn feeds into the prison industrial complex where mass incarceration is meant to expand the influence of law enforcement and drive the profits of various other private companies that benefit from the operation of prisons, such as surveillance, criminal lawyers, and construction. The more you learn about both of MJ's cases, you start to see that the feds really wanted those charges on Mike to stick. They stripped Michael naked and took pictures of his genitals to see if they matched the description of the plaintiff, something even they admitted wasn't completely necessary. They locked him inside a room with doo-doo feces sprayed on the walls. Grody. They seized Michael's porn stash during the raid and put a picture of it on a screen while Michael was testifying in court. For days on end. It got to the point where even members of the jury felt uncomfortable with it. He was only human. Who cares if he had the refined taste for Sloppy Dogs presents Fuck Me, I'm a Bad Girl, Hot, Wet, Tight, Pink. That's not even a title, that's just a bunch of words. Fuck me, I'm legal. Well, there you have it, Your Honor. It says right here she was legal. I rest my case. Michael expressed firsthand how heartless the justice system is, and he is mad about it. As a man, as a black man, as a father, as an American, his rights were taken away from him, and he is royally and rightfully pissed about it. This is the fate of millions across the country, and what has been done to stop it? MLK wouldn't let this stand. FDR wouldn't. Wait, why FDR? Why would... Okay, whatever. He wouldn't like this neither. So why would we? They turn our rights into profit. They don't really care about us. Hearing this 30 years later, where the correlation between police reform and lower crime rates becomes more apparent each year, Michael's choice to make a track that is not only candid with its political messaging, but one that is so poignant and ballsy with it, I respect the hell out of him for that. I'm not gonna act like he was some revolutionary and pretend that hip-hop acts like Public Enemy and NWA didn't exist, but but Michael was a golden boy public darling who was taken in by the police, got out, and said in front of the whole world, yeah, those guys were right, fuck the police. You cannot deny that a song of this magnitude that plunges this deep into this prominent of an issue while sounding this good isn't awesome. Listen to that slap bass. This is the part of the video that I have dreaded the most, getting to the section where I have to review the songs that are near unreviewable. There is nothing more that I could say about these tracks that haven't already been said by people who actually get paid to do this shit. I'm fearful that too many entries from now on are just going to be like this one, which is just me pointing my hands at the screen and repeatedly saying, "It's Smooth Criminal, what else do you want me to say?" This song is a bass line. Oh, sorry, I worded that wrong. This song is the bassline. You listen to Al Capone, the demo for Smooth Criminal, and everything is there. The chords, the melody, the drum pattern, they're all there, but the bassline wasn't there. Also, Toriel was giving me a lecture in the background and it was kind of distracting. But when they finally got the bassline down, everything just clicked. The cool thing about the bass as an instrument is that you could lay down the simplest, laziest riff imaginable and someone would walk past and say, "Oh wow, that's sick." And you're like, wait, no one has done this before? And then you record it and make a bajillion dollars. It is just 4 notes repeated continuously, and it is one of the greatest bass lines of all time. The melody is the bass line. The kick is also the bass line. The synths, well, they aren't the bass, but the whatever that thing is on the bass sounds awesome. This song makes Michael come across as the coolest motherfucker on planet Earth, which is an insane feat considering that the song is about Michael interrogating a dead body like a crazy person. I'm not a guy who is caught up on a lot of modern lingo, but MJ in this music video was at the peak of his aura. This man crushed a cue ball with his bare hands. And I believed it. Whilst talking to the Foyds, MJ whips out a custom-made Colt 45 Peacemaker and Kirk's my twasn't over here with his back turned to him. No kickback. Pieced him so badly he turned into Wile E. Coyote. He gets squared up to and he backs away with a fucking moonwalk. If anyone did that to me, I would pull out a gun and shoot myself. Smooth Criminal is an absolute spectacle to behold, a treasure of the modern age and an overall sensational track. But is it better than Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm? Yeah, it is. Well, I don't know. Alien Ant Farm Smooth Criminal is better than the Smooth Criminal on Bad, but the Smooth Criminal from the music video is better than Alien Ant Farm Smooth Criminal. Yes, there is a clear difference between the song on the album and the song in the video. Go listen to them and find out. Seeing Voices may be Michael's most unique song, even more so than Little Susie. It is a waltz. No twist, no gimmick, no beat switch. Just a good old-fashioned waltz. Michael plays this one about as straight as one possibly could, and I thank him for it because this intro has to be in the top 5 of my favorite moments within any Michael Jackson song. The amount of times I've played this song back just for that intro alone has to be entering triple digits at this point. This symphony is utterly mesmerizing. It is a song that suits any and all situations. I had a whole paragraph written down about how romantic the song sounds, but it turns out that the composer, Sidney Fine, wrote this for his son who died of a brain disease and lost his hearing because of it, so yeah. If I were to reserve a critique about this song, it would be that the inclusion of the Ray Charles singers, no, not that Ray Charles, editor here, yes it is, it's actually Ray Charles, overstays its welcome. By the end it kinda sounds like a Bing Crosby song, but that's alright. This song is damn near perfect. I am astounded as to how Michael was able to not only transition into this sound, but master it outright. This is a track that, if it were officially released, would have radically changed what we seemingly knew about Michael Jackson as a musical talent. There is a line in Off the Wall that goes, "If you can't hang with the feeling, then there ain't no fun for you in this part of town," and yeah, that really sums up this whole song. If you're not having the time of your life while listening to this, you can go jump off a cliff for all I care. It was originally written by Rod Templeton for Karen Carpenter, but it was turned... Wait, Karen Carpenter? the hell? By my count, this has the single best bass line in the entirety of MJ's discography. That means I find it better than Smooth Criminals, and that's saying something. It is the heart and soul of this track, and it's just so funky, but in a discreet, distinct way that puts it head and shoulders over its contemporaries that try to grab your attention from the jump. Hell, this song might also have MJ's best bridge as well. I just get so pumped whenever I hear that hi-hat ride out while the harmonies stack on top of themselves. It sounds incredible. I really like how the drum pattern changes in the chorus. It punctuates the roads that translates to the energetic timbre of the track surprisingly well. That instrument is tied to the hip of Michael to me. He should have been buried with one in his coffin. Do you want to know the guy who was laughing at the beginning of this song? George Duke. Like, the guy who made Reach Out. I love that song. All this track does is get better with age, just like the finest of wines. It's fluid and adroit, and I'm so sorry, I cannot listen to this song without thinking about Moon Man and that goddamn Mac Tonight video. The moment I heard I Like the Way You Love Me, I knew it would be divisive. I'm not exactly versed on the Michael Jackson fandom as a whole, so I'm not aware on the general opinions on his deep cuts, especially on Michael, which is generally dismissed by many for reasons I have talked about at length. Maybe people consider this to be a diamond in the rough for all I know, but this seems to me like a song that you would either love with all your heart or utterly despise. I can pinpoint this to one major reason. It is sweet to a sickening degree. It is the most tooth-rotting, diabetic, shock-inducing, bury your head in your pillow and kick your feet, being overly affectionate in public, rent a gondola in Venice, play this song to your love on a mandala by streetlight as they watch lovingly with their head in their hands vanilla fluff I have ever heard in my life. And I fucking love it. The song originated as a demo from Invincible that was originally written for Hanson, the Mbop guys. You know what? I can actually see that. That demo has its appeal with its doo-wop vocal arrangements and the synth doing its best Supertramp impression trying to replicate the Elka Rhapsody. But holy dooly, does Nephew manage to take this track to a whole other level entirely. I love the vocal effect they put on the backing vocals. Michael's voice is one that doesn't bode well when tampered with, so giving it a robotic vocoder sound and actually pulling it off gets a tip of the hat from me. The flute that he introduces to the song sounds exquisite, and it only gets better as the song goes on. And the track is even good enough to feature a key change without it feeling tacky. Wait a second. Oh, they changed the key again. I guess the song has two key changes. It's not like I'm mad. What? There's another key change? They can't just keep pitching the key up. What do you think, you're Beyonce or something? 4 key changes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching unprecedented territory only matched by a chosen few. 5 fucking key changes. This is a certified hood classic. Listen to this flute lick at the tail end of the track.
This song is so good.
This is the highest that a track is going to be, where you can say you don't like it and I wouldn't hit you over the head with a comedically oversized mallet. I recognize that this is mushy and puke-inducing for the casual listener, but you've made it this far in. I can admit to you that my hopeless romantic ass can't get enough of this lovey-dovey crap. Am I the only person who thought the Neptunes made this? I know Michael literally says the producer's name in the song, but I knew the Neptunes sent a lot of songs to Michael and it starts with the 4-count thing they do, so I just thought. You Rock My World is the last gasp of Michael Jackson, the superstar. I'm sure people would attribute the lack of MJ's chart success in the 2000s to the allegations floating over him, but no, this is the only song from Invincible that could conceivably be a hit single. The days where Mike would gun for every song on the record to sound like the lead single are gone. Michael's last album was far too scatterbrained to aim for such lofty ambitions, and out of the 8 or so tracks that actually attempt to gain some traction, only 3 really land. Unbreakable was too rugged, Butterflies was too mellow, You Rock My World was just right. I want to give props to Michael for turning back the clock to 1991 and giving a stellar performance for the final top 10 single of his life, but who am I kidding, this song is the Dark Child show through and through. Diverging from the maximalist approach of History and Blood on the Dance Floor by taking it back to basics and dropping a single that is comprised of only 5 instruments was genius on their part. The attack on this piano is so crisp grasp that you forget how simple the riff is, and the way it is paired with this muted organ had me mean mugging throughout the entire song. After some deliberation, I think the skit intro with Chris Tucker was not only the right call, but a necessity. As much as I wanted the song to just start kicking ass immediately, I can't deny that hearing "Shimon then! Shimon!" gets me hyped every time. The thing that tips it over the edge into all-timer territory for me is the chord progression on the bridge. I'm obsessed with how they build towards that A-7 and how good that particular chord sounds. It sounds like it belongs on a Sonic OST, it's incredible. For as much as people like to imagine how good MJ's music would have been if he were still alive today, Michael did not have enough gas in the tank for him to produce hit after hit, and honestly, I don't think Michael even wanted to at this point. You Rock My World was the last hurrah to the Mike Jack who would party from sunset to sunrise, with the only concern in the world being which pretty lady would like to dance with him. He went down swinging, and his last hit was a haymaker and a half. It feels like I've been too harsh on Timbaland. I haven't, but it feels like I have. He is one of the most talented producers of his generation, and the work he did on Escape is mostly nice, Loving You in particular being really nice. The trap beat has a steady swing about it that makes a substantial impression when paired with the G-bass. I love how punchy that kick is. It adds that little bit of spice to a fairly charming ballad about skipping the fancy date night and spending the night in between the sheets instead. What won me over was the structure of the track. The chord progression on the verses are just so fun to listen to and resolves into the chorus pleasantly. If the goal of Escape was to freshen up Michael's sound, then I would say that this was a palpable success. This is not the version of the song that will be appearing on this list. The original version of Loving You is otherworldly good. It is composed entirely on a Yamaha DX7, and wow, what an advertisement for that thing. The presets that they pick out are utterly magnificent. The bass is luscious, the chiptone harp arpeggios are a great touch, the flute harmonies drowned with reverb in the chorus sound like a beautiful memory being played on loop, and the little synth solo in the middle is far more logical and memorable than the Timbaland version, which just goes back to the piano intro. You get whisked away into the atmosphere of this song instantly. This is a super comfy, super tender love song meant for the ears of one person and one person only. It's kind of like MJ's own spin on The Way You Look Tonight by Frank Sinatra. The romance of it all comes from the mundane gestures and otherwise minor details that only people completely enamored with each other would notice. Is it the instant classic like some of the entries before and after this one? No, but this track scratches the specific itch in my mind that captivates me every time. Thanks for nothing, Timbaland. Michael Jackson did not write Man in the Mirror. That honor goes to Saida Garrett and Glenn Ballard. That shouldn't feel shocking, right? Like, some of Michael's best songs are ones where he had absolutely no part in its creation, but this one still kind of stings a bit. The major blight on Michael's music career was that he was mostly style over substance, and if it wasn't for all the industry figureheads paying hand over fist to put such a collection of talented musicians around him, he wouldn't be a match for the quality and quantity of his contemporaries. Prince. When I say contemporaries, I mean Prince. Hopefully this video made some effort to dispel that notion, but I can't help but feel a bit bitter knowing that the best written Michael Jackson song is one where he does not write a single line. Not even a rewrite, he just told Saida and Glenn to do everything for him. It's funny how on an album that is very much a product of its time, this track manages to sound fresh and sincere despite abusing every prominent 80s pop song instrument down to the cowbell. In hindsight, it is blatantly obvious that this wasn't written by Michael. Neither Quincy nor Mike would ever use this progression that descends down the G major scale on a Roland D50 no less. The weakest part of this song for me has to be the intro. Not that it sounds bad, but really it's just the lyric, "I'm gonna make a change for once in my life. It's gonna feel real good, I'm gonna make a difference, I'm gonna make it right." It gets the point of the song across quickly, but it always felt like a placeholder line that they never changed to me. But fortunately, the lyricism swiftly improves to a remarkable degree. When I first heard the song as a child, I had an overly simplistic view of the lyrics. Michael sees some homeless people, realizes that he should be using his money to help homeless people, moral of the story, give money to homeless people. It didn't feel any different from Michael's other preachy songs about being a humanitarian, only now this one would be marred by the cries of "rah rah, pull yourself up by your bootstraps," and everyone would argue until the cows come home. But I've always been fascinated by the lyric, "I've been a victim of a selfish kind of love." It has always stuck out to me as a particularly poignant line, and I think I now have a firm idea as to why. There is this recurring motif of wind in the song, how it signifies the life that so many of us tend to live, where we never consider our surroundings or we lose sight of what we always wanted. Once Michael dons his coat and moves against the wind, he is met with a chill that is replicated by the sobering thought that there are children fending for their survival while he chooses to sit idly by. They have been hurt, they have been ignored, they have given up on their hopes and dreams, and Michael ignores them for what? Because it's convenient? Because it's easier to believe that things aren't as bad as they are? Because the thought is too painful to bear? That is the selfish love Michael refers to, believing that you are caring and compassionate, but only to the point where it would not require change. He has the means to help, we all do, but he chose to turn a blind eye to it for all too long. His mind tells him to turn back, as many usually do when facing the wind, but Michael stays firm. He's got to make a change for once in his life. You see why I'm disappointed about Michael not being the one to write this song? Composition wise, this track is written damn near just as well as the lyrics are. It sounds so righteous with the big spacious snare and its show-stealing gospel choir. I love the final minute or so where it stays in that D flat and you can faintly hear Saida singing a lullaby under the boisterous choir and that beautiful fretless bass sound. That's such a fantastic touch that is more moving than it has any right to be. Man in the Mirror is the track in Michael's discography whose greatness was achieved through pure effort. Each part of this song that I consider great was heavily deliberated and painstakingly crafted. It is the song in Michael's catalogue that managed to draw the most from its potential. It could have been another Heal the World or God forbid We Are the World, but it became Man in the Mirror, and I don't think that could have been achieved with an overbearing form of input from Michael. You know what? I'm glad Michael didn't write this. Baby Be Mine is the cool kids' favourite Michael Jackson song. It's the one that sounded like a hit single but wasn't a single at all, and the people who bought the album were like, what the hell, why wasn't this a hit single? And I completely agree with them. You can tell that Toto had their fingerprints all over this one because this has to be the most impressive collection of synths I've heard thus far. You have a Mini Moog acting as the lead as well as the bass, which you kind of forget after a while is a synth because it carries the funk of a real 5-string. We have a Roland Jupiter 8 performing that little glide in the intro. That's a Toto staple for sure. We have what I think is a Yamaha GS2 laying down some gorgeous sounding chords. I could be wrong on this, I'm sorry. It's not all synthetic, however. There is a surprisingly deep horn section sprinkled throughout, as well as some stylish backup vocals from Michael himself. I love that all the time in the chorus. The chorus, as a matter of fact, does something that made me shit my pants and kill my roommate when I heard it for the first time. So the first 2 times the chorus plays, the Moog is playing a separate melody opposite to Jackson. But the thing is that they crank the portamento just the tiniest bit at times to make it sound like a human voice. So when the third verse comes in and that melody actually has vocals, your brain is tricked into believing that the vocals were always there. That's so crazy to me. Yeah, poor Gavin, he didn't deserve that. I think he was still breathing for the most part. I must have finished him off when I heard that key change at the end. On a completely unrelated note, does anyone want a pair of size 34 Levi's? Hit me up on Depop if you do. Bit of a heads up, they've been lately used. Baby Be Mine was a testament to the philosophy of MJ, Quincy and Rod Templeton at the time. Make an album where every track is lead single material. All killer, no filler was a phrase that was typically reserved for concept albums or debut albums that establish a never before heard genre, not pop songs. Pop records were merely vehicles to promote the singles and finagle some poor schmuck into coughing up money to hear 30 minutes of Smokey Robinson covers. Not to go full Neil Druckmann and say that Dark Side of the Moon was the only album made before Thriller, but it is a record that is driven by an unprecedented combination of talent and charisma that was on such a scale that it tore the music industry asunder, and it is songs like this that ended up being the catalyst for that change. Michael, you're an idiot. Why did you want to put Hot Street on the album over this? Michael wrote the demo of PYT alongside Greg Fillinganes and brought it back to Quincy, who said, it's fine, but I already have a guy working on a better one. Michael heard the demo from James Ingram and recognized that he had been thoroughly outdicked. God, this song is such fun to listen to. This is Quincy Jones's magnum opus. The guitars on this track are magnificent, much like the more dynamic Rhodes they use and the syncopating heartbeat that is the piano on the verses. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't rave about the vocoder on the hook paired with the Emu emulator lick. It's iconic. It leaves me grinning like an idiot just by how happy Michael sounds singing alongside Daft Punk's Lost Relative. The only not blight, but hiccup, at least to me, is the bridge. It's not bad at all, but the issue is that there is less of the rest of the song. The call and response with the Pretty Young Things is super memorable, but it's only good, while the rest of the track is great. This is the only part of the song that Quincy Jones has a writing credit for, so... Hey Michael, check out this homunculus I found. Do you think we could put him in one of your songs? Yeah, but make sure to give him a bunch of kisses so he knows that he's doing a good job. Pretty Young Thing has a legitimate case for being the coolest song ever. Screw being nonchalant, this is real swagger, commanding a bunch of bad bitches to sing, and they do it with no hesitation. Sorry about the lack of adjectives to convey my appreciation for this song. I was too busy throwing my hands in the air to be concerned about my journalistic integrity. PYT and Baby Be Mine are neck and neck in this ranking. These two tracks have the thinnest of margins separating them out of all of the songs on this list. I have probably already changed my mind on which song is better by the time I come around to editing this, so just acknowledge that number 17 and number 16 are pretty much tied in terms of quality. In 1974, Michael Jackson was going through a metamorphosis, not just in his career, but in his life. Michael was 16 at the time, and it had become apparent through the past two Jackson 5 records, Get It Together and Dancing Machine, that a powerful tenor was starting to blossom from the withering higher register of his prepubescent days. Michael was vocal with his frustrations regarding the direction of his career for the past few years, and it had become clear that a change was needed for MJ's next solo album. Motown set the focus on Philly soul to distinguish the record from the disco and funk influences of the Jacksons, and brought on twin songwriters Brian and Eddie Holland, who had worked with the Supremes, the Isley Brothers, the Temptations, some real heavy hitters in the genre. Getting to work on writing a new track around Mike's new voice immediately, they worked together to concoct the first truly great Michael Jackson song. We're Almost There is the best song Michael has ever released on Motown by a country mile. That includes all the Jackson 5 releases. That includes I Want You Back. It legitimately sounds like they blew the entire album budget on this song. None of the other tracks even sniff this one when it comes to variety and complexity. I could spend the next 5 minutes just gushing about the horns and the woodwind section and the Rhodes and the bass and the wah guitar. The attention to detail is actually ludicrous. But let me tell ya, I have no clue how this track would have turned out if Michael didn't deliver the absolute best he could muster on this instrumental. Forever Michael had quite a few tracks where Michael couldn't figure out how he should adapt to his new voice, but you wouldn't know it based off this because oh my word. It's like he went from the Wunderkind from Gary to the king of pop at the drop of a hat. He really sells the hunger and sheer passion behind this track in a way I have only seen a handful of times in my life. This is the awakening of a superstar. This is perfect music to play as the plane is taking off. It makes me want to run through Fifth Avenue in slow motion with a bloody nose and an all-corduroy suit, holding the hand of a down-on-her-luck Dolly Parton impersonator in one hand and an embroidered 44 Magnum in the other. If you heard this and somehow didn't expect MJ to take over the world, then you should have been taken away and lobotomized. I don't know what the hell they used to do in the 70s. Also, Alicia Keys did a really nice cover of this song. Check it out sometime. Funnily enough, I never heard Butterflies before. It has a lot of hype surrounding it, with some saying that it is the best track from Invincible and the last truly great Michael Jackson song. Is it really the last great Michael Jackson song? Even if you want to disregard the posthumous releases, One More Chance is still a great tune. Is it the best track from Invincible? Oh, absolutely, hands down. This was written by Marsha Ambrosius from Floetry, who recorded a demo and released it a short time after Invincible came out. This demo is exceptional. I gotta shout out Andre Harris for this instrumental because it is pretty much everything you would want from a soothing early noughties R&B track. This is the most 2001 song of all time. The only thing missing is a verse from Fred Durst. Marsha Ambrosius is a ridiculously good vocalist. The runs she is able to pull off here are mind-boggling. There is a reason her voice made it onto the official release. This isn't like Saida Garrett or Steve Picano. MJ has a gold standard that he has to reach for. If you heard the demo before the official release, you would be curious to see how Michael would go trying his hand at a neo soul track, especially one this well put together. Yeah, Michael crushed it. I knew he would, but not to this extent. Michael's voice had changed considerably over the 25 years of him being a solo artist. He had lost a bit of the explosiveness in his delivery, and his tone is slightly more withered here, but he more than makes up for it in sheer control and finesse. This is the most complex melody that Michael has dealt with, and he finds a way to not only match Marsha's fantastic rendition, but surpass it. His falsetto on this track is grotesque. He is so perfect with his pitch that it sounds unhuman at times. This is tied with The Way You Make Me Feel as being MJ's single best vocal performance for me. Not only that, but Michael makes some neat adjustments to the demo, adding in additional harmonies and some splendid horns as well. Yeah, I can confirm that Butterflies well and truly lived up to the hype. The extravagant instrumental mixed with the heavenly vocals make this one oh shit, this is my fucking jam! I can't exactly sell you on how good Sunset Driver is. You either get it or you don't. Everything that makes the song so amazing is so overtly apparent in just the first 5 seconds alone. Is this synth riff not the coolest thing you have ever heard? If not, is it second to the bass on this song? I love that section in the intro where it sounds like Michael collected all the Chaos Emeralds and turned into Super Michael. The lyrics sound like they were written by someone who speaks English as a fourth language, and I wouldn't want it any other way. If you are listening to this song for the lyrics, you should be tased. The chorus really cements how sick this track is with the accentuation of the strings and that rhythm guitar. And if that wasn't enough, the bridge has me swerving on the highway like how the race cars do when they celebrate someone crashing. I like it when the guitar goes ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and I like it when Michael goes ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and I love it when the trumpets go ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm trying not to let my bias get the best of me, but Sunset Driver is one of my absolute favorites. Maybe there are some glaring flaws that I am blind to, but I will choose to live in blissful ignorance. Can I justify this song being better than all but 12 other Michael Jackson songs? Do I need to? You can go and listen to it to find out for yourself. If you don't like it, then fuck you. If you do, then just get on the dance floor, idiot. Oh, sweet, she's out of my life. You poor wretched thing, you. It was written by Tim Barler, a member of session musician juggernauts The Wrecking Crew, who contributed to pretty much every second major hit over a 10-year span in the 1960s. From a composition standpoint, it seems a bit out of place for Michael to sing. The slow tempo and the bold chord progression choices seem like they were better suited for a 70s country artist like Glenn Campbell or Chris Christopherson. The song was famously meant for Frank Sinatra, but Quincy gave it to Michael since he wanted him to do a grown-up song to space apart the onslaught of disco. The song is quite theatrical, as in it is structured eerily similar to a solo Broadway number. That's something that Mike himself noticed. For me, it's the way the track orbits around that root note of E. It never strays too far away. It reinforces the depressive state Michael is in nicely. The bridge on this track is especially well done. The way it raises with the C sharp minor just to deflate into that B11 is pure poetry, masterful harmonic storytelling there. This is the first MJ track where they decide to strip things all the way back. Outside of the strings on the intro and bridge, as well as a brief Lewis Johnson cameo on bass, all that remains is Michael, his trusty Rhodes, and some spectacular guitar work from Larry Carlton. This song is the biggest proponent for my case of the Fender Rhodes being Michael's soulmate. The most noteworthy part of the track is Michael's vocal performance, which is perfect. His His tone is perfect, his pitch is perfect, his delivery is perfect, everything is perfect. The lyrics of this song are somewhat melodramatic. Michael is a 21-year-old beating himself up over losing a girl he had known for 2 years. It sucks, but it isn't anything you're going to be distraught about looking back on in 5 years. Oh, I don't know whether to live or die. Oh, shut up, mate, you'll be fine. But if anything, this song works better the more you age, since it serves as a time capsule for your first heartbreak. Michael is gutted over losing this girl to the point of openly sobbing by the song's end, and you can't blame him for it. You just want to rub him on the back and say, "Oh, buddy, it's gonna be alright, mate." If the tears didn't make this obvious enough, Michael had a deep emotional connection with this track, something he went into detail on in his 1988 memoir. Quote, "She's Out of My Life" is about knowing that the barriers that had separated me from others were temptingly low and seemingly easy to jump over, and yet they remained standing while what I really desired disappeared from my sight. I cried at the end of a take because the words suddenly had such a strong effect on me. I had been letting so much build up inside of me. I was 21 years old and I was so rich in some experiences while being poor in moments of pure joy. Sometimes I imagine that my life experience is like an image in one of those trick mirrors in the circus, fat in one part and thin to the point of disappearing in another. I was worried that would show up on She's Out of My Life, but it touched people's heartstrings. Knowing that would make me feel less lonely. When perceived through that lens, I think I have grown a whole new appreciation for the track. There's something so crushing about letting life pass you by, and the moment you come to your senses about it, you feel this immense sense of guilt over not being able to achieve the things you wanted sooner, leading to this pointless cycle of self-hatred. It's bittersweet to me knowing that you could be traveling across the globe and making beautiful art for the world to behold, yet feel as though happiness is something you had never known. One man's trash is another man's treasure, I suppose. MJ Estate, if you're willing to be so generous, how about you slide a couple of racks my way? My Ko-Fi is open. She's Out of My Life might be my favorite breakup song ever, mostly because it doesn't feel momentous or emotionally driven or even stoic and respectful. It gets across the shock, the emptiness, the regret that stems from that void in your heart in a way that only a handful of songs that I cannot name off the top of my head possibly could. Sometimes the right thing to do is allowing yourself to wallow in that misery for a little while, because if you never bleed, how else would you know you're human? I just realized that this is the only track on Off the Wall that has reverb on it. Love Never Felt So Good is a song that is held together by scotch tape and superglue. For all intents and purposes, this song should not be here. The original version is a demo for a mundane Johnny Mathis song that had Michael muttering out potential lyrics and punching in vocal runs as Paul Anka plays the piano. Out of all the tracks to remix on Escape, this seemed to be the most peculiar choice. Why not pick a demo that they had the master recording of? How about one that is at least semi-written? All they had to work with was one verse from Michael and a whole lot of imagination. And wouldn't you know it, imagination alone made one of MJ's best songs come to life. This song is an odd one because Michael is kind of the least important part of it. Not the worst, just window dressing for the incredible production job that is on display here. The symphony is the best one Michael ever had, and I'm saddened that he never lived to hear it. I get chills just hearing that intro with the bass coming in alongside it. The drums started a bit clunky, but by the end, you're too swept away to even notice. They created— Justin Timberlake, fuck off! Scared the daylights out of me. They created an entire bridge from scratch, and it is a marvelous one at that. I adore how quickly it builds with that 6, 5, 7 before it gently glides back into the verse with this 3, 7, 1. That's so good. This track was produced by the quartet of Timbaland, his frequent collaborator J-Rock, John McClain, the orchestra guy, and Giorgio Twinfort, the guy who produced Hold My Hand. Damn, talk about a redemption arc. My favorite rendition of the track would be the one in the music video. Weirdly enough, there is a sizable difference between the version of the song present on the album and the one in the MV. They take out all of my favorite parts of the song. They removed the sampled drum fills that do sound silly, but in an endearing way. They removed the guitar on the bridge that gave the progression more flair. They removed the Nile Rodgers style rhythm guitar on the second verse. That's no fun, not sure why they did that. But worst of all, they took away the keys that play on the outro. That's the best part of the whole song. They made me cry the first time I heard them, and they just took them away? Unforgivable. unforgivable. Love Never Felt So Good is a scrapbook, a collage of thoughts and ideas that felt like an attempt to represent the creative process that Michael Jackson's music stirred within people, rather than act as an imitation for Michael's own creative process like his other posthumous tracks. I like to think of this as the final Michael Jackson song, his long, tenuous career being pushed to the finish line by an entire crowd of musicians who he inspired. Is it as high as it is because of sentimental value? Maybe, subconsciously, but I don't know. When you think of this as the music industry's love letter to their fallen king, it's hard not to feel something when this is playing. It isn't the greatest song in the world, but it is a tribute to the best song in the world. In 1973, three esteemed Japanese session musicians Harumi Asono, Yukihiro Takahashi, and Ryuichi Sakamoto formed the electronic band Yellow Magic Orchestra. At the time, Sakamoto was working on a commercial for the Seiko Quartz CM, where he produced this fine little ditty with a particularly enchanting melody line. A year later, YMO would feature an updated version of the track on their newest album, this time with lyrics recorded on a vocoder. It would be released as a single in the US and the UK, and although the band didn't really think all that much of the track, it got a decent amount of airtime, enough that it caught the attention of pro wrestler George Takano. He was in Canada at the time for a promotion called Stampede Wrestling, where he played the Cobra, a mysterious masked man from Uganda, even though George was Japanese American, because wrestling. The Cobra used the track as his entrance music for a televised tag team match where he teamed with Kuniaki Kobayashi to take on the team of Bruce Hart and Davey Boy Smith at the Victoria Pavilion in Calgary, Alberta. The showing of this match was broadcast across Alberta and, by bizarre happenstance, managed to reach the ear of Michael Jackson, who I can only assume was in Calgary at the time. Michael himself contacted the promotion asking for the name of George's theme, and after finally getting his hands on the track, Michael became inspired to add more lyrics and construct a separate melody. Michael loved this new project to the point that he looked to include it on Thriller. However, negotiations between him and YMO would die out due to a dispute over royalties. The demo Michael recorded would be floated around for a while until it was picked up by old pal Greg Fillinganes in 1984, and once again in 1986 by Eric Clapton of all people. Their versions are almost identical to each other, although there is this weird tirade Eric Clapton goes on where he talks about wanting to re-establish Rhodesia, and that shit was kind of off-putting. It seemed like Michael's demo would be lost to time. 28 years later, John McClane got the call, John McClane got in the booth, and we finally got behind the mask. Part of me doesn't think this song belongs here. The top 10 of this list is reserved for tracks that I genuinely believe have a legitimate shot at being the best Michael Jackson song, and with all good conscience, I cannot say that about this track with full confidence. I have it here as the "this song was way better than you remember" pick, but I don't think it's of the same quality as the next 9 songs. I know in my heart of hearts that this song is not on the same tier as the ones conceding it, but that's the funny thing about this track. I don't feel that way whenever I listen to it. From the moment I press play up until the moment the track stops, all I can think to myself is, how can he make a song better than this? This is just so insanely good. It swaps out the Giorgio Moroder inspired synth pop sound in favor for a dance track that sounds like the ultimate concert opener without ever feeling like it is dishonoring the original. The bones of Yellow Magic Orchestra are still visibly intact beneath the vibrant high-tech gleam of the updated version. The mix of this track is absurdly good. Every stem of the song can be heard with such clarity and distinctiveness. Like, listen to this bass, my god. There is so much fun stuff to enjoy in this song. It has Michael's saddest hee-hee. It has one of my favorite pieces of non-diegetic sound where Michael talks about getting pelted with rocks and then someone just throws a rock at a window. It has a saxophone solo in a pop song by someone who isn't Kenny G for once. Did you know that Shanice did the backing vocals for this? You know, from I Love Your Smile? I love that song. As if all that wasn't enough, the chorus is the undisputed best hook MJ has ever sung. It's like it kicks into overdrive and you enter warp speed. This shit is straight up addictive. I cannot stop going back to it. When I listen to this, I believe, even if it is just for a moment, that this is the best song Michael Jackson has ever done. And then the song finishes and the high wears down and yeah, I can name 9 better. Out of all the MJ songs with legend status, Billie Jean is the one that has the least mystique surrounding it. How do I word this? Have you ever heard a song like, say, Somebody That I Used to Know and wondered, how did they make this song? And then when you found out how it was made, it dwells on you how improbable it is. Like, the song is convoluted to the degree that you can't wrap your head around how it was even created in the first place. Michael has a few songs like that. Billie Jean isn't one of them. The magic with Billie Jean is actually the opposite. There is no wizardry on display. They show you their hand, they make the song right in front of you, and still you are completely shocked by how great it is. The cards are laid out one by one. You get the drums, then the bass, then the CS80 stabs, and then Michael himself. It requires the audience to fully engage with each new component that the song introduces, and fortunately, each instrument is instantly recognizable, and that keeps going throughout the entire track. The Rhodes, the strings, the EMU emulator, the rhythm guitar, the weird part in the second chorus that is played on a Lyricon, whenever Michael starts cawing like a crow in the pre-chorus for some reason, you are able to literally recreate this song from memory and not miss a single thing. A large part of this is due to the simple yet effective chord progression, where it alternates between the root note and the fourth in an AA, BA, BA pattern, which, hey, wait a minute. This is just blues away again. Michael keeps making the same fucking song over and over again. This guy is a hack. As silly as it comes across nowadays, this song really is a substantial leap in Michael's songwriting. Despite the awesome new sound, Off the Wall didn't really do enough to change the image of Michael as a clean-cut former child star, and I find it hilarious how Michael went from, hey Paul, she told me that she loved me infinity times whatever you say, to, hey yo Michael, where the f*** my child support? It managed to get Michael to become more creative, transposing his own experiences as an artist and a human being onto the page. And the fact that he went through the effort to write lyrics about a court hearing means that Michael must have been struck with a bolt of inspiration like never before. They never confirmed or denied whether the kid is in fact Michael's son or not, and I find that to be a great little detail. The story around this song's creation is just really strange in every capacity. Michael came up with the melody to this song while his car was on fire, on some Final Destination type shit. Michael recorded his ad-libs through a shipping tube. Bruce Sweden produced 91 different mixes of the track and ended up just using the second one. There's a story that Michael wrote this song about a girl who kept sending him letters telling him that he is the father of her child, and one day he received a package that had a gun and a letter instructing Michael to kill himself at the same time as her and her child so that they could be together in the afterlife. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention the fact that his head was set on fire while this song was playing? One of my favorite fun facts of all time is that MJ losing his hair in that Pepsi commercial is the exact middle point of his entire life. Michael Jackson lived for 18,592 days, and that incident happened on day 9,796. Yeah, that's more of a morbid fact now that I think about it. Billie Jean being the biggest success in Michael's career makes a lot of sense to me. It is the most accessible track in his catalogue, despite the subject matter being as direct as it is. It is a song that realistically any competent musician can make, but really only one person can master. I don't want to fill the top of my list with a bunch of hits and be like, these songs are great because they were iconic and made a lot of money, but a lot of them were hits for a reason. Remember when Kanye did a remix of this song and all he did was add a drum track? No verse or nothing? What's wrong with that guy? Don't Stop Till You Get Enough is such a perfect encapsulation of Michael's soul that words fail at times. I don't think there has been a single greater leap in quality between two songs in an artist's whole career. For context, the last song released by Michael before this that wasn't from The Wiz was I'll Come Home to You. That was 161 entries ago. While on the set of The Wiz, Jackson went up to Quincy Jones, who was the musical director, and asked him if he knew any producers who would like to help with his first solo album, and Quincy said, "Well, of course I know him. He's me." Mike sent him a bunch of demos which included Get on the Floor, Workin' Day and Night, and, well, yours truly. This is the second song Michael Jackson had ever written by himself. I need to repeat that. This is the second song Michael Jackson had ever written by himself. Well, if you want to be anal about it, Greg Fillinganes did write some of the bridge, but he didn't get paid for it, so screw it. The spoken word intro, even if it is just improvised rubbish, is secretly kind of genius in my opinion. Michael comes across as so awkward and timid as he stumbles over his words and seemingly goes nowhere with his spiel about the Force before he explodes into 1,000 pieces of confetti. If you were listening to this record for the first time in 1979, you would be getting such mixed signals from this intro before getting hit with a death beam of pure swagger and realizing, oh, that's what the Force is. This was Quincy's first gig with Michael, and to say he showed out would be the understatement of the century. Every sound wave on here is so expressive, down to the soft strings that create a sweet undertow through the chorus. I love how they weren't afraid to experiment with the sound on some of these instruments, like the clav at the end with the staccato chops meant to mimic the sounds of a marimba, and the solo on the bridge with a sound that borders right on electric guitar and synth. An ingredient to the track's secret sauce was the addition of the Seawind Horns, a band who had appeared on records with George Benson and Earth, Wind and Fire. It gives that extra bit of kick to the main orchestral riff of the track that gets it stuck in your head for days on end. I'ma be real, man, I just love the soundscape of Off the Wall so much. I cannot get enough of it. John Robinson on drums, Lewis Johnson on bass, the varied use of percussion. I aim to have this sound running in my head 24/7. Oh yeah, that's right, Michael's on this song. He sounds great and the melody is one of his best. The fact that he goes through the whole song in this layered falsetto is such a sweet idea for a melody. It makes the tenor that he punches in with that much more striking. Michael has a really fascinating way of writing lyrics where he doesn't really seek to expand the narrative with each line, nor is he concerned with finding the perfect rhyme. He is not one for compromise. The melody comes first and the lyrics come second. So he instead selects an assortment of descriptors that paint a clear picture of the feeling the song evokes in him. Look at the words that the melody emphasize the most. Power, love, desire, sensation, force. I should be thinking that this is something that a caveman would write, but instead I'm like, damn, that motherfucker is melting like hot candle wax. If I were to have one teeny weensy criticism, it would be that the song runs on for just a smidgen too long for me. There is so much packed into Don't Stop Till You Get Enough that I have had enough by the 4-minute mark, which is why I prefer the single version a tiny bit more. But outside of that, this is the best lead single that an artist could ask for. One that completely redefines them, not just as an excellent artist, but as a sensation, a movement in the industry, an infectious disease that compels people to get up and dance, an irresistible force, if you will. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough is the true ethos of who or what Michael Jackson was. The song is about not questioning what is happening or why you feel the way you do. Just keep the energy until you can't no more, which is kind of like life, if you really think about it. Just something deep for you to think about on your drive home. There are a lot of things Michael is, and there are some things Michael is not. He is cool. He is not tough. He is a gentle soul. He is not a vindictive one. He is sweet, charming even. He is not sexy. Any attempt by him to be sexy wasn't convincing in the slightest, and I have a hard time believing that people viewed him in that way, especially at the point of time this song released. Even back in his heyday, women viewed him more as a golden retriever boyfriend than I don't know, whatever breed of dog white women are having sex with nowadays. The combination of his cosmetic surgeries and his eccentric choice in fashion made him lose a lot of sex appeal with the public. Even his dancing became less placid and more... I can't even find a word to describe this. What the fuck is he doing? Fans had started to project this strange asexual identity onto him, mostly because they couldn't imagine him being involved in an intimate relationship. Hell, there was a long-standing rumor that Mike was a virgin before he met Lisa Marie Presley. Well, at least I hope that rumor is true. Otherwise, he was probably doing some weird shit with Brooke Shields. You're a creeper, dude! All of Michael's relationships were incredibly candid, with all of them essentially saying different variations of, he's a sweet guy, he's just very shy. I ain't cock watching, but sex didn't seem to play a major part in Michael Jackson's identity, and honestly, that is for the best. So what the hell is in the closet? The story goes that this was supposed to be a duet between Michael and Madonna, but MJ nixed the idea since the lyrics she proposed were too provocative, which is kinda silly considering that Mike spends a solid minute of this song moaning in your ear as loud as possible. There is no curveball or allegory with this one. This track is all about how Michael Jackson fucks with a capital F. In every aspect, this song should be a complete failure, right? In every aspect, this song is a rousing success. This beat is astronomical in terms of how fucking sick it is. It just latches onto you within the first second and refuses to let go. It paints the Sumerian ambience of the track perfectly while simultaneously telling the audience, yeah, this shit is pretty wicked, innit? We got a damn princess on the track. I love the bongos hiding so low in the background that you can hear them during the interludes. I love the harmony they put on the end of the pre-chorus right before the interlude. But my favorite thing of all, it has a pog snare. It is my favorite song of all time that contains a pog snare. I would say that this is the best beat MJ and Teddy Riley ever made, but you'll see. Usually I would give a shout out to the melody of whatever section of the song I enjoyed the most, like the melody on the verses sound great, or the melody on the pre-chorus sounds great, or the melody on the chorus sounds great. But the weird thing about this song in particular is that all three are just as good as each other. There's no point in the song where I'm like, okay, I gotta wait for the good part, because the whole track is the good part. One thing I do know is that there is a definitive best part, and that is the chorus. It might be the only time a song of his has left me speechless. He must have put crack in it or something. There really is just something about it. In the Closet is the most consistent song Michael Jackson has released. It is a track with stupendously high highs without any real pitfalls. Well, actually, there are those moans. Yeah, we're not trying to hear that, Michael. Otherwise, this is one of the most ballsiest songs Michael ever made, and I am surely underselling it with how much of a slam dunk it is. But is it better than Trapped in the Closet by R. Kelly? No, seriously, is it? I cannot decide for the life of me. I want to leave Thriller off this list entirely. I don't even regard it as a song. It doesn't register to me as music that people voluntarily decide to listen to, because why would you need to? It's like grabbing the aux and putting on Twinkle Twinkle Little Star or your country's national anthem. You know how Seven Nation Army feels like an ancient war cry descended from the soldiers of Alagar 4,000 years ago, even though it was actually created in 2003? That's the exact feeling I have with this song. Any human born after 1982 has Thriller pre-installed into their prefrontal cortex by default. I don't think I need to listen to this. That's what I typed out before I listened to Thriller. Since then, I have remembered why Thriller is one of the greatest songs of all time. I refuse to believe this song was created. It just spawned out of nowhere one day, and it just so happened to land on the lap of Michael Jackson. I watched the videos where they show all the instruments that they used and explained what they did to make them sound the way they are, but I still have no clue how they made it. You know the famous quote about how Michael felt like he had to make the songs that God would have given to Prince? He was talking about this song. It had to be heaven sent. I simply cannot process in my mind how people went inside of a studio, decided to write a song, and somehow pumped this out. It's written in a C-sharp minor Dorian, for fuck's sake. Who does that? Even in the demo Starlight, everything had already fallen right into place. It just needed a bit more tune-up. Turns out, it got a metric fuckton of tune-up. The mix to this song has a fullness that is so replete with life that it is only matched by maybe Behind the Mask. They cram so much behind the drums, bass, and horns. The Rhodes that sneaks in before each verse, that picked guitar they introduced, the faintest of duck synths in the chorus. My favorite has to be the alien synth they put in the third verse for no reason, however. The lyrics are the perfect balance between morbid and lighthearted. This is the big hit they're going to play the 9-inch version of at all the clubs. You can only be so graphic with a bassline this groovy. The spooky theme is more of a novelty than a genuine attempt at horror, and that is perfectly fine by me. It's Michael, for crying out loud. Look at the guy. He wouldn't hurt of— The progression on this song is so bonkers that it made me glad that I didn't pursue that music degree, or else I would probably be living in a halfway house by now. The one time the track feels like a creation of mortals is, of course, the best part of the entire song. I went to a skating competition a while ago and a guy there landed a tray flip front blunt. It looked hard and it looked cool. I was able to grasp the difficulty and the level of skill required to land such a trick because I can barely do either of those, let alone both at the same time. But then a prepubescent Japanese boy shows up and throws down a switch heel front nose 270 nollie shove out. It is a trick so positively bonkers and such a clear jump in skill in comparison to what I had seen before that I had no means to rationalize it. That is Thriller in a nutshell. It is an esoteric masterpiece disguised as a generational cornerstone in human history. Michael never made a song like it before, and he couldn't make another like it since. It is undoubtedly the peak of Michael Jackson's career, yet it isn't the best Michael Jackson song. At least not to me, it isn't. When you think of Michael Jackson's music, you think of good times, dancing and singing and enjoying your life to the fullest. Despite his strenuous life, he chose to be an optimist through and through. Even with his more depressing songs like Stranger in Moscow or She's Out of My Life, he continues to search for a way out of his predicament, whether it be coming to terms with his actions, his emotions, his ego, his reputation, or maybe just put someone on blast for wronging him. The point is, Michael Jackson is a glass half full kind of guy. Earth Song is not that. Earth Song is not Michael being a pessimist. It is Michael being a realist. The war had already came and went. Healing the world is a lost cause. It is ending before his very eyes. All that Michael is left to ask is, what have you done? This is, by a wide margin, Michael's most cathartic song. There is no other song of his that feels as emotionally potent and weighty as this one, and this is the guy who made They Don't Care About Us. It was left off of Dangerous for unknown reasons, but that seemed to be a blessing in disguise as it unequivocally suits the tone of history far better. MJ doesn't just sound angry or pissed off, he is fucking fuming. By the time the breakdown happens, you can feel every last drop of forgiveness evaporate as it is replaced with scorn and rage at the state of the world. It is aimless in its intent, but that's the point. There is nothing he can do besides scream and beg why. Michael doesn't really offer any ultimatum to the people committing these atrocities. He isn't asking to pretty please stop throwing your non-recyclable plastics into the ocean. He isn't even scolding them for letting things get this far. He hates them for thinking to do this in the first place. It's like he is a horseman of the apocalypse listing off the sins of humanity before condemning them to 7 years tribulation and 1,000 years damnation. Hell, he makes multiple direct references to the Book of Revelation in this track. As strange as it sounds to cheer someone on who's preaching the end times, this really is a full circle moment for the motif of religion in Michael's work. It's nice that we are smiting people who deserve it rather than teen mums. Yeah, that's for the whales and elephants, you bastards. I feel like a lesser artist would make this come across as vapid and corny with all the pageantry and patting themselves on the back over wanting to stop a war that is actively killing thousands, and yeah, it does come across like that in the music video and the live performances. Nothing screams nature conservationist quite like a giant crane. But there is this certain virulence in the way Michael sings that goes beyond mere animosity and borders on biblical fury. It sounds like Bubbles was murdered right in front of him and he's about to turn into Super Saiyan Michael Jackson. Hold on, I have to Google this. Super Saiyan Michael Jackson. What? Dude. I can't get over this one. the time Michael convinced Janet to... What does that even mean? On the flip side, this song as a whole is a masterstroke of both songwriting and production quality. For a song with a near 7-minute runtime, it goes by in a breeze. I love what Michael does with the structure of this track, as it keeps the verse in a G-sharp minor key and morphs it into a Dorian in the chorus by moving the 6th up to an E-sharp. It hits the ear just right with the hook parting through the clouds like a ray of sunshine. And god damn does Michael do more than enough with his vocals to earn that key change to B flat. It is far and away the best key change of his entire career. It is big enough to earn the name Earth Song. The harmonies on the chorus are abnormally complex in a way I cannot describe, but they have this hypnotic quality to them that is unique to this 90s era of production. As a matter of fact, I admire how the dated 90s production suits the vehement spirit the song exudes with the blown out drums and the distinctively of its era piano tone. The bass in particular is astonishing, being performed by former Icehouse member Guy Pratt. I had no particular reason to call him out by name, just wanted to shout out Icehouse. Aussie band. Electric Blue. Good song. There is a line in the bridge that really stood out to me. I used to dream, I used to glance beyond the stars. Now I don't know where we are, although I know we've drifted far. That really struck a chord with me because Michael Jackson is the quintessential dreamer in a way. He lost the Grammy for Album of the Year and proceeded to follow that up by trying to create the greatest album of all time. And he damn near succeeded. He bought a house and turned it into an amusement park. Michael was fully aware of how wild his imagination was, and so he made it his life's mission to chase his dreams with all his might. Look at where it got him, as close to the top of the world as one could come. And if even he cannot dream of a better future, then who can? I don't want to sound like a shitlib, but Earth Song is still, after all these years, a ridiculously powerful track. In a world where cruelty is profitable and apathy is a sign of success, any sort of bargaining or ridicule is worthless and only further fuels the machine that is satiated with nothing but hatred. The only way to counteract this cycle that isn't something that would result in you being blackbagged off the street is displayed in the blueprint of Earth Song. We were promised a world where plants can grow, animals can be free, children can prosper, and men can know of peace. This is the only Earth we are ever going to get. It cannot end like this. Did you know that this track was one of the 162 songs deemed lyrically questionable by radio stations after 9/11? Why is that? Did it have to do with the line about the genocide in Gaza? I can't believe Benjamin Netanyahu killed Michael Jackson for, you guessed it, being white.
Have you seen my childhood?
Okay, the thing... Well, so... Okay, I can't do this. I simply can't. I have to talk about it. I can't brush past it any further. This following section will cover discussions on sexual abuse towards children, so if you want to skip past it, you can go to the timecode on screen. As a solid majority of people may already know, in 1993, Michael Jackson was accused of molesting a 13-year-old boy. He was sued for $30 million by the boy's father, Neverland Ranch was raided, and the lawsuit was settled for $18 million before criminal charges could be pressed, a process that Michael admitted to regretting as it came across as an admission of guilt. In 2003, Michael was arrested and charged with 10 accounts of criminal offenses relating to child abduction and molestation after a recent documentary featured Michael discussing sharing his bedroom with children. After a 5-month trial in 2005, Michael was given a verdict of not guilty on all charges, with jurors calling it to doubt the faulty timeline of events and the lack of substantial evidence. I am not going to dwell that much on the case itself, as I don't want the comments to be loaded with people getting into 100 reply spliffs pleading Michael's innocence or guilt, repeating stuff like, "Oh, how can you say he didn't do it? Don't you know that in the bottom floor of his 2-story bedroom there was a stack of dusty cardboard boxes in the corner, and in one of the boxes there are hundreds of books, and in one of the books there is a picture of a naked boy in it?" It all dissolves into microscopic squabbling. There was nothing that was discovered that the FBI and the jury had not evaluated and dismissed already. The reason I chose to mention the allegations now of all times is because your judgment of the song Childhood is heavily dependent on the validity of these claims. If you believe them to be false, then you most likely think of it as a competent Broadway tune that exemplifies the tonal whiplash of the album it is from. But if you believe them to be true, then this would be one of the most evil, pathetic excuses of a song you have ever heard. Michael manifesting crocodile tears as he seemingly brushes aside his sickening acts over an overdramatic instrumental by asking in a self-pitying manner, "Come on guys, I'm just a child at heart. I had a really rough childhood. Surely you can forgive me, right?" I'm not saying that both sides are wrong with their assessment, but they both leave out an important component as to why this track is so major. Childhood is the most self-awareness Michael has ever displayed in song, the only real competition for that title being the Jackson 5 track That's What You Get for Being Polite all the way back in 1978. Something I've always disliked is how his fans tend to baby Michael, like he was this naive, mythical figure who was constantly taken advantage of because he didn't know any better. In reality, MJ was remarkably attentive. He would generate fabricated news stories for tabloids to publish. He was a ruthless businessman who strong-armed juggernauts like MTV and Sony Music. He would purchase your entire masters if you so much as said a wrong word about him. Michael was well aware that the public perceived him as a freak who was way too affectionate towards children for most people's liking. If that perception of MJ as a fun-loving magical being who was too good for this world is shattered, then the suspension of disbelief would disappear along with it, because this song wouldn't be this emotional musical number where Peter Pan reveals his tragic backstory. It would seem like an act, meant to get the heat off of him, as they would say. And if this goody two-shoes persona was just an act to cover up his heinous crimes, then maybe everything about him is an act. But then again, that is also faulty logic. Something that a lot of people tend to misunderstand is that the lawsuit, the criminal trial, the allegations afterwards, the Leaving Neverland documentary, they weren't done to convince you that Michael was a really weird guy or that he was just a pedo, whatever that means. It was all meant to establish that Michael Jackson was one of the most prolific and prominent child sex traffickers of the past 25 years. A pure evil, cold-blooded Machiavellian megalomaniac who crafted this articulate tale of a caring, misunderstood humanitarian so that he could manipulate families from across the world to come to Neverland Ranch so he could bribe them and have his way with their children. But the thing is, Michael Jackson is one of the most psychoanalyzed people in human history. We pretty much know everything about this guy to the point that there is little to uncover anymore. Hell, I was listing off his porn collection earlier. People will tell you that you can't gauge someone based on their art, but you'd have to be gullible as all hell to believe that Michael was just writing songs as a front to cover his tracks. He clearly left it all on the page, even the bad songs. So after going through all 188 of his songs, seeing all of his aspirations and his fears and his flaws and his dreams and his pains and his struggles and his sorrows and the love he had for his family and his friends and his children and the world as a whole, I just don't see it. I just don't see Michael Jackson as being a child molester. There is this strange stigma around pedophilia. Wow, that is an awful line out of context. There is this conspicuous dissonance in the way we perceive pedophilia in comparison to similar crimes, mostly because it is not a fun topic to talk about in the slightest. So much so that I'm just going to replace the word pedophilia with puppies. I've noticed that many people tend to treat puppies as if it is a cancer, that if you talk about it too much or if you hang around children for too long, you somehow contract it. It is seemingly the only major sin that tips the scale of the nature versus nurture debate in the other direction. If you found out your boss was arrested for killing his 10-year-old son, you would make the assumption that he had extreme behavioral problems, like he had significant anger issues and would act violently towards others, including his own child. But if you found out your boss was arrested for sexually abusing his son, your mind would tell you, oh, that's a sick man, and never think about it further without feeling really depressed all day. People tend to forget that child molesters are also, by definition, rapists. And rapists aren't sick or weirdos. They're cunts. Cunts have signals in their behavior that transfer to every facet of their cognition, from the way they interact with people they have never met to the way they handle difficult scenarios such as conflict. It isn't secluded and tucked neatly into the bad thoughts file of their brain. If someone develops a porn addiction, their perception of sex is altered constantly, not just whenever they are viewing porn. These negative behaviors, when left unmitigated, cause a series of prompted actions and reactions that are dangerous to others, a concept that is generally understood in cases like domestic abuse and sexual assault, yet not CSA-related crimes. Let me ask you, who is more likely to be a puppy? A man who has a tenured history of degrading, groping, and making advances towards young women, or Alan from up the road, who volunteers at the shelter and plays in a Steely Dan tribute band? Bad people don't just do bad things because the voices in their head tell them to. If we all did that, I would have brought a grenade to school after Ben Hunt knocked the ball on in Golden Point. They do bad things because they have convinced themselves that achieving that action would result in a reward, or they would feel a sense of satisfaction. Predators in particular have crucial errors in their thinking that interfere with their processing of emotions such as compassion or guilt. I'm not sure if you heard about this thing called the Epstein files, but there are lists upon lists of 9-figure salarymen openly talking about abusing children as if they were organizing a corporate meeting. You know that the Forward guy who had a 14-year-old girlfriend who he openly flaunted on his Discord server, and whenever people would ask, yo, why are you dating a teenager? He would be like, shh, it's a secret. Like, what the fuck? Go to jail. Even Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife. Lord knows what he could have done if he could use his entire body. As childish as this sounds, I don't think Michael fits in that category because he just wasn't a cunt. He was too mawkish and overconsiderate of others' validation to be self-absorbed and callous enough as to force himself onto children. Even in that interview that got charges put on him, he said that he would always sleep on the floor for whenever a child wanted to sleep in his bed, and not without the supervision of a parent. It's not like he told the interviewer, yeah, I like sleeping with random children, what are you going to do about it? He had the capacity and the potential to be a monster. He was a man with a disturbed upbringing who enticed children to visit his home, and he had the means financially to silence any whistleblowers. But by all accounts, from what we know about the man from a psychological level before and after the trial, he never showed the willingness to harm a child. Who put this clip on screen? The worst thing I could say about Michael is that he was an incredibly petty man. He was the type of person who would resort to potshots and name-calling if he didn't get his way, especially in the last 20 years of his life when his drug addiction began to spiral out of control. Lo and behold, the poster child of Peter Pan syndrome had a tendency to act immature. That doesn't mean he was blowing up cars or making Akon walk 6 miles for cheesecake. Maybe listening to too much of his music made me sip too much of the MJ Kool-Aid. Who knows? If something happens in the future where it turns out that Michael Jackson was the light Yagami of sex offenders and hid all of the evidence behind his crimes inside of a secret dungeon located a mile below Neverland, then yeah, I would be sitting here with egg on my face. But I don't want to be one of those people who seemingly want him to be a puppy and be like, yeah, he was definitely stroking his Shabona in front of them little boys, but we still bumping Billie Jean though. No, that is not a luxury we can afford to give anyone. We didn't give it to R. Kelly, we didn't give it to Diddy, we didn't give it to Bill Cosby, we would not give it to Michael Jackson. I think more than anything, what irks me about the belief that MJ was some Epstein extraordinaire is the erasure of the fact that there are people in this world who are like Michael, because I have a member of my family who kind of reminds me of Michael. They are typically quiet and reserved, have dealt with bouts of depression in the past, and spent a lot of time trapped in their own head. But whenever they head down for the family reunion, you can see them light up being around others. You see how well they are around kids and how they would always make their little nieces and nephews and cousins laugh and have fun. You can see the excitement in their little faces as they get to see their favorite uncle come to town, and you think about how he would become a great parent one day. There are few greater feelings in this life than seeing a good person do good things for this world, no matter how small it is. And to think he would do all of this to fulfill some demented fantasy? I don't buy it. Okay, now that the elephant in the room has been culled, we can finally talk about childhood. It would be one thing if the song itself was another middling attempt at a show tune, like his cover of Smile. But I don't know, this song just gets to me, man. There is something about this instrumental that is indescribable with its beauty. It's like he trapped a fragment of time long gone inside of ember and admonishes it before it eviscerates. It has the only instance of a child choir being a welcomed inclusion in a track. The use of free time breathes so much life into Michael's words. Is the huge orchestral set piece biting Barbra Streisand? Yes, but guess what? I like Barbra Streisand. As If We Never Said Goodbye? Fucking love that song. This is my favorite chord progression that Michael has ever sung. They managed to do so much creative stuff with the melody on this one that blows my mind. Like in the second verse, they start out with this comprehensive 1-4-5 progression with the root A having a suspended 2 for a little bit of dramatic flair. So after 8 bars of that, the audience grows accustomed to it, so they change it to a 1-2-5 progression with an A major, and instead of the melody resolving into a C sharp, it instead goes into the G sharp. It's all technical talk, but it makes you feel that gut punch even more when Michael sings the line, "No one understands me." There's the chorus where they have this downward motion of 4, 3, 2, 1 and build it back up with 2, 5, 1. But for the second go around, they have it halt abruptly with this beautiful G major 13 chord as Michael delivers this wonderful lick of that is such good shit. This song is masterfully written. It's no shock that the man who helped pen it, David Foster, is one of the most prolific songwriters of all time. The dissonance between the quality of the song and the reception it was met with was something that disheartened me, but I couldn't say it was unexpected. To most, it felt like a pity party where he makes excuses for his strange behavior and refuses to take responsibility. No one is going to stand and clap for you because you went through the atonement of the Father, especially when you were accused of touching children. But I believe this is where people draw their misconception about this track. Childhood isn't just Michael recognizing that his life is a pattern of him searching for the joy he never experienced as a child, shrugging his shoulders and going, oh well, as he chooses to spend the rest of his days in arrested development. He isn't stupid, he knows what the connotations of that message would entail. Instead, childhood is Michael coming to terms with the fact that his drive for greatness, of a better world, of a happy life, stems from his desire to reclaim the joy he had lost in his youth, and Michael, after all the painful years, finally accepts who he is. He no longer views his childlike wonder as a negative because he wouldn't be who he is at this moment without it. He calls on the listener to look within themselves and ask if they are searching for their childhood as he is, if they are as inspired to chase the dreams of their 14-year-old self just as Michael was. It pains him to think back on his awful childhood, but what hurts him the most is that many have the capacity to understand his plight but choose not to. One of the last lines of the song is, "Before you judge me, try hard to love me and the painful youth I've had." His youth has become a part of him, his scar and his muse. Is it yours? What I'm trying to say is that the title is a brilliant triple entendre. Childhood is the most controversial ranking I have on my list, unless you're willing to slide for Give In To Me or Who Is It Like That. I know that I've written far too many words on a track that probably put a lot of people to sleep, but I just get chills listening to it no matter what. It is the living embodiment of Michael Jackson. Remarkably talented, terribly misconstrued, and unfathomably enthralling. Why was this on the Free Willy 2 soundtrack? Remember the Time is the Michael Jackson song that I have listened to the most in my lifetime. There was a point in my life where I swear I listened to this song at least once a day for an entire year. You're probably thinking that's a really easy thing to do until you're a month in and you realize how quickly you start to get over the songs you like. Yet, I never got sick of this one. The replay value of this track is just off the charts. What makes this song work is so hilariously simple. Grab a Korg M1, put it on organ 2, the same sound as Gypsy Woman might I add, play a C7 alongside a D sharp, and now play an F minor 9, and hey presto, you just wrote one of the best pop songs of the 1990s. This right here is the best beat MJ and Teddy Riley ever made. They don't perform the most elaborate of tricks on this one. It wasn't like the days with Quincy where there would be 80 multi-tracks all put on tape, but golly, they do everything in their power to make those jazzy chords shine as bright as the sun. The farty little brass synth they place under the Korg has a special place in my heart, especially on the outro where it gets a spotlight of its own. This is one of the coolest snare sounds to have ever contributed to my upcoming tinnitus. I love the envelope they put on the synth line in the bridge. The harmonies on the chorus might be the best. Might be. No, they are the best he has ever done. The way they keep sounding better and better each time it happens, and how it culminates in the final chorus where you're met with pure orgasm. The entire outro as a whole is all you could ask for from an MJ song of this caliber. Just take the best part and give it an extra minute. This is a really pedantic point to make, but it is so nice to hear an MJ song from Dangerous that actually knows when and how to end. This is 4 minutes on the dot, and it feels more compact and extravagant than any of the other 6 or 7 minute tracks from the same record. The lyrics are honestly really simple as well. MJ had split with a girl, he starts thinking about when they first started dating and how sweet it felt, so he calls her up to tell her that he holds no hard feelings and that he will cherish the moments they spent together. That is such a sweet, feel-good premise for a song that you cannot help but to be swept away by its charms. Until you realize that Michael wrote the song about Diana Ross, which... Regardless, Remember the Time is, no joke, the perfect pop song. It is one of the more accessible Michael Jackson tracks in the sense that you can play this song literally anywhere at any time and everyone would love it. You could play it at a wedding, a funeral, divorce proceedings, birth of your firstborn, arrest warrant, court hearing, job interview, hostage situation, paternity test, driver's license test, drug test, HIV test, taking test, citizenship test, airport security, arena security, bank security, club security, presidential security. You could run up to the presidential podium, reach into your holster, and pull out a JBL speaker to play this song and nobody will do anything about it, I promise you. There is never a time of day where I am not in the mood to hear this timeless classic. As a matter of fact, now that this entry is finished, I'm gonna go listen to it again right now. Is there a single person on this planet who dislikes Rock With You? Genuine question, I have never seen anyone so much as say that it's just fine. Like, it is damn near universally agreed upon to be one of the greatest songs ever. Is there actually a case for Rock With You to be the most beloved song in human history? This right here is Michael Jackson's masterpiece, his magnum opus, his pièce de résistance. I called Seeing Voices MJ's most unique song, but this track meets that criteria in a much different way, which is the fact that this song has a level of quality that, quite frankly, Michael never reached for the rest of his career. This is one of the only truly flawless songs of all time. I'm running out of words in my vocabulary to describe these songs, and my thesaurus is giving me a bunch of words I cannot pronounce, so instead I'm going to be counting down my top 10 favorite parts of Rock With You by Michael Jackson. Number 10. This specific bass lick. Number 9. The opening drum fill. Number 8. The harmonies on the bridge.
Love survive, we'll rock forever on.
Number 7. The trumpet lick on the chorus. Number 6. The arrangement of the strings and horns on the second verse. Number 5. The Roads. just all of it, but specifically this part. Number 4, the Moog on the intro. It doesn't get any better than this. Number 3, the brass section on the bridge that is just teeming with life. Number 2, a chord progression so good that it would take an hour of me rambling to explain its sheer genius. Number 1, Michael's voice. My boy is as smooth as a baby's behind. You could really tell that this was the performance that made him realize exactly who he is as an artist. And that moment occurs right about here.
Girl, when you dance.
Fuck yeah. Rock With You is an achievement in human ingenuity on the scale of flight and realizing we can steal honey from bees. It is one of the most awesome things anyone has ever done. Hell, I would put it over the moon landing. Yeah, I suppose that's a cool picture. You hear the roads on this shit though? Am I glazing the ever-loving shit out of this song? You damn right I am. Michael Jackson is one of the only acceptable people to glaze, right alongside Alf Stewart, Ichiro Suzuki, and every dog to ever exist ever. This is utter perfection, down to the last minute detail. But yet, it still isn't the best Michael Jackson song. Actually, maybe it is. I'm gonna reveal number 1 before I change my mind. I don't need to look back on this list to know that I have made some gross embellishments about the songs. Not about the bad songs, I already know that the songs suck because disappointment is formulated by your own standards. If a track doesn't meet those standards, then it ain't my fault. If I make some exaggeration like, oh, this track is one of the worst songs ever, then it wouldn't matter because there is no expectation for a bad song to be bad. However, that cannot be applicable for the good songs because there is no surefire exemplar of quality that can ensure its resounding praise, especially on a list like this where its very nature means that I am measuring it against the benchmark of other Michael Jackson songs. For example, I called Remember the Time the perfect pop song, but if I started comparing it to other pop songs I deem to be perfect, then there would probably be a lot of songs I would prefer, maybe even some songs I don't prefer, but I know are better constructed and executed than Remember the Time. If you spent the entire week listening to D'Angelo or Kelsey Lou, then you probably couldn't care less about something like Fly Away or Loving You. What I'm trying to say is that I listen to a lot of music, a lot of different music. This list isn't the end-all be-all of music. This is just a collection of songs that I personally liked and disliked from one certain artist. With all that being said, Human Nature by Michael Jackson is the greatest song of all time. No joke. No hyperbole. This is the greatest song ever. I know I said like a minute ago that Rock With You is a perfect song, but Human Nature squeaks ahead due to the fact that it is a miracle, both figuratively and literally. Steve Bacano from Toto put a bunch of demos for Thriller on the reverse side of a cassette tape that had what would become Human Nature on it. Quincy Jones listened over the demos and he wasn't particularly interested in any of them until he accidentally left the tape running for too long and the demo for Human Nature started to play. If it wasn't for that one little accident, this song most likely would have never existed. Damn, he just like me for real. You can tell that Quincy absolutely loved this song because he doesn't change it in the slightest sonically outside of adding the
She's keeping him by keeping him around.
which, yeah, fair play, he made one of the best decisions in music history. The progression of this track is outstanding. I love how they break the scale by adding an F major 7 in the intro, even though the song is in D major. I love how they go down the scale in the chorus by only changing the bass note. I love how the 4 chords this track uses the most are relative to each other. I especially love the progression on this outro where we get the key change to F major and rest on that 4 until the fade out. It feels like such an organic end to an organic song. It would be one thing if the sheet music was impressive to look at, but oh no, they just had to go ahead and make this sound like an Amarathian relic from 50,000 years into the future. When I get married, I hope my wife is as beautiful as this guitar sounds. It feels like a warm hug from someone you were destined to meet, like don't listen to this while you're sleeping or else you will piss your pants warm. That alongside the drum machine with the jubilant percussion in the chorus is almost a one-to-one replication of waking up in a hotel at 5 AM, opening the curtains and seeing a city still sleeping with the rays of the tangerine and periwinkle sunrise adorning the metallic skyline. This song possesses a living, breathing soul that has Stratocaster strings for blood vessels and a Lin LM1 as a heartbeat. And oh yeah, Michael fucking Jackson is also on this song. I have sung the praises of Toto quite a bit in this entry, and rightfully so, considering that they composed and arranged a solid 80% of the track. But do I think this song would have been as big if Toto performed it as it was originally intended? Hell no, not by a long shot. They may have made the song, but they didn't make the song. Human Nature needed Michael's voice. His breathy gossamer vocals take to the echoes of the burnished guitar like a chick takes to soaring across the cliffside shores. The unbridled curiosity and youth that coats his serene wails is the perfect match for John Bettis's lyrics of a man who yearns for connection, embarking on a never-ending journey of singing and dancing and falling in love and living for no other reason than it is within his nature to do so. I sure hope the light at the end of my tunnel is playing the final minute and a half of this song, or else I ain't fucking going. As I reviewed each song featured in this video, I searched for some sort of thematic through line that ties all of Michael's music together. The story of Michael Jackson is a fascinating one, there is no denying that, but the issue is that we never really knew what the story was about. Otherwise, it's just another boring biopic that goes, once upon a time there was this really cool guy, he made a bunch of really cool music, and then he died. The end. But after making my way through all 188 songs in MJ's discography, old and new, released and unreleased, finished and unfinished, good and bad, I think I've finally understood what the chronicles of Michael Jackson were all about. Freedom. Michael spent his entire life wanting to be free. Free from his abuse, his responsibilities, his fame, his infamy, reality, his own mind at times. Everything that Michael did was motivated by one simple goal: to create a world where you can leave your worries behind, where love is boundless, where happiness is replete, where the feeling of freedom is universal, whether you are performing in front of thousands, celebrating in the streets, slow dancing with your one true love, or even if you're a skinny kid dancing to Smooth Criminal in your mum's living room. Nobody personifies the concept of freedom more than Michael Jackson. Well, except for several civil rights leaders and abolitionists throughout human history, but you get my point. At the very start of the video, I talked about aliens coming down to Earth and asking to meet Michael Jackson, and that would be because we would have sent the single of this track into space. This is us. This is who we are. There is no better descriptor of the human experience than this song. It is literally called Human Nature, for fuck's sake. There's no point in asking why we are the way we are. We just like living this way. Finally, the end of this goddamn video. Now I can actually move on with my life. Hopefully the second movie hasn't come out by the time I get this shit released. Thank you for everyone for watching, you mean the world to me. If you're here at the end, you might as well go through the effort of giving this a like and subscribing for more videos that will have absolutely nothing to do with this one. Check out that video I did on the fake Michael Jackson album if you haven't already. Part of me wants to set up a Patreon, but that seems kind of pointless because I don't want to lock up shit behind a paywall. Like, if I have a video idea, I'm gonna put it onto YouTube. That's why I have a YouTube account. So, yeah, I made a Ko-Fi instead. If you want to slip me a couple of bucks, that'll be greatly appreciated. None of that subscription nonsense, I'm just digitally busking. You don't have to if you don't want to. It's not like listening to every song from one of the greatest artists of all time is some grueling Herculean task, but hey, that's what MJ would have wanted. Don't look at me like that, you know it's true. The link is in the description if... Oh, that's right, YouTube took away a bunch of my features since I got hit with that false copyright strike. Let me just... Come on! Come on! Come on! Come on, I need the money! Come on!